never happens in Moscow.
Yeah, yeah. I'm on my money, wrong. I'm on my That's 24, it's a war, Molly Cat, keep it score. SRB in the thread, Sassy Cassie at the door, moonlit visions. Typically unique collisions, Seahawks, fans spitting wisdom, tomboy charming the system. Moderating the scene, keep it clean, keep it mean, kick control ass, eliminating trash, keeping it real, pushing the truth fast. Moderating the scene, the digital combat. Khaki clicks, bands quick, wretch on the flick of the wrist. Zelda slaves with the sword, Randy Fur won't miss. Meg P's got the squad, Lucy Morningstar raw, Fizzy popping off, Brandy B breaking law. Chrissy's chaos in the wind, Alicia J begins again. Messy threads meet the end when the truth is they descend. Moderating the scene, keep it clean, keep it mean, kick control ass, eliminating trash, keeping it real, pushing the truth fast. Moderating the scene, the digital combat. Sirens wail, chaos trails, but we stand tall, no fail. Every troll's derail, hit delete, send them to jail. Keyboard warriors with the baseline roar. Drop the guitar, scream, leave the haters floored.
On the clock face, 4 a.m. bleeding through the blinds. Phone glow, floor cold, heart race. Can't tell the truth from the lines. Bethany says, can we go home? I laugh, but I'm not alright. Everyone kind, everybody jokes. Nobody sees frostbite. Pretty much at 4 a.m. My brain says it happened, I don't know when. Thought it was a dream, but I knew it was a lie. Bathroom glass, red eyes, but I'm still dry. I talk big, then I walk it back. Can't look myself in the eye. Pretty much friends and such around. Must have been drunk, but I ain't trained. Hate the way my words fall down. My lies hurt people, I think. 1960 on the clock face, 4 a.m. bleeding through the blinds. Phone glow, floor cold, heart race. Can't tell the truth from the lines. Bethany says, can we go home? I laugh, but I'm not alright. Everyone kind, everybody jokes. Nobody sees frostbite. Pretty much at 4 a.m. My brain says it happened, I don't know when. Thought it was a dream, but I knew it was a lie. Bathroom glass, red eyes, but I'm still dry. I talk big, then I walk it back. Can't look myself in the eye. Pretty much friends and such around. Must have been drunk, but I ain't trained. Hate the way my words fall down. My lies hurt people, I think.
say savior, all good, then won't look you in the eye. Nothing ever happens in Moscow, Idaho, white fence, red truck, watch the cornfields grow. They say super nice place, you should move, you'll be fine, while they draw little circles around your house and your mind. Pretty much unstable, pretty much the same, smiling at the table while they study your name. Governmental chaos hiding in the wings, ink on the paper but you don't see the strings. Nothing ever happens in Moscow, Idaho, that's what they chant while they're burying the photos, heads on a swivel but the stories stay hollow. Nothing ever happens till it's you they follow. Taking lives day to day but it's all okay, they just edit out the angles, crop the frame away. Heads on a swivel, see the lie in the laugh, see the blade in the hug, see the red in the grass. Lies being told from the booth, from the pew, shadows on the wall block the real, hide the proof, keeping truth undercover in a locked up file. But they wave and they wink, say relax, stay a while. Nothing ever happens in Moscow, Idaho, that's what they chant while they're burying the photos, heads on a swivel but the stories stay hollow. Nothing ever happens till it's you they follow, till it's you they follow, till it's you they follow. Pretty much unstable, pretty much the same, same last name, same old game, same four faces on the late night crawl. Idaho 4 on the cracked brick wall. They say nothing ever happens with a sideways grin while the siren sings off, then the camera spins. Smile in your face, then they stab you in the back. Write a neat little headline, then erase every fact. Nothing ever happens, hear it over the track while they zip up the bag and they never walk it back. Nothing ever happens in Moscow, Idaho, that's what they chant while they're burying the photos, heads on a swivel but the stories stay hollow. Nothing ever happens till it's you they follow, till it's you they follow, till it's you they follow. Yeah. Oh, hiding up. Yeah. Police sirens screaming, chaos in the wind. Drop D grinding, the bass kicks in. Miley Drake's playlist, sassy, classy charm. Only vibes, tomboy tough, alarms in my arm. Seahawks rapping, tomboy flex. Cat K laughing, got Randy perplexed. Ratch with the Zelda game, Lucy Morning Star bright. Busy popping wisdom, brandy in the fight. Moderating the mess, keeping it clean. Kick control ass, eliminating the scene. Chrissy Chaos, Alicia J. Sheen. Keep it real, keep it raw, never routine. Never routine. Never routine. Never real, keep it raw, never routine. Typically unique like a fingerprint twist. SRB, shadow lurking in the mist. Meg P's anthem, blasting through the static. Zelda sword swinging, keep it cinematic. Randy Bird with the snapback tilt. Cassie sash sharper than a blade built quill. Chrissy calls the shots, Alicia in the wings. Chaos in my head, but the melody sings. Sirens wail, bassline growl, moonlit shadows, voices howl. Trash talkers silence, their echoes gone. This is our anthem, heavy like dawn. Never routine.
Might help if I wasn't muted. Welcome back, everybody. The cafe is open for business. It is great to see you all today. Thank you for joining us, guys. We are heading in a different direction today. We're heading over to Indiana and back to Delphi, folks, of all places, to revisit Richard Allen, Abby and Liberty, the horrible situation that happened in Delphi that I feel at this point has still not received true justice. Those two little girls deserve so much more as far as justice is concerned. In my opinion, they have the wrong gentleman locked up in prison for this crime. There has been an appeal filed at this point, and we are going to go back to the beginning, revisit this case for those of you that aren't familiar, and for those of you that are, we're going to open it back up, guys, and look at things that should have been looked at before, talked about in court during this, and so much more. The link will be pinned. Hopefully I'll be joined by a couple people here to discuss all of this, break this down, and get this thing kicking and heated back up again. That being said, you guys know what comes next. Grab a seat, get your cup so you can fill up a cup of that truth you guys are craving so bad. Let's do this thing, you guys. Here we go.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Cracked reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the highway, demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. It's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brain. At the True Crime Cafe. Shadow will pay.
All right, all right. Welcome back, you guys. Great to see you here at the cafe. We're open for business today again on this freezing cold. I'd have been here sooner, but we had super crazy winds earlier and it knocked out my internet. First time since I got the new internet, so I'm sorry. Thank God it's not like the old company. They had it back on very quickly. And now we're being hammered with snow. I'm so tired of my Ohio bipolar weather. It's insane, but it's freezing out now. But yeah, the winds were bad earlier, guys. It knocked over a bunch of stuff, blew my garbage cans down the road, all sorts of fun stuff. So that's why I wasn't here. I was going to be here, trying to be here around 11. It's bad, guys. It's bad. But now the wind slowed down, and now it's dumping snow on me. It's blizzarding, literally blizzarding outside, it looks like. So gotta love Ohio. That's all I can say. You gotta love Ohio. Great to be back with you guys. So that's why I wasn't here a little earlier, guys. I had told some of you guys yesterday around 11. Yeah, that was my plan, and poof, out it goes. But here I am. That's all that matters, and so are you. You're all here with us, and I appreciate you all being here as we head back to Delphi, Indiana. Richard Allen, Odinism. What's the truth behind this case, guys? They have a man locked up in prison that I don't believe should be there. I think this man got a very raw deal in a bad way. So we're going to go back to the beginning and revisit the Delphi, Indiana case. There's an appeal that's been filed by Richard Allen's team. We're going to look into see if we can get some truth out of this. I have the link. I've done nothing with the link. So I was about to lie to you. I now have the link pinned. Anyway, and I would love for anybody that is interested to join me on this one. Let's see. We got 1-1 in the house. Great to see you, brother. Great show last night. Thank you for having me over there as always. 1-1 again, folks, is one of the advocates over at Devil's Advocate, New York City police officer in the house with us today. I appreciate 1-1 very much and his insight into these cases. Grace Kirk, welcome back to you. SRBBB, great to see her in the house. Satire, welcome back to you. Cat K, always a pleasure. Astastic in the house, great to see you, Astastic. Thank you for joining me. I was going to call you Ass for short, but I figured I probably shouldn't do that. Kimberly in the house, good to see you, Kimberly. Beach Babe, welcome back. You need to bring some of that beach weather back this way. Let's see here. Michelle F., welcome to you from over the pond. Great to see you. As always, Speedy, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Let's see. Go Meta 2630, welcome to you. RJ Anderson, my brother, welcome back to you. Great to see you today, Lisa. And Cannoli, it's been a minute. Good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well. Hope Cannoli's doing good. Miss Paula, the positive one in the house. My brother Mike, always happy to see you the last 24. And of course, Miss Kim, number 1 in the house today. Typically unique. Great show today, by the way, Kim. I'm sorry I didn't get to catch it all. It's good to see you and Carlos back together doing that again. Robert's in the house with a True Crime Unleashed. Great to see you, sir. I think I've gotten everybody. Guys, share this out, please, if you will. Make sure to hit that like button. Let's try. We really need to try to get this in that algorithm. I want everybody, as many people as they can, to see this. Hearts from Julie, welcome to you. Good to see you. And the Canadian Cat Lady, always happy to see you here. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. There's too much white in here. We need some more green. Let's see if we can get that green moving in here, guys. Please and thank ya. Let me see here. Okay. Come on, come on. Go grab a seat. Get comfortable. Sit by the fireplace. It's a little bit warmer there than it would be anywhere else around here. Excuse me. Come on in. 40 peeps in the house, guys. 29 likes. Let's do this. Hit that like button. Again, just pretend like you like me for a little while we're in here if you could. Thank you, Cat Lady. It was great to see you guys. And I want to thank all of you guys that popped over in support of Devil's Advocate last night while I was up there on panel. That is so very much appreciated. I love seeing the meatballs and the blue crew over there more than you guys know. It means a lot to myself. I'm sure it means a lot to Lee and the rest of the crew over there as well, too. It's great to have you guys showing up over there. I'm loving doing this collaboration with Lee. I'm loving being part of their panels at night, too. Great group over there, an amazing channel host for sure. 1-1, Miss Robin, JJ, and Mr. Estes as well. Great people, guys, and I'm very honored to be able to join them in the evenings when I do. It's awesome. I love it. Jennifer Meineke, great to see you. Redacted's in the house. Good to see you, Redacted. Doing Redacted. I hope you guys are here for this today. I'm kind of excited to be able to go back to this and take just a little break from the Idaho 4 situation. I think it's important that we put this out there and we get this moving again, heating it back up, because that appeal being filed, that'll tell you right there. There's something going on in that case that is not right. There's so much going on in that case that's not right. I'm going to tell you about it. We're going to break it down and talk about it today, because there's so many things that happened with that case that should not have happened. And so many things that didn't happen with that case that should have happened, to be honest with you. So I'm kind of excited that we're here to be able to put this back out again and heat it back up. I cannot address her as. Okay, I will not do it, I promise you, but I almost did. And that's why I didn't want to. Yeah, free Ricky. Amen to that one. Richard Allen does not need to be sitting in prison right now. Richard Allen should be sitting at home enjoying the holidays with his daughter and his wife. Richard Allen was run through the ringer, folks, and absolutely given the worst possible situation you could be handed. And all he tried to do was he walked into the police department one day and decided he wanted to help. And this is what he got for it. And that's a damn shame. I'm sorry. Come on. Grab a seat. 53 peeps in the house. 34 likes. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here. And please find a seat. I absolutely hope so, Redacted. Tell them all. We got plenty of room in here, guys. Plenty of room. Again, anybody that's interested, by the way, in joining our Discord, we will drop a link for that if you want to hop in there and hang out with us when we're not live. Plenty of amazing people in this community that hang out in there, 100%. I will make sure you're familiar with this case, Grace. I promise you, you'll definitely want to be interested in this one once you hear about it. Yeah, and I'll give you a lot more than that, Kimberly. What I did yesterday was just a scratch of the surface. There's so much more. Again, guys, I have a link pinned up here. Anybody that would like to join me to discuss this with me up here, please feel free to join me. I would love to have you. Plenty of room, and I promise you I showered today. I smell good. No worries. Let's see here. Make sure I've gotten everybody. Satire, I did get you. Good to see you. Okay, come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Thank you, SRB. Thank you, Redacted. You're so amazing. God bless. Appreciate that. Oh, wait a minute. Are you in the Discord, Redacted? I don't see you there. I didn't know you joined. Well, shoot. What name are you under in the Discord, Redacted? Hines 57-ish. Good to see you. I appreciate that, Hines. The Bear's in the house. There's my lovely and amazing co-host, Mama Bear. Just dropped 5 new memberships, trying to get that white to be a little bit greener. Looks like we got Harry Potter's beard receiving a new membership. Suzanne Ilberstein, or Stein, however you say it. Miss Potts 777. Kitty, hold on. Kitty Kagard and Bariqua 1053. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce. 5 new meatballs jumping in. Great to see you. Thank you for being here. And Mama Bear, thank you. We love you for doing that. Such a nice, very sweet, very gracious, and very generous of you. Mega Fluffy, welcome and good to see you. Let me check. Thank you. Woman doing. Is it in our Discord? Redacted? I don't see it here. Let me look. Let me look. Let me try to look you up that way. I don't see you in here. If I knew you was in here, I'd have been talking to you. I guess you are in here somewhere. I'm waving to you, and there we go. All right. So we need to get you in the sauce, though. Let me see. Where did you drop everything you were talking about, redacted? Oh, hold on. There she is. Where did you put the stuff you said you dropped in here? Is it in the Delphi? Okay. Did you drop the stuff in the Delphi channel that we have in here? Yep, you sure did. I see it now. All right. You're awesome. Thank you so much, Redacted. We love you. We appreciate you very much, but there is quite a bit of stuff that you just put in here on top of what we already have. Very awesome. Thank you so much, Redacted. Appreciate you. And I'm glad you're in the I'm absolutely super excited you're in the Discord with us. Yep. Found it in our Delphi folder. No problem, Bear. Take your time, dear. I hope you're doing better today. Mama Bear unfortunately lost one of her beautiful little animals the other day. She's been that's rough, guys. It's like losing a family member. So just say a little prayer for her and her family, guys, because it's not easy to do. I appreciate that very much if you would. Yep, I found it. SRB. I found it. I worked through it myself, you guys. It's awesome. Looks like we have 60 peeps in the house. By the way, Redacted, you're welcome to join me up here if you want to. Of course, Miss Kim from Typically, you're more than welcome to join me. I always enjoy having you up here. Ohio I5I, welcome. Good to see you. Always happy to have you in the house, Redacted. Right Turn Clyde, welcome to you guys. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable if you will. I'm just going to wait a few more minutes to make sure we got everybody in here. That way we don't have to start from the beginning once we get started. And I hope you guys are here for it because this case is a doozy, guys. You think Idaho is bad. I'm telling you. They have less in this case than they do in the Idaho case, guys, and they convicted this man on less. There's no DNA from Richard Allen on anything. No transfer, no nothing. They had a bullet. That's all they had. And it's a bullet that would fit into a gun that most of people that own guns in America own. It's not a offhanded gun or anything like that. It's a standard handgun. It's crazy. Mad Dog, good to see you. Oh, okay. No problem, Redacted. No problem. You're welcome, though. Robert Bell, wonderful to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Been a minute. Karen from Zanesville. Wonderful to see you, Karen. Thank you for joining us. Patty Barnett, welcome back to you. The Mad Dog. Oof, oof. I know that was corny. Good to see you. Come on in. Grab a seat. That's right. The bullet. Learn to pole vault or swim. Oh, damn telemarketers. Leave me alone. It's like we got 64 peeps, 40 likes. Come on, you guys, share it out. We should have a full house for this one. I know it's not Delphi, but you're definitely going to want to know about this case if you don't know about it. And for those of you that do, you know what we're going to be talking about here. Come on in and grab a seat. Oh, now we have snow and wind. Jesus. Winds are blowing again. This is crazy weather. Let's see. Yes, this case is nuts, guys. Go Meta 26. Hope you're having an awesome Monday as well, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Mega Fluffy, great to have you here. Heinz 57-ish. I'm in the UK. Have looked into this case. I agree Richard's innocent. Looking forward to your analysis. Again, I appreciate that very much. We'll get you familiar, Grace. No worries. Yes, congrats, Patty. Welcome to the sauce. Let me see here. It's another one, guys, I have a lot of passion for because these two little girls didn't deserve none of this, okay? And they're definitely not getting justice based on what has happened in this case. It's very sad. Very sad. And like I said, we're going to head back to the very beginning of it, kick it off, and we'll roll through it the way we do it. Oh, I've tried it, Beach Babe. I've tried it many a times. I've blocked things. It's still, they don't care. Eventually, they find it again. It's ridiculous, too. Kaleida Hope, good to see you. Welcome back. When this first came out, it was devastating. I haven't caught up since now. I'm disturbed. Oh, it's very disturbing what has happened. You're not missing out on much. It's summertime here and the weather's up. Oh, I've heard that. Shouldn't be that way. Mikey's in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're not working too hard, bud. Yeah. Let's see. 74 peeps in the house. And thank you for those of you that may not be in chat that are just kind of hanging out watching from the corner. We appreciate that so very much as well. I sure hope we can do that. Good stuff, Mike. Yeah, I sure hope we can do that, Redacted, because he definitely needs to happen. Badly. All right, guys. And by the way, guys, make sure I've had some people. Oh, I understand. A lot of us have Gometa. Make sure that you guys are subscribed to the channel if you want to be. I've had some people email me saying that they had been unsubscribed somehow. It happens. You gotta love YouTube. So make sure that if you want to be that you are subscribed. Check that. Make sure to hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything we do here. Again, thank you to my mods for being here and doing what you do. We all know I wouldn't, nor shouldn't ever do this without you guys. SRB, can you drop the Discord link one more time for 1-1? Please and thank you, dear. Let's see. We're about to kick it off, guys. I'm just trying to wait to see how many we get in here. That way we don't have to back up. That's all. Let me see. Again, the link's pinned to the top of the chat if anybody wants to join me. And if not, I understand. Y'all don't like me enough, and it's okay. Penny's in the house. Pennywise, good to see you. There's a Discord link. Thank you, Miss Tandy. Good to see you, Tandy. Joining us on her lunch break, I'm guessing, unless you're not back at work, but thank you for being here. And there's your link. 1-1. Tandy dropped it right here. If you want to jump in there with us, we would love to have you, sir. Oh, take your time. Welcome to the Discord Go Meta. Plenty of room in there. We do quite a few things in there as well. We're going to be doing more. I'm sorry to hear that, SRB. That's not cool. It is chilly here. Yoy. Oh no, Kim, did your power come back on, Kim? I didn't even realize that happened. It happened here. My internet went, not my power, but my internet went. Oh, okay. Kim's gonna join us. Good. No problem. No problem, SRB. Do what you gotta do, hon. Make sure that you can get that working at least. There goes that damn wind again. If I disappear, you guys, you'll know why. $81 people in the house. 48 likes. Let's see if we can make that match. Please and thank ya. As am I. Let's see here.
What time are you leaving?
Thank you, Miss Tandy. You guys want to become a member, jump in the sauce, and become a meatball with all the rest of us in here? That's how you do it. Trying to figure out what's going on with SRB's laptop. Only the little light where I plugged the source in the laptop. That is so weird. Is your outlet bad, SRB? Yes. Meatballs in the sauce boss. That's a new t-shirt we gotta make, is the sauce boss one. Lara Art, welcome to you. And Mazur, welcome. Wonderful to have you here, both of you. Trying to think why that would happen, SRB. Is your battery disengaged by some chance? Miss Noni's in the house. Good afternoon to you. No, it's lit up there. Okay. That's what I was going to say. Sometimes you got to pull the battery out and like plug it back in. Earthly Spirit, welcome and good morning to you. I appreciate that so very much. Very much. I'm going to get things set up, guys, as we're waiting on peeps to jump in. We will be starting this off here soon. Excuse me. Oh, whoever that is backstage, just show me your face for like 30 seconds and then I can pull you up. You don't have to leave your camera on, please. Please, please. just for 30 seconds. I'm not familiar with your name, and you're not a regular, and that's just how we do it here, just to make sure you're going to show your face and not your waist. That's all. Just one time for 3 seconds or so, and we will, you can turn it right back off, and I'll bring you up. Otherwise, I can't do it. Unfortunately, that's just how we do it here. My apologies. Is it working? Oh, no, it was a black screen there. Hold on. 1 minute, you guys. Let me try something here. It says your devices aren't connected. I call BS. Welcome. There's our Meg. It says device is not connected. Let me try something here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. There's no.
Oh, I gotta rip the tape off.
You have it on your camera?
Yeah.
There you go. You can turn your camera off on. I just need to see it backstage for a minute. If you're not comfortable with it on, it's up to you.
I'd rather not.
Okay. You're welcome to keep it on too. I'm just letting you know you don't have to have it on. Turpentines and moonshine. And welcome. I call BS. Thank you for joining us. Oop. And there you go. Try it again.
Is it back?
You're back. Okay. Welcome back.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't want my camera looking at me.
No, I get it.
I don't like it. It makes me uneasy. You know what I mean?
I have a slide on mine because I have a different kind of camera. I can turn it off.
I put a piece of tape and some magic marker over it.
Sure. Absolutely. Understood. Welcome. Are you familiar with this case? I take it.
Actually, I'm not. This is the only case that I actually avoided. I think I avoided it because I was too involved in other cases at the time. And
I'm
really not sure why I avoided it, because I naturally go to every big case there. I'm a true crimer.
Sure.
I don't know why I avoided this one. I'm not sure, but when I heard about the appeal that he made after he was put in jail,
right,
I got upset about that. And I started looking into it after he was already arrested and in prison for the crime. And I started looking into it, and I heard something about Odin.
Yes.
And that really upset me because
Gotcha.
Because I thought, what if he was kind of like the Brian Koberger case, where he was told to plead guilty,
right,
convinced, coerced, right? And I didn't like that. And then I heard about the Odin cult and the photos that weren't released to the public, and that they held back. And I think there was something more nefarious with that case.
Oh, I agree with you. There's quite a bit more nefarious going on. Welcome, satire, by the way. And a lot of it too, BS. There's a lot of it. And it's one of the biggest issues I had with the case was that she absolutely would not allow a third-party defense into the situation. And then she made a statement at one point that if anybody brings up the Odinism side to this or says anything about it, they would be held in contempt, arrested, and removed from the courtroom. That's insane.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
It is beyond ridiculous. I agree with that.
Absolutely. I think everybody should have. I mean, if you're gonna, was it a grand jury? I'm not sure.
On that case, on the Delphi case, initially, I don't believe so.
Well, that's probably why then.
It's been a long time. I'll catch it up though, because we're going to start off with something that'll kind of give the gist of everything, and then we'll delve into everything else. Lara says this case changed my life. I never thought someone could be treated that way. The law was just a suggestion in Rick's case. You ain't lying about that one, Lara. Welcome. Can you hear me okay, Satire?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome. Good to have you here today.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I love seeing people jump up here, especially new people that, and I love having everybody up here, but people that want to express this, vocally. I think that I've always tried to make my platform available to people to be able to express their thoughts, feelings, and opinions.
Well, I enjoy that. And your channel, you're always open to information and possible new theories.
Oh, yeah. Yes, definitely.
I've been stuck on this car key that's laying in the driveway on the concrete block on the right of the driveway. There is a single car key laying on the concrete barrier all by itself. It has a black rubber covering like a normal car key would. I cannot zoom in close enough to see if it's a Ford car key, but I'm wondering if it's the Ford Explorer car key.
You're talking about the Idaho 4 case.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were we on a different case?
Yeah, and it's okay though. I understand.
I'm so sorry.
I
called in on my lunch break.
Yeah, we're covering the Delphi murder case today.
Oh, my apologies.
That key was for an older vehicle.
Yeah.
I presume it was for the blue Toyota.
It does look like
SUV.
That key, I'll tell you this much.
That
when I did
right in front of the house.
Yeah.
That's Xana's car. That key, I'll tell you this much before we go forward. I do believe she's right. That looked like it was for an older car, and it looks like it was a secondary key. It wasn't a factory key. It looks like it was made as a secondary key. I'll say that much.
Good deal. Okay, I will stop worrying about that car key.
No worries. I understand completely. But yeah, we're revisiting the Delphi murder case with Richard Allen. We're talking in regards to, was he justly convicted? I don't believe he was. We're looking at the Odinism aspect and all that kind of stuff. So if you're not familiar, I will make you familiar with it. And I promise you, by the time we're done talking about it, you're going to be probably just as angry as the rest of us will be when you see it.
I've followed that case, so I'm interested in following it along with you.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see you guys later.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am. And SRB looks like she figured something out. Thank you so much, SRB, for that. Dropped 5 new memberships in the house. It looks like the Mazzer, I think I'm saying it right, received one. Jen B08, Amanda B, that's awesome. Molly May, all of you guys got new memberships. Thank you so much, SRB. That was very, very generous of you. Very sweet of you too. We appreciate it so very much. Guys, if anybody is interested in receiving memberships here, at the bottom of the screen in your chat, there's a little circle that has a square in it with a $ sign in the middle of the square. If you click on that, go under membership gifting or under gifting in itself and make sure that you can receive gifts, and you'll be able to receive those memberships when they are gifted out that way. And you'll become a member, a meatball, and you get to jump into sauce with the rest of us. So that would be awesome. And thank you again, SRB. There's Tomboy. How is the sauce boss today? I'm doing great. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, SRB. Thank you again, dear. Very much appreciated. Josie, welcome to you. Looks like we got 89 of you beautiful people in the house today. 59 likes. We're catching up. Let's make it match, guys. That way we can get this in that algorithm so the whole world can see this. So fussy with membership. You can just call me Maz. Sounds good to me. I appreciate it. I hate butchering people's names. It drives me nuts. I feel bad doing it. So, all right, guys, back to where we were going to start off at. I guess we can get this kicking.
Yeah. Do you think that those photos were what do you call it?
The leaked photographs?
Redacted, or let's say blurred, or photoshopped, or messed with. Let's just put it in layman's.
Which one are you talking about, hon?
I'm talking about Delphi case, the girls on the bridge.
The photographs of them on the bridge, or the leaked photographs that came out?
Oh, well, I didn't know there was leaked photographs.
Oh, yeah. I'll explain that too. That's a pretty bad story as well.
Oh, no.
Yes, it's horrible. Actually, somebody lost their life over that.
Oh no.
Very bad situation. And again, it leads back to the prosecution, in my opinion, as we'll see. The other photographs you're talking about on the bridge stuff. I I believe there was manipulation within that whole thing there. I believe that the voice was manipulated that we hear on the bridge guy photograph. Of course, I believe there was manipulation with the photograph because they looped it. And I'll explain that too, what I feel about that, who I believe that was. Unfortunately, I have seen the leaked photograph. They're photographs and they're horrible. They're horrible. And anybody that would put those out needs help.
The leaked photographs, did they have any twigs on the bodies?
They did.
That's where the Odinism comes in.
Some of it, yeah. There was more to it besides that. But yeah, the story behind that real quick was that there was a gentleman that used to work for the defense. Okay, the defense team.
Okay.
Let go. And he had gone there, or he quit. I can't remember which one it was, but he had gone to the office where Rosie and Baldwin were, and he was sat in a room to wait on them for whatever reason. And the files were in there with the photographs, and he stole them. And then in turn, I believe sold them to somebody else. Okay, and they were put out. They tried to hand them off to another YouTube channel out here who they have them, but they never put them out. Thank God.
Wow.
So there was a middleman in there. I can't remember. Oh, which Mitch Westerman. Thank you, Tomboy. In turn, this gentleman was going to come forth, admit to what had happened, take the heat for it, so on and so forth, and then conveniently and sadly, supposedly and allegedly, I'll say, he took his own life.
Man.
So that never got to happen, okay? And they then in turn, because of that situation, Judge Gall, who was the presiding judge over the case, basically tried to blackmail the defense team into recusing themselves, which she did. She had taken them into quarters, had a conversation. Meanwhile, multiple police officers walk into the courtroom and sit down, an intimidation factor on her part. And so they come out of the private meeting they had, and she says her exact words, due to if I can remember correctly, due to unforeseen circumstances, which was bullshit. Okay. Mr. Rosie and Baldwin are going to be recusing themselves from Mr. Allen's case, and I will be finding a new defense team for him. And that's how that worked. So she went and hired two of her friends, Mr. Librato being one of them, and I'm kind of grateful she did with him, and brought them on board. So Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin took it to the Supreme Court, and they were reinstated. They tried to have her removed as well. They wouldn't do that, but they did have his team reinstated, thank God. And they truly believe in his innocence 101%, as did after Mr. Librato was brought on board. He had the case for 79 days. He believes in Richard Allen's innocence. He said it out of his own mouth. So, interestingly enough, it kind of blew up in Judge Gall's face how that all went down. But unbelievable that some of the things she's done. Yeah, Mr. Westerman was the original leaker. He's not the one that took his life, but he was the original leaker per se. But this other person that was the middleman did, allegedly. Because I am telling you, I'm struggling with the fact that he took his own life. I believe there was something darker attached to that. I'll just say that.
Can you tell me how he allegedly took his own life?
I don't have that information. I'd like to know that myself. I never did get that information, but I feel like if it looks like a suicide, there's many ways that it can look like a suicide and somebody else had something to do with it. I'll put it that way. So that's all I'm going to say. And then not to mention, there was another law enforcement officer that was shot and killed right in front of his office one day due to this case.
Oh, man.
Okay. Greg Ferenczi. Again, 2 people lose their lives in the middle of this case, guys. Something's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Tomboy, thank you. Says the middleman was supposedly Robert Forston. Thank you. I think that does sound familiar.
Yeah.
And then he supposedly took a picture of the photographs. In turn, I stole them per se. And then,
whoa. He took the photographs of the twigs put on the dead
crime
bodies.
scene. It was the crime scene photos of the girls with the sticks on top of them and everything.
Okie dokie. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. And then he took, like I said, he took pictures from that's a good point, Lara. Thank you. Took pictures of the photographs, and then in turn, I can't remember if he sold them or if he just put them out, but I truly believe he was working for the prosecutor when he did this. So that's all I'm saying. Welcome, Judy. Good to see you. 88 peeps in the house, 63 likes. We're catching up, guys. Jen Seven's in the house. Great to see you here, Jen. Thank you so much for joining us. Agreed. Yeah, supposedly took his own life. I don't know that I believe that, though. I'll tell you that. So, okay, I'm going to start off with this thing here, and we'll bounce around to some different stuff and get this moving. Then I believe he leaked them to other. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Gina Bina, welcome. Well, yeah, she says way more than 2 people lost their lives. There's other situations too that we'll get into. But anyway, let's get this kicked off. Again, guys, there's a link pinned if you want to join us up here. Please feel free. I'd love to have you. Plenty of room. And here we go.
Funny that house. This is Newsom.
Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say, dear?
It says Newsom.
Oh, yeah.
Three words that have haunted a small town for 5 years.
It's Everytown, USA. And those things don't happen in Everytown, USA. But it happened in Delphi, Indiana.
A chilling discovery.
Why Libby? Why Abby?
That turned a safe haven into a crime scene.
I don't think you have to be embarrassed if you're scared right now. A lot of people in town are scared.
Tonight, a case the world refuses to give up on.
We told each other we loved each other, and that was the last time I saw him.
Following every lead.
I still get probably 25 and 40 direct tips a week right here, literally from around the world.
And every clue.
On the surface, it appears like the police have a lot, right?
Trying to unlock the mystery.
And yet here we are 5 years later.
Fit the pieces together.
We have hope.
Together, we'll get this guy.
Solve the unsolved.
We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby to ensure that good trumps evil.
And catch a killer.
They're watching.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't like him. I never have. I don't like him in this case, and I don't like him in the Flora case. I don't trust him at all, period. I'm just going to let you. Yeah, I'm just going to let you guys know that up front. There's things that Doug is not a good person. I'll put that out there. Doug is not a good person, period. He puts on one hell of a show. He is not a good person at all, in my opinion. And that's, again, my opinion. Nobody else has to agree with that, but you'll
I agree.
Yeah, it's hard to not see him for who he is. I'll just say that. So
correct. I concur.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You can see it in their eyes.
And we'll meet him soon. We'll meet him.
A special edition of News Nation Prime starts right now.
Live from News Nation headquarters, this is News Nation Prime with Marnie Hughes.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Marnie Hughes. Tonight, we are bringing you a special hour of News Nation Prime. Over the course of the next hour, we are focusing on this one unsolved case that has gripped the country and the world for 5 years. It centers around the small town of Delphi, Indiana, located a little more than a half an hour north of Indianapolis. 2 young girls, best friends, Abby Williams and Libby German, 13 and 14 years old, were out for a walk on a popular hiking trail when they were brutally murdered. Their bodies found 5 years ago today, on Valentine's Day. From the very beginning, authorities have said this case can and will be solved. They have video and audio of the killer, but this person is still out there, living among us. Someone, somewhere.
They have audio and video of this person.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we don't know that that's the killer, first off, okay? And we don't know, and that is not who they have in prison. I'm going to tell you, this is my opinion, but I'm gonna prove it to you, okay? We don't know that this is who killed them, but they've automatically made that assumption. When they put this out, they've automatically claimed that is a factual piece of information.
As congruent with the Brian Kohlberger case.
Right, yes. Very good point. Welcome, Virginia. Good to see you, brother. Very good point, BS. Very good point. And I'll stop and start through this to show you different points of things so that you guys understand stuff. If I need to. If you need me to back up or anything else, I will definitely do it. I'm going to tell you right now, this guy right here on bridge, as you'll find out, and I'll show it to you, he's anywhere between 5'10" and 6 foot plus tall.
Oh, I did hear about the height differentiation.
Yeah, so
where
Richard Allen.
They actually did a height differentiation, and he did not even pass the test.
Well, no, Richard Allen is 5'4", folks. This guy, like I said, between 5'10" to 6 foot tall. There's no way in hell. 1 second here. Let me check something, guys. Sorry. Got it. Thank you, Tomboy. Very good stuff. But yeah. So once again, yeah, he's just a little guy. And he is, in my opinion, I'd give everything I have. He is not this guy. So just be ready for that too.
Know something. Tonight, we are taking you back to Delphi, laying out the case, what we have learned over the last 5 years. Investigators say this case is not cold, and they are still getting up to 40 tips a week. One of the people leading the investigation, Doug Carter, the superintendent of Indiana State Police, will be joining us for a live air interview. Our coverage begins now with investigative correspondent Rich McHugh.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said he has eyes like Erica Kirk.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Delphi, Indiana. Population 3,000, nestled among a network of parks and wilderness trails, is like many Midwestern towns, quiet and peaceful. But 5 years ago, that peace was shattered. 13-year-old Abby Williams
It's a scarf. No. It's just pink.
and 14-year-old Libby German
The Hershey kisses into this iced coffee and make it coffee kiss.
best friends and your typical happy-go-lucky 8th graders. On the afternoon of February 13, 2017, Libby asked her older sister Kelsey to drive them to the nature trails.
So they just got out of the car and walked down the trail to go to High Bridge. We told each other we loved each other, and that was the last time I saw her.
At approximately 2:05 p.m., Libby posts to Snapchat this picture of the Monon High Bridge. At 2:07, she posts this picture of Abby walking across the bridge. It was the last correspondence from either of them. Hours passed, nearing dark, and nobody could reach the girls.
So we knew something wasn't quite right, so we said, you know what, we're all going to go to the trails and look too.
Searched along, the hillside and in and around the High Bridge area where they'd been dropped off, and that led to the wee early hours. I come home and I grabbed a couple hours, was back down there at daylight. There was hundreds and hundreds of people that showed up volunteering to come put them into a search party and let them go.
I looked up and the coroner's van come driving by. And that's when it hit me that they weren't found alive.
Authorities found Abby and Libby in a wooded area a half-mile upstream from the bridge. The girls had been murdered.
What does that do to you as a mother?
Well, there's no words for it.
It affects us hard, as a family. I didn't sleep for a long time.
You worry about them dating and driving and going to college, not going out for a walk on a beautiful February afternoon.
Why Libby? Why Abby? Somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you.
Authorities released this picture taken on Libby's phone and this chilling audio recorded on Libby's phone. Guys, down the hill.
To hear that person's voice, it's creepy.
Kind of puts chills down your spine.
And they released a sketch of the suspect.
It sucks knowing that he's still out there. A lot of people in town are scared.
The FBI joined the investigation.
Our investment in that investigation has been and continues to be significant.
But after 1 year, no arrests.
Until there's somebody arrested, we're interested in almost everybody.
2 years after the murders, police released this video of the man, taken by Libby, walking toward them on the bridge. And they released a second sketch of a much younger man. State police saying the case had shifted in a new direction and that the suspect is between the ages of 18 and 40.
We believe you are hiding in plain sight. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you.
But 2 more years passed without an arrest. Then, last month, another twist in the case. Police appealed for tips about a person tied to a social media account with the name Anthony Shots. They say the man behind the account, Keegan Anthony Klein, was using images of a known male model to catfish young girls into sending nude photos in their home address. Klein was arrested, charged with child solicitation and pornography in unrelated cases. And they asked anyone who ever communicated with the fake online account to come forward.
He may have shared inadvertently or intentionally some personal information.
Welcome, Kim. Can you hear me okay? Everything okay?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Great
Okay.
to have
Hello.
you here. Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome. Great
Hey.
premiere day, by the way. Thank you.
What's that?
Great premiere today. I appreciate
Oh,
you doing that.
Thanks.
Great to see you guys back doing that stuff again. Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
But welcome. Great to have you here. I'm excited for this.
Can't wait to talk about this case.
Yes. Agreed. All right. Everything's good. On we go.
Could be valuable.
Police say the fake online accounts were active in 2016 and 2017, around the time when Libby and Abby were murdered. But they will not confirm whether Libby and Abby communicated with this profile.
Do you think it's possible that your sister and Abby were communicating with this account?
I think that the account is definitely important and that we have to keep sharing it and putting it out there because for whatever reason, law enforcement.
Can we pause for a second?
Do you think the authorities are close?
Why does this remind me of the Brian Koberger case?
There's a lot of
Because
parallels.
I feel like they're building a narrative.
Oh, they did. Yeah, there's a lot of
Because
parallels.
she said she didn't even, there was no motive because it was
Right.
already stated that there was no interaction with the profile or whatever
Right.
online. Are they building a narrative again? Okay.
Yeah, I do absolutely believe they did, for sure.
And not following inconsistencies in other people's
Exactly.
whereabouts and alibis and things like that.
They
Yeah.
They didn't look into people that were absolutely 100% suspicious of the crime that they should have. They didn't. Yeah, there's a lot of parallels. Like with Idaho, there was no follow-ups in a lot of senses. Like Kim said, a lot of different things that they didn't do that they absolutely should have done. And when you question why they didn't, it tells you that
Well,
they're
I'm
creating.
not, I'm not just questioning. I'm not specifically questioning out of a whole 4 case. I'm specifically questioning the judicial system in general.
Sure.
In this country.
Yep.
That's
Agreed.
all.
I have an
Absolutely.
issue with the prosecution being in charge of all of the collected evidence.
Yes, I know.
Because
I
it
as
puts
well,
them
yes.
at this, and how many cases are we seeing, Karen Reed, Richard Allen, Brian Koberger, where they hide stuff, they bury it.
Yep.
They do
Yeah, there's no
everything they
discovery.
can right up to the line of like legality.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how many times did Ann Taylor ask for discovery?
25.
14, 20, 22? I don't know.
25.
More than necessary.
Yeah. Yeah.
She should have been given her discovery
Oh,
a
100%.
long time ago.
Yeah,
And that
100%.
wasn't given. And that's a big issue.
I'm glad you paused it here because this is probably an unpopular opinion, but
Sure.
that picture of Keegan Kline that they just showed, I always thought that looked like the sketch the most out of all the people. The old sketch with the chunky cheeks. I just thought it had that vibe. I've never seen him walk. He looks like the kind of guy that might have a walk like that. I mean, there's a lot I don't either. I mean, I think it might be Logan because he knew that property like the back of his hand. He was out there all the time.
Yeah.
But I just always had that kind of feeling too.
I
about
hate to go
Keegan.
back and forth, but I can't help but realize that there's so much
He waddles.
there's just too much same things going on with the Brian Kober case. Like, and just to generalize it, I'm just saying that the point is we want justice.
Right.
And I don't feel like we're getting the justice. That's my problem. And I
Yeah.
feel similarities are very sharp with the Brian Koberger case in this case because I feel like they just jumped to conclusions. They made their narrative and then they had to build their case around that narrative.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
And
I said.
it's all BS, and I call BS.
There you go. What are you
That's
saying,
why
Kim?
it's important for,
But it could be
channels
you
like
or me.
channels like Dago to be out here going back through the evidence and verifying things and pointing out what doesn't make sense because really there's enough where they're at least being heard for an appeal. So I know it's wrong. You're saying, it's wrong from the get-go, but if there's any part of our system that allows to make it right, like we've got to fight for that.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Definite. And that's the photograph she was talking
Because
about.
that's what I'm saying. It could be you or me. It could be my kids. It could be my mother. It could be your mother. It could be your children. It could be your grandchildren. It could be, your
That's
family.
exactly why I do what I do, 100%, to try to help.
And this is why I follow
Prevent
you.
that.
And yes.
I appreciate that so very much.
We need to speak out.
And look at those two sketches. So, okay, you're the
They don't look
police.
anything like each other.
No, and so you're the police and you have witnesses and you're like, hey, work with a sketch artist and show us the person you saw that I'm assuming both these people said, oh, I saw the guy on the bridge at this time. And
Right.
they came up with two completely, one is clearly young.
One looks like an
and one is
18-year-old.
clearly
One looks
old.
like a 47-year-old.
Yeah. And the cops didn't go, wait a minute. These people, we think they saw the same guy and this is what they came up with.
Well, that's how you know the prosecution is to be. Come on, we know that the justice system is really rigged.
Yeah. And then they made a decision to hold one of them back.
Right. Yeah, this one here, the younger looking one, was buried for years. And then all of a sudden, then they found it like everything else they buried.
Oh my God.
Welcome, Crime and Chaos. Good to see you. Great to have you guys here today. Thank you for joining us. Turpentine and Moonshine, you too. Great to see you guys. Yes, Ron Logan is deceased, by the way, and what we're going to talk about him a lot. I have reasons. I'll just tell you that much. But yeah, on we go.
Sure. Hundreds, if not thousands of tips have poured in from social media, internet sleuths, even podcasts about the murders of Abby and Libby. Correspondent Marky Martin joining us live now to talk about this piece of the puzzle. And Marky, it's Not just this case. We have had several cases this year gain traction online. So how does this impact the investigation, and what does law enforcement think about it?
Hey, good evening, Marnie. It really depends on who you ask. You know, we've had some agencies who say they are completely on board with help from social media. And then you have other agencies who think it actually dilutes the investigative work at hand. But two things are for certain, and that is social sleuthing. It's a double-edged sword. And also, this group of online detectives is a growing group, and they are on the case.
Social media allows law enforcement to be proactive, to get things in front of the masses.
Arlington, Texas is home to one of the most infamous unsolved murder cases in the country, that of 9-year-old Amber Hagerman, whose 1996 abduction and brutal murder eventually inspired the life-saving Amber Alert. Her killer has never been caught. Still, police here continue to work the case and frequently update and monitor social media for new leads. Deputy Chief Christopher Cook tells News Nation, at first, his investigators feared the internet.
I remember when we first adopted social media, trying to get information from detectives was like pulling teeth, because they really didn't know exactly how's this going to work, or is this going to work myself out of a job where I'm no longer needed as a detective, and quite the contrary.
He says there are many cases his department wouldn't have solved without it, but on major cases like the Delphi murders, online tips come in so quickly it can overwhelm investigators, especially in smaller departments.
We have this amazing ability to communicate today, and I don't understand it. I'm not going to pretend to.
Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter says his officers have received information about the Delphi murders from around the globe, but it turns problematic when internet sleuths make accusations and post them publicly. It happened for his teams numerous times after sketches of a potential suspect were released.
I think when people start doing their own investigation and start comparing what they think, that creates problems. We'd ask them not to do that. There are a lot of people that look like the sketches that we've released. And then when you blow that out there with it.
It ain't no different than what you and your investigators do, Doug. It's the same thing.
We're all people, aren't we?
100%. And they look at these photographs, you guys, and they do the same thing and say, that looks like so-and-so. That looks like so-and-so. So let's look into them. That's nothing less than what we do, you guys. Nothing.
That's just discrediting the people that actually know what's really going on. That's just discrediting.
Right. Exactly. Yes, SRB's right. They hate that we do what we do because it takes away from what they do. It makes them look bad.
But they don't do anything, though.
Well, in a lot of sense.
In my eyes, in my opinion, I don't think that they are even caring about justice.
Yeah, a lot of them don't. A lot of them are there for a paycheck.
Right.
So it's very sad and really pathetic too.
It is.
Picture of somebody that they think next to a sketch. Imagine what it does to that person if they're not involved at all.
There's no perfect system, but ultimately, the overall goal for everybody involved should be to find the killer.
Derek Levasseur hosts a popular podcast called Crime Weekly. He says the Delphi murders is the type of case his fans really get into.
I think the web sleuths out there are baffled by this case because on the surface, it appears like the police have a lot, right? We have the suspect's voice, we have video for the alleged suspect, and yet here we are 5 years later talking on the anniversary, and there's still no one that's been charged with the murder of Libby and Abby.
And the biggest reminder from law enforcement to the true crime community, a laptop isn't a badge.
Certainly we want the tips and we don't want to shy away from people sending us information, but there is sometimes a line that is crossed. Some people are really their own private investigators. They'll take a piece of information that's come out from a law enforcement agency and all of a sudden they're kind of on the trail.
Yeah, so Marnie, unfortunately, this entire social media conversation doesn't really come with a conclusive answer. You get the good with the bad. Of course, the bad is that misinformation can spread like wildfire. Completely innocent people can become suspects overnight in the court of public opinion. But as you mentioned off the top, just in the past year, we've had some really big cases that have been solved largely in part due to social media. Gabby Petito comes to mind first. The two children who were kidnapped, Amber and Noah Claire, they were eventually identified in California because of social media. And then, of course, with these Delphi murders, investigators and the family really have a better sense of the timeline of those girls because of social and what they shared on Snapchat.
Yeah, it could be the critical information they need. Marky, in your talks with law enforcement, did they provide any guidance to the folks who do want to help, albeit from a keyboard?
I asked Chief Cook from Arlington PD that very question. He said the thing that has to stop is people posting what their gut or their hunch is telling them. He says that.
And if you do it right, it doesn't work that way.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something right now, just to let it out there. I was on the Kylie Rodney case. I solved that case myself.
Gotcha.
I had a vision. I had I don't know what you want to call it. I had whatever, and I said, the trunk. Right. Actually, no. I digress. I'm gonna erase that. I redact that.
Okay.
I said the hatch. The
Same
hatch.
thing. Gotcha.
And I was like, "What's a hatch?" And I looked it up, and I'm like, "Why would I come up with the hatch?" And then she was found in the hatch.
Yeah. Welcome, Robert. But
hey, good morning, Dago.
If you do it right, folks, then you won't be that person, okay?
But don't take away my intuition. Don't take away my mind. Don't take away what, you know what I mean? Because I follow these cases for a reason. I want justice for the victims, and I also want justice for the people that are illegally accused.
Right. Agreed. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, all I was going to say was if you do it right, and we try very hard to not release misinformation or disinformation. If it does come out, you guys have seen me time and time again try to sort it out, to try to correct it. Lucy comes in here. She's all over the place, constantly fixing misinformation. I know Kim has done the same thing. So on and so forth, guys. That's if you do it right, then you're doing it right, period. There's ways to do it and ways not to do it. That's all I'm saying. So
yeah, I take offense to that cop about the laptop not being a badge.
I get it. I do. I get it. And it's funny that the people that say this 9 out of 10 times, like SRB said, a few others said, it makes them look bad because they're not able to do it. And if somebody comes forward and does something that has gotten ahead of them, those are the ones that get angry with us. And when there's channels that put out misinformation or disinformation or are blatantly putting out stupid shit that makes no sense, that's a different story. But not all of us do that. So that's all I'm saying.
I wanted to say hi to Robert. Hi, Robert.
Hi, Kim. Awesome premiere this morning.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Yes. All right, guys. I'll try not to interrupt as much, but there's certain things I'm going to point out that just drive me nuts, and I will have
Look at that headline there: "Social media sleuths: the good, the bad, the ugly."
Right.
We did it. Law enforcement work: the good, the bad, the ugly.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
Since when did we become a Clint Eastwood movie, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly?
Right.
Yeah. Gotta love them titles. Gotta make that money and clout chasing bullshit. But hey, it is what it is.
That is not helpful. It also becomes hazardous when online sleuths really think they can solve it. They show up to scenes. They start trespassing on public property. He says that has to stop as well. If you have a lead, take it straight to the police department. And then he says for people who are just kind of consuming posts and information online,
well, why don't you solve it then?
You read, of course, and really be smart about what you decide
Exactly,
to share, who
1-1.
you decide to engage with, because on the other side of that screen is a whole law enforcement team that's having to dig through every single thing that is posted online with these cases.
Marky, thank you. Good advice. Coming up next, one-on-one with Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter. What he is sharing tonight about where the case stands now. Welcome back to a special edition of News Nation Prime, the Delphi murders. This investigation into the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German has gone unsolved for 5 years now. All this time trying to figure out what exactly happened on the bridge that day in Delphi and why. For the top investigator, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, it is the case he thinks about constantly. And in his extensive one-on-one sit-down with investigative correspondent Rich McHugh, it is clear he believes they are closer now than ever.
Superintendent, thank you for doing this. We're on 5 years now. What does this case mean to you?
I think it's the totality of evil in my career. There's not many waking minutes that I'm not thinking about those two little girls.
It was on this trail 5 years ago that Abby and Libby set off on. It connects just up the way to the Monon High Bridge and the area where the next day their bodies were discovered. That was Valentine's Day 2017. It set off a massive police investigation, and it has become one of Indiana's most notorious unsolved murder cases.
What is the focus of your investigation right now, and what is the evidence telling you?
Well, I'm not going to talk about the evidence. There's been a tremendous amount of speculation, Rich, about what we know and what we don't know. But I'm pretty confident in the place where we are right now. Eventually, the world's going to know what we do. I still get between probably 25 and 40 direct tips a week right here, literally from around the world.
You say eventually the world is going to know. Does that mean you are close?
I think we're closer every day. We're closer every single day. The tips keep coming. And once that comes in, and once that completes itself, then we're going to have to assign another 60 or 80 detectives to this and go back through every single lead that we've ever gotten. I'm confident that there'll be a successful conclusion for Abby and Libby, for Mike and Becky and Anna, and for that community. I'm confident that there will.
Do you have a person or persons of interest, or do you have a suspect?
I'm confident that this will come to a conclusion eventually. We believe you are hiding in plain sight. We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you.
In the past, you've said we have likely interviewed the killer. Do you still think that?
We're not going to...
Real quick, I know it sounds like McDonut, but it's not. This is Doug Carter. He's the superintendent for Indiana State Police, but they do sound the same. I know that, guys. Just don't get confused. That's all.
Singularly identify anyone right now, at least publicly. The detectives that have been assigned this, task forces have been assigned this, have talked to hundreds, if not thousands of people. And again, one day we'll be able to tell you why we did that and who did it.
Soon after the murders of Abby and Libby, police released audio and a short video taken by Libby on the bridge, asking for the public's help in identifying this man.
How important a piece of this puzzle is that video that Libby pulled out her phone and started recording? I mean, the wherewithal she must have had in that moment to do that.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that specifically, but what I will say about it is it adds, again, a little bit of weight to a very complicated murder investigation. So I'd much rather have it than not, I think, is how I'd respond to that.
The audio that you released, it says guys down the hill. Does guys and down the hill come right next to each other?
So, Krama says it's sad to see so many people who dislike the cops. Just to make sure you don't. Well, here's the thing. You might need to focus in on what you're saying before you say things.
Yeah.
I love law enforcement. I'm from a law enforcement family. My father, my uncle, my grandfather, all law enforcement officers. I was going to be one, but I'm not. I love law enforcement, and I've screamed this for 4 years. Anybody that knows me says that we need to respect law enforcement. We need law enforcement. Otherwise, it would be pure chaos, okay? What we don't need is corrupt and crooked law enforcement, okay?
Thank you.
That's what we don't need. And it's not people This community doesn't dislike law enforcement. We dislike corrupt and bullshit.
We want justice. That's all.
Yes.
Do your job and do it right.
Well,
And
we have
don't lie.
right. We have an awesome law enforcement officer right here. We have an awesome retired law enforcement officer part of this community. So no, that statement is absolutely.
Oh, I
so
love
off.
him. He's great on your show.
Right. Yeah. Senior Wazowski, very awesome. Retired, as well as one New York City police officer, does what he does. So again, please look into the situation or listen in before you make statements like that, because that's not at all who we are here. There may be other channels that don't like him. That's not us. We support law enforcement 100%. And yes,
Right.
we love 1-1. We love Wazowski, all of it, guys. And again, I support them, always have. I've never claimed anything other than absolute support and love for law enforcement. So just understand that. That's all I'm saying.
In the original recording?
Again, there's speculation about what that means, what was actually said, who said it, was it connected, was it the same voice? And again, that's an investigative component of this, and I'm not worthy to discuss it.
I've spoken to some people who were involved in the investigation early on, and they say that there's more. There's more video, there's more sound. Why not release more of that?
It's important that we don't show our hand, quite frankly. We're not going to explain what we know about the killer. We're not going to explain some of the intricate details of the death of Abby and Libby. Unfortunately, one day we're going to have to. And that's going to create a whole nother issue with family and friends and the community and the like. So from an investigative standpoint, I'm not going to talk any more about it.
The crime scene, the area where their bodies were found, is very hard to reach. And the speculation is that this is a person that was very familiar with the terrain. Can you speak to that at all?
One thing I'd say is any place in the country that's rural, there's multiple points of access, generally speaking. So again, there's a lot of speculation as to why they might have been there, but I'm not going to talk about it right now.
Early on, you released a sketch, and later you released a different sketch. Why have the sketches changed so dramatically?
Unfortunately, we're not in a position where we can tell everybody why we switch gears. And that's where the speculation begins, and that's where the animosity comes, and the frustration. And I understand it. I do understand it.
In December, police appealed for tips about a person tied to a social media account with the name Anthony Schatz. They say the man behind the account, Keegan Anthony Klein, was using images of a known male model to catfish young girls into sending nude photos and their home address. He was arrested and charged with child solicitation and pornography in an unrelated case.
Did Abby and Libby communicate with this profile?
I'm not going to talk about that, but I am going to say that we learned a tremendous amount through that particular investigative course.
What can you tell me about this man who has been arrested, the creator of this profile, Keegan Klein?
All I can say about Keegan is that entire issue and the entire release has allowed us to glean significant investigative leads.
I've seen in press briefings in the past where you've addressed this person or persons directly. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
They're watching. They're watching. And we'll meet them soon. We'll meet them.
And investigative correspondent Rich McHugh joining us live. Rich, you spoke with both Libby and Abby's families. Did they say if they're afraid? Are they fearful with this killer still out there?
Their safety, but they definitely said they are afraid, and there's fear that when this is ultimately solved, they are going to know who this person is. And because it's such a small community, you know, it's just a couple 3,000 people. There's this fear that they're walking around every day and they're seeing this person, and so that's what's troubling to them.
So hard for that family and anyone who lives in Delphi. After interviewing the superintendent extensively, did you get this sense that they have zeroed in on someone specific?
You know, I've interviewed a lot of law enforcement in my life, and rarely are they this confident. So I did get the sense that he was wanting to almost just say, you know, here's what we know, which tells me, yes, they've either zeroed in on somebody or zeroed in on several people, but
I get the sense that they are closing in on this thing.
What about the FBI? Are they still involved?
The sense I get is that they are. They were involved right from the beginning. A detective that was involved at the start tells me that the FBI presence was overwhelming. He's never seen anything like it. And just this week, actually, the FBI put out on their person of the week on their most wanted list this suspect. And so they're making a public appeal. So yes, they are still involved.
It is a puzzling case, Rich. You spent a lot of time in Delphi talking to all of those involved. And the more we learn about the case and think about it, I think that it's natural, human nature, to have a lot of theories. But right now, investigators seem to be remaining pretty tight-lipped on the evidence and what they know. Let's hope that means they're close. Rich McHugh, thank you. And if you would like to watch Rich's full interview with Superintendent Doug Carter, you can go to our website, newsnationnow.com. And still ahead, keeping Abby and Libby's memories alive in a town trying to shake the fear 5 years later. Plus, that top investigator in the case will be joining me live with more on what they have found in the years following the death of these two young girls. Next here on News Nation Prime. Welcome back to our special report tonight, the Delphi murders 5 years later. The deaths of Libby German and Abby Williams shocked the Midwest and changed both of these girls' families forever. News Nation's Kelly Beeson joining us now. Kelly, these girls were best friends. They wanted to spend some time together that day. They walked off onto this trail. We wanted to take some time tonight to focus on them, who they were, and what they meant to this community.
Well, from all accounts, Marnie, both girls were full of energy and positivity with their entire lives ahead of them. Their families say it makes it difficult to grieve knowing their killer is still out there. They say they're doing what they can to help law enforcement while they await answers.
A tight-knit, quiet community.
The people in this town are wonderful.
The city of Delphi, Indiana, sits within a 3-mile radius, home to an extensive network of outdoor pathways.
Thanks, Maz.
It's more trails per capita than any other community in the state of Indiana.
And one of the most baffling crimes in the nation.
You think about it too much, you'll go crazy.
Police believe a killer is likely hiding in plain sight, with an ego only growing as the murder of 2 young girls continues to go unsolved.
I think we're closer every day. We're closer every single day.
Since the deaths of 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German 5 years ago, the families are still coping with the loss.
It's changed my entire life.
It sits there. Birthdays, graduations, all of that.
Libby was the brightest person. She always wanted to make you smile, make you laugh, and make sure you're having a great day.
Abby was a bright, shining star with a very wonderful heart. Always dancing around the house and singing. She was a good kid.
Neighbors and loved ones have also been busy raising funds.
Favorite choose McDonald's, what can we make for you?
Through sales of burgers, t-shirts, and cookies, while also raising awareness and embracing new ways to make their community safer, starting with where Abby and Libby were first reported missing.
You're outside. You do stuff outside. That's what we have. So the trails is kind of what Delphi has.
Those areas now more secure after $100,000 was dedicated to cameras, signage, and lighting. All efforts made while law enforcement continues their tireless work to catch a killer on the loose.
But when we figure it all out and the last piece of the puzzle comes together, I think that'll be another hard day for this community.
And as was mentioned earlier, police not sharing details about the investigation. However, telling our crews they are confident they'll catch this killer and bring them to justice. Marnie.
Kelly, thank you. Next on Prime, a pastor from Delphi who has felt the weight of this crime on his community steps in to help heal. He'll be joining us live. And the top cop on the case is here as well to talk about the investigation, the questions, and the killer tonight. Life in Delphi, Indiana will never be the same after Abby Williams and Libby German were murdered. But the tragedy brought this small town together like never before. Memorials honor those two young girls today. A foundation was also created in their names to build a $1 million park that includes 3 ball fields, an amphitheater, and playgrounds. Todd Ladd is a pastor at Delphi United Methodist Church and has been part of this grieving and also healing process since the very beginning. And we are thankful he is joining us live tonight. Pastor, we appreciate your time. I'd like to begin with how you processed all of this. You have played a major role in helping Delphi heal and move forward. I'm sure you have had to answer a lot of difficult and almost impossible questions over the years. How do you reconcile this evil act?
You know, together as a community, we reconcile this. And really, we come at it with faith. As I've talked a lot about recently, we hold these two things together, this deep sadness and also a deep hope at the same time. You know, the hope is something that this will be solved. The hope is found in the resilience in the park and finding new life there. They've always had celebration of lives. So that helps us to see the hope there. And to be honest, though, we have a deep sadness too, and that's real.
Pastor, many people did not feel safe walking that trail after these murders were committed. Is there still that fear in Delphi?
You know, I think a lot of people will still ask questions of what's going to happen. You know, one of the things we did early on, probably within the first, I would say, 12 months or earlier, was we had a time in which we reclaimed the trails. We walked over them, we prayed over them. And we said, this is going to be something that won't define our community, that'll help us to say, how do we move forward together?
5 years later, hard to believe Abby and Libby's killer is still out there. The case is unsolved. This person hasn't been caught. What's on your mind tonight?
You know, it's just continued confidence in the investigators. I know them personally. I worship with them. I pray with them. I encourage them all on the path. And I know with a complete confidence that justice will come, and that justice might be here on this side of eternity, or it might be on the other side of eternity. Either way, I believe fully that justice will come.
You know, I often wonder, when police released that video of the man on the bridge, the audio of his voice was so chilling. People everywhere started to look around, started to listen. Did you?
Absolutely. Frankly, the press conference in which we shared the audio and the video was held in our church. And that was a place which I was uncertain if we would ever have a press conference in the church. But when the community asked, we said, yeah, we have to have it there. And when I heard it there, I thought, this is going to help them find out who did this. And it'll help solve a lot of fears for our community.
Police say they're close. What will it mean to you and others to catch this killer?
For me, it's going to be a sense of conclusion, but it's also going to be opening another door. And that door to the trial, that door to what comes next, is one that also holds a bit of concern. What will that be like? It's going to be very hard. So it'll be only one step towards the next piece of closure.
A difficult one with details no one wants to hear. Pastor Todd Ladd, I appreciate you taking some time to be with us tonight, and thank you for what you're doing for that community then and now and in the days, weeks, and years to come.
Thank you for telling the story and keeping it out there.
You got it. Coming up, the lead investigator on the case, Superintendent Doug Carter, is standing by to talk about this investigation, where the case stands right now, 5 years later, and
Diego, do you want to stop it for a second?
Catching the person responsible. A rare live interview next here on Prime.
Hello there.
So many questions tonight, 5 years later. Who killed
Hi.
Abby?
Hi.
Why? And will this killer be brought to justice?
Diego, are you there?
Investigator on the case, Superintendent Doug Carter with the Indiana State Police.
Sorry about that. I couldn't hit my pause button. What's up?
I was hoping there wasn't another owl.
No.
Yeah. So I just wanted to. Oh,
Hi.
Hey, sweetie, how are you?
Hello.
I hope you had a good Christmas, honey.
She's cute. Oh, she can't hear.
Yeah, she's cute. I hope you had a good Christmas.
Did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I can hear.
Good. Better be good for daddy.
I am.
Good girl. Good girl. What were you saying, Kim?
They were showing that park, the tribute park that they made.
Yeah.
It really is touching.
Yeah.
When I
Definitely.
went there, like I was just thinking it was just going to be the softball fields, but I went after being on the trail, and then we went there, and it probably had to have been so important for that community, for the, safe people in the community,
Yeah.
to have, because there's a walking trail there, so they have this like little path that goes like all around the fields, and
Right.
they have an outdoor amphitheater, and they were not only like the softball part of it, but like one of the girls or both of them were musical, played instruments, and the singing and all that stuff. They had not just the playground, but they had like the outdoor instruments that you could like mess around with and things like that. So that was awesome. And then someone was asking if you could still get up to the bridge now that it's like closed off and everything.
Yeah.
I was able to walk up. The part you're allowed on is lower than what the bridge was. So you're walking out, on the new part of the bridge. And when you get to the end, the old bridge is like up here.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like when they tore down the crime scene at the 1122 King Road?
No, they blocked off the bridge, the Monon High Bridge, so where you can't walk out on that anymore.
Right,
And
right.
they put a pad out there with a railing around it that is separated, but it's a little higher, is what you were
but you
saying.
can go right out to it, right? And the old bridge is right there. And like there, it's, a fence, like a gate right at the end. So, I mean, you could technically climb up and over, but
It's dangerous now because ties are missing and it's like old and rickety, and they
Mhm.
don't want, because of the
Gotcha.
exposure the case got, people were showing up and walking on it. And I heard a story that somebody got hurt bad out there. Is that true? I don't know, but
oh, well, because there's a gap too.
yeah.
Not only is it higher and a gate, and then there's a gap. So even if you did climb over, you got to jump a little ways. Like they made it difficult.
Yeah, gotta protect themselves too, because if somebody were to fall off that bridge, oh boy. So
But he seemed to walk it just fine, didn't he?
well, then yeah, definitely. Like I said, it's rotting.
Right.
There was no maintenance being done to it. They just kind of let it go. So
It was terrifying. There was nothing. There's no rails, nothing on the sides. Like,
Well, I wouldn't walk it myself.
you'd have never caught me out there either. I'm afraid of heights.
No, I'm not going to walk a bridge.
And it's so
Exactly.
high. It was so high in the air.
Right. Yeah.
I would never do that.
Just so you guys can see it real quick here. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's what they've
I don't
done.
even like driving over a bridge.
Neither do I. I don't like heights at all. But if you look, see the gaps there and the cracks in the ties, and it's all just rotting.
Mhm.
So they put this platform out here so you can walk out to it. And I guess if somebody really wanted to, they could climb over and get over there
You
somehow.
could, but it's a decent hop.
Yeah. Now, I don't know. Did they do the same thing on the other end, Kim?
I have no idea because you can't get back there because that's the private property.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. And it's so
Whose
overgrown
private
now.
property? Who owns the property?
The trees are so overgrown you can barely see the bridge now.
Of course.
Who owns
Yeah.
the property?
Logan and who's the other guy?
Ron Logan was one of the owners, and then the what the hell was his last name, you guys?
That van guy, right?
Yeah, I think the neighbor to him. What the hell was his name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. I can't think of it right now. Well, we'll probably walk onto it. It's Logan's estate in the van, dude. Yeah. Brad Weber. There we go.
Brad Weber? Okay.
I knew Redacted would know. Yes, that's the other name. That was actually somebody else that was a person of interest in this case at one point too. So
Interesting.
Sounds like a good way to cover up a crime.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Many of them, yes. So good point, though. Good point. Thanks again, Redacted. Very, very helpful. I appreciate it so very much, too. On we go.
You've seen him a number of times throughout the show. He is joining us live tonight. Appreciate your time tonight.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Barney.
I was listening closely to your interview with our reporter, Rich McHugh, and at one point you said that the killer is watching and will meet them soon. And I couldn't help but notice you glanced at the camera as though you may have been looking at the killer. What makes you think that they're watching?
Did he have bushy eyebrows?
Well, I think that even though we're at the 5-year mark, I still believe, even today, that he knows what's happening. He knows what's happening nationally. He knows what's happening locally. He knows who's covering the story and what's being said, and very likely he's even going to be watching this interview tonight. And I want to clear, Marty, I'm not the lead detective, but I represent many of them that are on this case.
And I know there are many working tirelessly. You are front and center on many of the interviews, so I appreciate the clarification. Has the person responsible reached out to you or other investigators directly?
They have not. No, they have not.
In terms of the evidence, you say it's important that you don't show your hand. It's been 5 years, and you know the frustration from people who follow this case closely. They want answers. Wouldn't releasing information now, more information that you have, be helpful in producing more tips from the public?
Well, I know there's frustration. I know there's frustration locally, and there's frustration literally from around the world. I receive 25 to 30 tips a week just at my desk here in Indianapolis. So I know that there's frustration. And I know that there is a lot of speculative opinion about what we should do, criticism about what we've done, and how we've handled this up to this point. I would just say to that, Marnie, that this is very, very dynamic. It hasn't slowed down too much over the course of these last few years, and I don't anticipate that it will. So everything is calculated. This has been a strategic process from the very beginning, and I completely support what the investigators have decided to do. You know, they've given their life to this, and I've developed lifelong friendships now with the family of Abby and Libby, and there's no one on the planet that wants to go to them more than me and say, we finally did it.
How much more video and audio evidence do you have?
I'm not going to talk about what we have that we haven't released. The purpose of this was to talk specifically about the human effect of this and what it's caused over the course of these last 5 years.
But can you confirm there is more evidence out there?
Yes, we have evidence that we've not released. And eventually I want to be able to tell the world what we know, and I believe that we will.
There is a report and some court documents that suggest there's up to 43 seconds of video. Can you confirm that?
I can't. I can't. Again, I'm not going to talk about what we know or about what I think. I must talk about what we know. And there are some things that we know that I just simply cannot release.
I understand. I'd like to talk about these two sketches that were released years apart by investigators. The images have caused quite a bit of speculation, also some confusion. Are there two suspects that you're looking for?
There are not. There are not. I saw some coverage tonight where I saw Becky Patty was interviewed back in 2019 when that was done. And she said tonight it was like a gut punch. And I felt that gut punch tonight because I would never, ever intentionally cause that to happen. Again, this is very strategic. And I really believe, Marnie, that eventually we're going to take both of those sketches. Remember, a sketch is not a photograph. But we'll take both of those sketches and we'll put them together and then remove them, and the killer will be behind them.
So is the sketch Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
I was just going to ask, is the sketch, how does the public receive this information? Is the sketch, the ultimate suspect, a combination of these two images put on this body that we're seeing on screen right now?
Yes, I believe that we'll be able to put the two of them together and drop the sketch, and that will be the person responsible for the death of Abby and Libby.
That was the dumbest statement.
Yeah.
one of the dumbest statements this man has ever made, because it's nothing like that. He's just an idiot. So
I was just going to say, stop it right there.
Yeah.
Like we said earlier, you combining.
Cut the shit.
Why was she even thinking we're going to combine these two when two different people saw two different people on the bridge, came up with
Does that look like somebody that's looking to murder somebody?
Well, you can't go and do that way.
And do those sketches look anything alike?
no.
No.
And
No,
that's
that
what-
is
that's
a
what I'm
horrible
saying.
interview question.
The statement that he made was beyond stupid, folks. This will tell you the mentality of Doug Carter. He's absolutely ridiculous.
He's out of his mind.
So
yeah,
I knew
you
that.
and I both like freaked out at the same time.
I knew we were both gonna have that was so dumb. So dumb. I don't even remember him saying that. It's the first time I've heard that. So whatever. Moving on. Once again, no, folks.
Yeah,
they
neither sketch looks like Richard Allen.
Neither sketch looks like the person I think that really did this. At least one of them. Okay. Well, this one does look like somebody I believe could be involved. This one looks like his son. I'll just say that much. So, at least to me, that doesn't mean it's true. Now, neither one of these look like who I believe this person is.
In the dirt.
I'm sorry.
Let's talk about the bullet in the dirt.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. I don't want to get too far ahead and get anybody confused.
Okay.
Yet, but we're gonna get there for sure. Yeah, and neither one of these sketches looks like the person that I believe this is in the middle. Okay, I'll tell you that much. That's somebody else that's not being put out there yet, but you will see him. Yeah, I don't want anybody to get overly confused before we jump ahead too fast, but we're gonna get into this other stuff here quickly. And no, there was no DNA found, Patty. They found no DNA. They had nothing. This is nothing like what you would think. They had a bullet. And we'll get to the bullet, just like BS.
I think there was.
I'm sorry.
I thought there was DNA. No?
Not the way you think there was. Not even
on
close.
On a particle of clothing?
There was nothing that belonged to him. Not Richard's.
No,
I
know
mean,
it didn't match Richard Allen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have clarified that. Yeah. There was DNA, yes, like in that aspect.
Well, bullets have certain millimeters. There's so
there was a little bit, but it was not the person they have in jail. It wasn't his, is what I'm trying to say. I should have said that differently. I'm sorry.
Why am I thinking there was? Oh, there wasn't semen or anything? I thought there was.
No, there was no semen. They had really nothing, you guys. Like I said earlier, they had less in this case, in my opinion, than they have in Idaho.
I think they had a 357 bullet, and the prosecution attorney said that it was a 38 bullet.
It's a 6 hour.
There's like 2 millimeters difference in that bullet.
It's a 6. It comes out of a 6
1.6 millimeter. I don't know, but there's a difference in the size of the bullet from a 357 and a 38 special.
Yeah, there's differences there for sure.
She testified even in the trial about it being a certain bullet, and then she couldn't even backpedal, and she tried to save her ass on the stand, but she couldn't even barely do that. Why?
Well, that's true. The bullet that was found, as we'll find out down the road here, was found in the dirt between the victims, guys. They said that it had never been fired through a gun, and that it was Richard Allen's through his gun. But she actually had to fire it through the gun to make it work, and it still screwed up. It was still a mess. So they did it wrong, all of it.
Wow.
So anyway, we're about done with this one here, and then we'll get into some of this other stuff. Absolutely.
Do you anticipate releasing another sketch, perhaps a third sketch that is more of a cross between the two?
No,
third sketch
happening. At least that's something the detectives have brought to me or talked about.
DNA is critical to solving so many of these types of crimes. How important is it in a case like this?
Apparently not that important.
Very, very important. And technology associated, generally speaking, with complex homicide investigations continues to become better over time. And I think that will be the case with many of these unsolved crimes around the country as we continue to work through them and time goes by.
And is it an important component of this investigation?
It is.
Keegan Klein, he was brought up several times in our reporting tonight. He has not been named as a suspect. Has he been questioned in relation to this case, and why release that fake social media account? What was the purpose of that?
Yeah, again, a very dynamic situation and very strategic decision to do that. And what I can say about Keegan Klein is when that was released not long ago, significant tips have come in that have been very meaningful to us. So we're just beginning with the Anthony Schatz profile and what that might mean to the Delphi homicides.
What does the fake social media account have to do with your outreach to the public? What are you asking for from the public in terms of focusing on Keegan Klein, focusing on this Anthony Schatz, releasing that to the public? What is your message to people who may have crossed paths?
To let us know if they did. And we explained that pretty well when that was released, I thought. I felt that it was very well done. And we've received a tremendous amount of tips since then. So we'll follow up on every single one of those with anyone that's had any contact with Keegan Klein or Anthony Schatz.
Superintendent, the day that Abby and Libby's bodies were found, I know you were there. I know you chose to drive home the long way, as you say, to process what you had seen, and you didn't listen to any music. You just thought about this horrific crime. What motivates you today, 5 years later, to solve this case?
Oh my God.
There are so many pieces to it that have had such a detrimental effect on so many people. And we owe the community, we owe the family, we owe the state and literally the nation an explanation as to what happened. That's Anytown America, Marnie. It's Anytown America. And the level of violence, it just gut-wrenching to me to think about what happened to those little girls and then ultimately what happened to the community. But I would like to say, even through all the criticism and all the things that we've been through associated with this, which I understand I'm not being critical of, so much good has come of this. That community in Carroll County and Delphi is wonderful. The people there, how they've responded to this, how they've come together in such a terrible, terrible, terrible dark time is something that I'll remember till my final day. I still spend time on that trail, and I still spend time in that small town. And I feel for the sheriff's office and the city PD there and the hundreds of people from the state police here in Indiana that have been involved in that. And I believe we'll come to a successful conclusion.
Superintendent, I know that you have spent countless hours working this case, as your colleagues have as well alongside you. You called this the totality of evil. And I pray tonight that you are in fact close to catching this killer, for Abby and Libby, for their families, and for all those who have followed this case so closely. Thank you for your investigative work, and I appreciate you coming on and speaking with us live tonight. I know you don't do it very often. I wish you the best, and
It's been a pleasure.
I'd love to have you back when you catch this guy.
I'd love to come back. Thank you.
Superintendent Doug.
Well, that'll be never, because they've not caught this guy. That was put out 3 years ago, guys, just so you know. It's pretty bad.
I will make a mental note and never move to Delphi.
Sorry.
I said I will make a mental note and never move to Delphi.
Yeah, I wouldn't if I were you. I definitely wouldn't if I were you. It's a mess. It's a big, 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 big mess. So I'm going to give you something, guys. 8 years ago, okay? 8 years ago, the press conference that was done by that joke wearing a badge is what I'm going to call him. Like I said, I love law enforcement. I respect law enforcement. I do not respect him because he did nothing that he should have done in this case, and he definitely did nothing in the Flora 4 case, okay? And he pretends like he cares. That's the problem I have.
Yeah.
Okay, good morning. On behalf of Sheriff Tove Lisenby of the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, who is the lead agency in this investigation, Delphi Mayor Shane Evans,
That name there is another name you're going to want to know that is not a good person either. Tove Lesby. You don't know. Another bad person, in my opinion.
I would like to welcome you to Delphi, Indiana,
Within the
Carroll County. If you would allow me a little bit of latitude here before we get into the meat and potatoes of the press conference to give a couple of thank yous, I would like to do that now. We volunteer because we care. Again, we volunteer because we care. I saw that on a fire truck here in Delphi, Indiana yesterday. But also their willingness to give us information, giving donations and any general support to this investigation. German and Abigail Williams. And I would like to thank the media for their patience. I understand there's information that you would like to get to your subscribers, get out into the media. But as you know, we have information that's germane to our investigation that we have to keep close to the vest because this investigation is too important to make any mistakes and give out the wrong information. So again, I thank you for your support and your patience as we go through this case. There are a couple of acknowledgements I must introduce today, a couple of folks, department heads that are here. We have Delphi Mayor Shane Evans, Carroll County Prosecutor Rob Ives, Carroll County Sheriff Tove Lesby, Delphi Police Chief Steve Mullen, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter, FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge Greg Massa, and Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police. Obviously, the reason we are here today is to give out information in the double homicide of Liberty German and Abigail Williams. On February 13th, Abigail Williams, 13, and Liberty German, 14, went on a hike at the Delphi Historic Trails. On February 13th, they were reported missing later in the afternoon when they failed to return to a pickup location as a family member returned to pick them up from their hike. After organized searches on February 14th, one of those search parties unfortunately found the bodies of the two teens.
In a place that they had already looked beforehand, guys. They had covered that spot. They weren't there. And then conveniently, they were. Think about that. Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How did it change from the 13th to the 14th?
I'm sorry?
How did it change from the 13th to the 14th of February?
What are you talking about? The date?
Yes.
They were found on it was overnight. Like they were found the next day on the 14th. They disappeared on the 13th, and then they were missing overnight, and then they found them the next morning. Like I think it was around 11 something the next day. Yeah.
Okay. So similar. Okay.
And it's weird because the dates are close too. I know.
Right. Onward. I guess they just don't know how to do their job. I don't know.
Well, they searched the area that the girls were found in. They covered that at one point. And
do you know the coroner? What's the coroner's name? Do you know?
I can't remember right now, but we'll be able to pull all that stuff up for sure. What's up, Kim?
Did they, because they like called off the search at a certain point during the night, right? But didn't they?
Yeah.
Did they leave somebody out there overnight? Was that firefighter guy out there?
Yes, ma'am. I do believe there was. Yeah. It
was only like one or two people, right?
Yeah, there was just a couple they left out there just because a couple people volunteered to be out there still, obviously, so on and so forth. And then, like I said, the next morning, they appeared in the area that they had already gone through, which I feel is very convenient because of the property they were on. I personally believe, as we'll get into, that they were inside that house. I think they were in that house personally at some point, okay? And then they were brought back out. This is just, again, an opinion, folks. Don't take it for anything more than an opinion, please, okay?
Well, you probably already know this and can get into it at that time when it comes up, but I'm eager to hear who was out there overnight and their connections to the alternative suspects.
Absolutely.
Especially if they volunteered to stay out there.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Idaho or?
No, we're talking about this one, Delphi.
Talking about Delphi.
Definitely. Yeah, this is all about that.
They were found at a tree.
They were found in a wooded type area next to a tree. Yes. Few trees were actually in that area. And then they were, as I'll show you a diagram. I'm not going to show you the actual crime scene photographs. I won't do that to these girls. They deserve way more respect than that.
Of course not.
And anybody that would put those out there, shame on you. There have been a couple creators that did, and I will never support.
Nor do I want to see them.
Yes, no, nobody wants to see them. Well, there are some people that do want to see them, but there's a difference between it. Putting it out to the whole world like this and looking at it in private as an investigator or investigating the
I just want justice for those girls.
Is different. So yes.
They also didn't search that house for
they didn't.
A time.
Nope, they sure didn't, and they should have been in that house that day, in my opinion. I'll just say it that way because it's on that property, and then this person ends up. There's a lot. We'll get into it, but there's a lot with this person that I absolutely don't trust, and he did some things to his property that he, right after this happened, that you wouldn't understand why he did it. He lied. There's a lot of things with him that I don't understand what the hell they didn't do or whatever, but maybe I do. I don't know.
I'm just going to say it out loud. I think it was ritualistic.
Who?
I think it was ritualistic.
Oh, yeah. I think part of it was. Yes, I agree with you. William Librato himself said, which was Richard Allen's secondary defense attorney, he said one girl was sacrificed and one girl was murdered. So
correct.
Take it for what it is, folks. I mean, if you add the Odinism, and I hate even using the word heathenism thing on the end of it, because it wasn't Odinism. They didn't sell it. They didn't practice Odinism in its actual sense. Okay, they twisted something very dark and nasty and used it to be able to do that.
I consider it like a biker club. Or like the elites. You have to build your way up. And maybe they weren't there yet. Maybe they were just doing it because they thought they had to make the next step up the ladder. Right around.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah. Could be that. Could be the reason. Trying to impress the higher ups or whatever. Possibly. Yes. I agree with that.
Someone asked a question. Did Ron Logan refuse?
So hold on, Robert. What'd you say, Kim? Someone asked a question.
Did Ron Logan refuse a search on the 13th?
You know what? I don't know. That's a great question.
I thought he let them search around outside.
I know he did do that. I don't remember if there was a request to do an interior search, but if there was, if you would have denied them, all they would have to do is get a warrant. Then you know what I mean? They should have at least.
I think it was more like, do you care if we look around? And they just like looked around the outside of.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's some things that don't fit with this.
But you need to, I want to know if they had a warrant or not, because if you don't have a warrant, then that would be your pretty much refusing your constitutional rights as a citizen. Why? And why would you do that? Because if somebody comes to my house and I'm innocent of everything, you're not coming in my house without a warrant.
Well, that's Tomboy just said he was on probation, which he was. That's why he ended up going back to jail.
Well, you're not coming in my house ever without a warrant. So if you let them in voluntarily without a warrant, that's a whole different story.
Right. Do you have a delay, BS? Do you know if you have a delay?
I might. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I just checking to see if it was delayed compared to the rest of us. That's all. Yeah, Tomboy said he was on probation. They did not need a warrant to search, and that's true. If you're under any kind of legal ramification,
well, if you're on parole, they don't need a warrant.
That's true. Very true. Very true. Thank you, Tomboy. All right. Let me see.
Robert wanted to say something.
Go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
This case reminds me of the Heather Dawn Church case from the early 90s, when the perpetrator was asked about Heather Dawn Church's disappearance that very morning, and the police asked if they could search his property. Mind you, they didn't go in the house, but and he allowed them to search his property, and it was maybe 2 or 3 years later, they actually realized he was the one that caused her disappearance. And he was like one of the most prolific serial killers in the United States at that time.
They don't need a personal warrant from himself. The prosecution and the DA will give that.
Was that the toy box case?
The
I don't remember.
investigator.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I'm not familiar with
Guy
that one.
with
Robert.
the toy box?
The DA can give you a warrant if they.
No, that wasn't the toy box case. Heather Dawn Church lived in the Black Forest there in Colorado back in the early 90s, and Robert Brown, he was a traveling serial killer, and Heather Dawn Church went missing out of her home in the middle of the night, and everyone was blamed. The mom was blamed, the dad was blamed, but it was actually Robert Brown who actually was the one that kidnapped her and unalived her the same night.
I don't know that one.
And the case went on for like 2 years until they actually realized it was him.
I've never heard of that one. It's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. On we go. I'm gonna get through this. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit so we can get to some of the more important stuff. But this is important because I want you to understand what they put out 8 years ago at their press conference and then what things turned into at some point. It's kind of important. And then we'll get on to the deeper, more interesting points of the situation.
Real quick, Dago, is this the guy standing at the podium? Is this the guy that you said remember his name?
No, Tobe.
Yeah, Tobe.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
That's one of the other names that need to be remembered. Just write down all the names that
Oh,
you hear.
Greg Masta.
I'm sorry.
Greg Masta.
I think.
Tobe Lesby.
Yeah, that's the other one. I just best bet, Kim, would be to write down all the names that's why I point out certain names so you can refer to it.
I missed that one. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, definitely.
I take notes.
He's one of the other bad guys I'll put on in this case next to Nick and everybody else. So
yeah, I'm not familiar with that name.
Nick, the prosecutor himself, was garbage, absolute garbage, and very corrupt. You'll find out. So.
Okay.
Evidence in this case has led investigators to believe this is a double homicide, and that's what we're investigating at this time. Also shown in front of me is an enlarged depiction of a person believed to be the suspect in this case. We are actively looking for this person. We believe this person.
Can we pause it for a second?
And we would like any information, regardless of how small or minute you might believe that information to be. It might be one piece of a very large puzzle that helps us get this person in custody.
I'm sorry?
Can we I just want to state that linguistics mean a lot with these crimes, quote unquote, whatever you want to call them. Linguistics, the language you use, the words you speak mean a lot.
The verbiage is
You
very
say,
important.
I believe, that doesn't mean shit in the court of law. Okay?
Right.
I believe in unicorns. Really?
Right. Agreed.
I just want to throw that out there.
Absolutely.
Onward.
Please call our tip line, 844-459-5786. And again, I would like, as we go through this press conference, to remind the media there's going to be information that is germane to our investigation that we're not going to release today. But at the end of the press conference, we will have time for questions and answers. So as we go through our speakers, I ask you to please hold your questions to the end of the press conference. So at this time, I would like to invite Indiana State Police Superintendent Douglas Carter to the podium.
Words tend to escape during these periods of times, and I've only had a couple of other situations in my lifetime where I'm able to stand before you and say that. Why Libby? Why Abby? Why Delphi? Why Carroll County? Why the region? Why the state? Why even in the nation? I say that because this is a classic example and a clear example that evil lives amongst us. To the family, to the community, the region, the state, as leader of the Indiana State Police, I say, I am so very sorry. Resources. It's unlikely that any of you will ever see, nor will we ever see or experience again, the level of resources that are attached to this investigation. To the media, my gosh, all I can say is to give you my sincere thanks. See, this isn't like TV. There's a perception that this can be solved very quickly. Anything that we do can be solved very quickly, but this is a testament that it can't, and we need you. We've needed you since last week. We need you today, and we need you tomorrow. And likely we'll need the media all across this nation. So from a simple guy like me to you, I say thank you. To the people dressed funny like me and those that represent the law enforcement profession, please understand we're human beings just like you. I stand anywhere in the nation with people standing behind me. And I would suggest to you that every time something like this happens, a little piece of us dies as well. But I also want you to understand how committed we are as a collective one, and we will continue. This has been briefed all the way up to the director of the FBI, Director Comey, and Greg Mass is going to talk a little bit about that. I've had an opportunity to speak to my boss, Governor Eric Holcomb, a couple different times about the situation. And every time I do, I see this look that comes over his face, just like yours in his communities. And that's the unfortunate experience of experiencing evil. We're not stopping. The poster in front of you. Someone knows who this individual is. Someone knows who this individual is. Is it a family member? Is it a neighbor? Is it an acquaintance? Is it an associate? Or maybe that one guy that lives over at that one place that just kind of not right. Maybe it's technology. We need human intelligence. In other words, we need you. I'm not suggesting that that everything that we can do as science has been done, because we are just getting started. Abby and Libby deserve us. They deserve every single one of us, and not just the people standing up here on the stage that have given so much of their lives to not just this, but to this profession, but each and every one of you. Each and every person listening, watching, or seeing this in some form, we need you.
Just so everybody knows, this press conference was from February 23rd of 2017. So not too long after this happened.
Libby and Abby need you. Please do not rationalize tips away. Rationalize what you think that might not be important away. By thinking he would never do that to another human being. Or think what I know doesn't matter. Let folks like the people that are standing behind me with such incredible passion and commitment and dedication to this profession make that determination. Tips are anonymous. Some might not want to talk about it because they don't want to get involved, because they know the individual. Again, he may be a family member, probably has family. No one will ever know. No one will ever know. There's not an agency on the planet better than helping us facilitate this than the FBI. And they're as entrenched in this as anybody. No one will know. As poor as this picture is, somebody knows. And if you're watching, we'll find you. Who's next? I hate to ask you that question. I'd give my life to not have to. But I know you've asked yourself that very question. We must recognize it. You see, we're all the same. We're all human beings. We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby, for this community, and frankly, to ensure that good trumps evil. And it will. You're going to hear more in just a minute about what we know. Do not discount the voice that you'll hear. We will stay committed with resolve, very rarely exhibited with human behavior until this conclusion. Please be patient. Become our partners and communicate with us as often as you can. And now from a very humble servant, that's the most blessed guy on this planet to represent the profession that I represent, to Abby and Libby. It's my hope and my prayer that you're now experiencing God's promise of eternal peace.
At this time, I would like to invite Greg Massa, Assistant Special Agent in charge for the FBI, to the podium.
Good morning. As the Assistant Special Agent in charge, my role is to supervise and lead the FBI's criminal investigations across the state of Indiana. 9 days ago, we had an agent that was participating in the search for the missing victims. And from that moment until this morning, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our law enforcement partners here. The FBI plays an important support role in this investigation, this joint investigation. I'm very humbled by the response that the resources that are under my direction have brought, and hopefully the contributions that we are making. On any given day, we have 20 FBI agents that are here providing investigative help, whether that's running down leads, conducting interviews, helping with lead tracking system, providing intelligence analysis support, providing technical assistance. Every night, I update our FBI headquarters to our Deputy Assistant Director, and as the Superintendent mentioned, this has been briefed to the FBI Director on 2 occasions. So whatever resource that the FBI has available, whether it's here in the state of Indiana or nationally, we have brought those resources, and we will continue to do so. We were committed to working around the clock, as we have been over the last 9 days, and will continue to do so until this case is solved. To the members of the community, when I met with our behavioral analysis unit and their expertise and their experience, it is oftentimes even unwitting that a member of the community may have information that is germane to this investigation. And I'd like the community to go back 9 days and go back to the afternoon of February 13th, Monday, February 13th, and just think if you had an interaction with an individual who inexplicably canceled an appointment that you had together, or an individual called into work sick and canceled an important appointment or a social engagement, and at the time gave what would have been a plausible explanation. My cell phone broke, or I had a flat tire on my car. But in retrospect, that excuse no longer holds water. That may be important. Likely so are behavioral indicators that this individual may have exhibited since the afternoon of May 13th. Did this individual travel unexpectedly? Did they change their appearance? Did they shave their beard, cut their hair, change the color of their hair? The superintendent mentioned the clothes that this individual was wearing in the photo. Did they change the way they dress? Did their behavior change? Did their sleep pattern is different now? Did they start abusing drugs or alcohol whereas they would not have? Have they been anxious, nervous, irritable? Have they followed this case and what the media is putting out with a sense that is not normal? Have they had ongoing discussions regarding their whereabouts on that afternoon or thereafter? Please, if you have that information, call that into the tip line. After this press conference, the FBI will be putting out a series of these indicators on our social media, so it'll be available not only to the citizens of this community, but across the state of Indiana and then nationally as well. We'll also be utilizing digital billboards, and in any way we can spread this message, we will. I'll just finalize my remarks just to say that to my law enforcement partners behind me, to the community at large, 9 days ago, the FBI stood shoulder to shoulder with you. We're not going anywhere. We will be here until this case is solved, and I am confident this case will be solved. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to invite Captain Dave Burston, Chief Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police, to the podium.
Thank you, Tony. We do have some new information for you today. It's in the form of an audio file from the cell phone that Liberty German had with her at the time. We're not going to play everything that we have, but Liberty had the presence of mind to turn on her video camera. Again, we're not going to be able to share everything with you, but we are going to share this audio clip with you momentarily with the hope that somebody will recognize this voice. And I want to be very clear that what you're about to hear is just 4 short words. Excuse me, 3 words: down the hill. You're going to hear this played 4 times. The audio quality is not superb, but there's enough there that somebody could recognize this person's voice. And as Superintendent Carter said, not to rationalize away. If you hear this today and you think, my God, that sounds like fill in the blank, call us, make an anonymous tip. Tell us who you think it is. Let us investigate it. If it's not the right person, they'll just be out a little bit of time and they'll be cleared and they can go on and they'll never know that you called. But you may tell us who the right person was. And you could be the person that helps us to solve this horrible crime. Micah, play the clip, please. Would you play it one more time? So that audio clip later today will be available on the Indiana State Police website. You can simply go to our website and add the extension /delphi.htm. There will be information on that website that talks about the reward that is being collected now. Sergeant Slocum will talk more about that, the amount of money that's been raised towards solving this case. And really, money shouldn't be what drives somebody to help solve this, just a sense of community and wanting to help and to get this person off the street. The image that you see there of the suspect, that came from Liberty's phone. I think many of you had speculated that before. We weren't prepared to discuss it at the time. We have more video. We're not releasing it. It's germane to our investigation. And it's important that we spread that person's voice far and wide for somebody that will recognize who that is.
Okay, the rest of this is them thanking each other for patting each other's asses and everything else. It's a bunch of bullshit. So we're not going to sit and give them the opportunity to view that because it's worthless to me. I just wanted you to see and hear the important parts of it. And I know I look like an idiot with the hat on, but I'm cold in here in the back right now. So please excuse it. You can laugh at me. It's okay. I'm just not going to view the thank you for this and that. And we have this and this and this. No, we should have been talking about them the whole time, period. So moving on, any thoughts, questions about any of this before we go forward with this?
Nope.
Okay. I'm going to show you real quick the family, the Patties, Mike and Becky Patty, real quick, and listen to their quick statement. And then we're going to get into the details, the important parts of the case, truly.
Ryan, Indiana State Police. Purpose of this press conference is to allow the family of Liberty German
And Abby. God, I pray that their response, so that all of this, we put our trust in you.
Huge net of thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Toby. I wrote down some stuff so I wouldn't forget what we'd like to communicate. My family put this together. So obviously my name is Mike Patty. This is my wife, Becky. We'd both like to thank you for showing up here today. I'd like to read a statement. I got to put my glasses on for this. So show my age a little bit. This is a statement from Abby's family. Abby and Libby loved each other. Throughout this tragedy, we have honored their memory by caring for and respecting each other. We respect Libby's family decision to speak publicly at this time, just as they respected our family's decision not to speak publicly, the family of Abby Williams. I would also ask that the media to respect their choice. Let them reach out to you if they so desire to do it. A little over 3 weeks ago, February 13th, our girls went missing. On February 14th, they were found victims of a double homicide. This horrible crime has torn a hole in our families that'll never heal. It's the small things that seem to hurt the most. It's just natural to holler for them to come to dinner or in the mornings to get up and get ready for school. Then expect them to come through the door after school. The silence when we don't hear their voice. Our girls were excited about the upcoming softball season. Just the day before all this happened, they had their equipment out playing catch, working on their batting in the backyard, going to the ball field with Anna to hone their skills for the upcoming season. But they'll never get to play a single inning again. There are too many ways to count how our lives will forever be impacted to share here today. I imagine most people listening that have raised or are raising children know how kids can be. A phrase that was jokingly attached to Libby and our family, from asking her to pick up her shoes, her school backpack, her coat, her first reply would almost always be, I will in a minute. We joked with her about this all the time. I believe if she were able to speak, she would ask people, please give her the 1 minute she always asked for, to really study the picture and listen to the audio clip. Someone out there knows this person or persons. He's someone's neighbor, coworker.
Welcome, Doc. You didn't miss a whole lot of the important stuff. I'm just putting out the basics of everything from the beginning, and then we're getting ready to dive in head first to everything else. So,
Family member, friend, husband, or acquaintance. If and when any new information is released by law enforcement, please take another minute from your day to review all the information and help us collect the pieces of this puzzle. Both of our families are requesting everyone to please help Abby and Libby. Look for someone who's recently changed their appearance, cut their hair, shaved, or started wearing different clothes. Have they changed in some strange manner that just seems a little odd? If you think it could be, but then say, no, he's not like that, go with your initial instinct. Let law enforcement run that information and make that determination. However small it may seem, it is extremely vital to capture every tip we can get. Please, we need your help. At this time, I'd also like to thank law enforcement and officials, along with our employers, pastors, the people and businesses of this great community across the state, nation, and beyond, who have pulled together around us, providing help and support in so many ways. From fundraisers, food for our families and law enforcement, to the hugs, handshakes, kind words, all of these items help. But again, we're asking everyone to take 1 minute and study the picture and audio, then reporting information you may have to the tip or email line. We also say thank you for all the generous donations for the reward fund. To the individuals, groups, businesses, all of which are too numerous to name. A couple that stand out are Pat McAfee and Jim Irsay. With their donation, the reward fund is now well over $200,000. The other donations we've received in Libby's name have been utilized to establish a scholarship fund in her name. And the rest of the funds we hope to be used to build a softball field and park in the memory of the girls, so they'll be remembered forever and have something for everyone to enjoy. Now, I would like to thank the news media. I've had several conversations with many of you. Your professionalism and respect for our families has been honorable. We've lost our children, and nothing will bring them back. But through your persevering coverage and help with this investigation, we are confident that together we can bring justice to those responsible for this horrible crime. We appreciate your time and help. Thank you very much.
If anybody has any questions for Mr. Patty, now would be the time to ask.
Mr. Patty, your grandmother was heroic in her final moments. She was able to trust recording her cell phone and provide evidence to police the voice that we heard. How did you guys react when you learned that she was able to do this?
Well, I'm glad she had the wherewithal to do that, and I certainly hope that that proves to be the vital piece, that helps bring resolution to this. Obviously, we're proud. It's too bad it had to happen like that, but yeah, it was glad she had the wherewithal to do that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Similar question was, specifically called Libby 2 weeks ago at that press conference for reporting what she did on that phone. When you hear them call your grandmother a hero, what was your reaction?
Well, first off, I'd like to address that is both the girls were heroes. They stuck together. I don't know exactly what happened out there that day, but I imagine there was probably an opportunity for one or both to separate and try to make a break different ways. But those girls loved each other. They were good friends. Neither one of them left each other's side. Both those girls are heroes in my book.
Mike, you talked about the last things that you said to your grandmother share.
Absolutely. In our house, it's always, I love you, every time. That was with outstanding all of our grandkids, all of our children, everything. That's just it, you know, before they go to bed, when they get up, drop them off for school, whatever it is, send a text message. It's always, I love you.
At this point, you said you're doing everything you can to keep together as a family and get grief, but at this point, what can you say about not having like solid information? How are you coping with that at this point too? You know, suspect at this point, they can pull in for questioning. Is that really difficult at this point for your family?
Well, obviously, yeah, we would like to see somebody, responsible for this, but I'm relying on law enforcement, and the efforts that they're putting forward. They've been kind enough. They walked me through their process of how they're evaluating this. I'm kind of a process-oriented guy, so they walked me through that. I'm very impressed with the steps that they go through whenever they receive tips. And trust me, every tip, every call is checked. There's nothing that's just going into a bucket, even if it seems so silly. There's the cohesive, work between the state police, the county police, the FBI, and the city police, and officers from all over that are coming in is just truly impressive. I truly feel we're going to get to the bottom of this, and that's why I'm asking for help out there. Any tips we can get is monumental, and it can really bring this case to resolution. Thank you.
The community and how important the support, as you mentioned, people using orange lights all over the area to remember these girls. How is it helping your family get through this right now? When you look around and see these posters and see the bridges and just everything that people are doing.
It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. The support that we receive from the community, the schools, her friends, law enforcement, just the public, our friends, co-workers. It's overwhelming, and it's the love that's poured upon us, and the support is welcomed. And we could sure use that right now. So thank you for that. Daily, multiple times.
This is your chance to talk to somebody out there, like you mentioned, that knows something that maybe it's their dad, it's their friend, they don't want to speak out about the Lord. What can you tell them right now to get them to talk about what they took away from your family and why they need to come forward today?
Well, I'm hoping through if you want to call it the speech, or what I mean, that we developed or that we put together there and read, and I'm just reaching out to them to help put closure. This is a hurdle and a path that we're going down that, the pain will always be there forever. But this is a hurdle that needs to be knocked down. And with the help of law enforcement, I truly believe it will. But we need somebody out there. Somebody knows something. Somebody has to know this person, recognize that voice. And I encourage them to call in and give us that vital piece of information. No matter how small it may seem, it may fit into another piece of the puzzle that'll help put closure to this.
Mike, it's been more than 3 weeks now since your daughter's murder. How are we maintaining optimism that she will still be found?
Well, that's a lot of what we have right now is optimism, and the pouring in of the tips and the support of the public, and again, all of our friends and everything that is coming into us. That's where we're gaining our strength right now. That and through our pastor, who's been a rock for us as well. Both of our families, we support each other. Abby's family and ours, we're in contact, so we help each other get through this. Yes, sir.
Two more questions.
Have you related with New York City similar cases?
I'll talk about the rumors here shortly. Yes.
How troubling to you knowing that there's a very dangerous person still out there?
Well, obviously, it's troubling for us as well as the whole community, the state, the nation. Somebody's out there that's done this. They need to be brought to justice, and that's why we're holding this conference. We need somebody out there who has that vital piece of information to turn this in. Help this community, help this state, help our nation, help our families to bring this to justice.
You know the trails very well. well in that area. Do your gut instinct at this point from the family, you think it's something that lives around here and knew those trails very well?
Alexis, we're not going to speculate right now on where they're from, and I'll get into that here shortly. So one more over here.
Mr. Patty, yes. What would you say to this person who's down there who's responsible for this? I don't know that I have a comment right now. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest with you. So try to be a Christian man. So I'll put more thought to that.
Last one here.
Why do you think Libby has the presence of mind to press report that day? Is that part of her personality? Is that something you guys taught her?
Obviously, she's a smart girl. She really was. But we talked a lot about having the presence of mind of your surroundings, and obviously, she's kind of a photo buff anyway. That's why the girls were out there taking pictures. That's why they went out there in the first place, to catch the scenery, do some video with each other, and that's just part of what kids do. And trust me, there's hundreds and if not thousands of pictures at home on all of our computers and stuff where all of them have done it over the years. So that's just part of their natural activity. But obviously, she had presence of mind. Sensed something little strange there. I'm glad she did. Very glad. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that's it for. Here's the reason why I'm doing this, you guys. I wanted you to see the beginning of this, how it all went down. I wanted you to see law enforcement, what they did. I wanted you to see the most active family members in what they had to say to kind of get a feel for the whole thing. Okay, like a vibe for the whole, how this all started off, how everything went down in the beginning. That's why I showed you these things. Okay, because there's a lot of people that don't know this case at all. That's why I did that. I know some of you guys have seen this time and time and time again. I'm sorry for that. But I think it's important to get the whole vibe from the whole thing from the beginning, if that makes any sense. So that was Mike and Becky Patty, them coming forth on this, so on and so forth. We saw the law enforcement, their statements, what they did, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. So now we're going to get into the depths of the things of what went on with this. Okay. There's many people, in my opinion, that are involved in this. Okay. Now, the man that is in prison for this, Richard Allen, who I do not believe is supposed to be in prison for this. This came after the fact, but I'm going to show you this first. It's important, I think, for you guys to get a feel for him. And for this, he was in this area on that day, according to him. He came forward himself and said, hey, this, that, and everything else, blah, blah, blah. Shit. Hold on one second, guys.
How's everybody doing? Oh, you can't see me because there's a thing on the screen.
Sorry, you guys. That was the boss lady calling, but we're good now. Thanks for popping on, Kim. Sorry about that, everybody. But yeah, this is Richard Allen's interview. And you'll watch what they did to him. It's right in front of your faces, okay? And after we see this, then we're going to get into the other people. There's many other, just like with Idaho, but there's way more alternative suspects in this that very much look to be guilty. There's no doubt in my mind that they can. Go ahead.
Sorry. Is this his first interview when they first called him in?
This is October 6th of 22, the part 1. Yeah. When he first came in for the, you know what I mean?
When he thought he was getting his car or something, or no?
I believe so. Yeah. He was coming down to pick something up or something. I can't remember. It's been a minute now, but yeah.
I don't think I've watched this whole thing. So
It's interesting how this happens. I mean, they play him like a fiddle, folks, and he catches it. He truly catches it. He sees that they're trying what they're trying to do here. And he basically is like, no, you ain't gonna do this to me. Fuck you and fuck you. And no, that's what he says basically, you know. So I have no problems with Kim taking over of anybody if she did. So that's perfectly fine with me. Hey, Blonda, good to see you. And Mama, welcome to you. So yeah. Here we go. And like I said, they try to play friend to him, you know, the Mr. Nice Guy cop, blah, 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 as you'll see. And then at some point, they start to turn on him. It's crazy.
Absolutely nothing. Okay. This is a property record and receipt. So this is going to read kind of funny, but you'll see. So we seal everything. So sealed paper bag containing 1 pair of dirty Thorgood boots, size 7.5 mins. And then on down. So we took the clothing that you had mentioned that you possibly could have been wearing the day you're on.
If you're talking, I don't hear you at all. BS. You're not muted or anything either. I don't hear you, dear.
Bridge. Okay. And then we also took some knives. Okay. We took your car. Okay. And then we also took a weapon, a SIG 40, right? Okay. Right there. I used to be a Beretta guy. I was in the Marine Corps. Yeah. Stopped the Berettas. And then when I first got on the state police, we had Berettas as well. And then we went to Glocks for a little bit. Sure. And then we went to SIGs.
I was trying to think what we even had. I think the Berettas were probably coming out before I got out. Because they used to have the old 45s.
Beretta?
No, they were
Springfield.
I have no idea, honestly. They were the government issued 45s.
Yeah, we had I think there were 40 Berettas. And I think when I came on in 2001 in the state police, we had Berettas, but we went to Glocks, not a huge fan of Glocks, but SIGs. Mm-hmm. If I could build an indoor range and afford the ammo, I'd shoot that thing every day.
Yeah.
You shoot yours?
I've not had a lot of experience, no.
No?
I mean, target practice here and there. It's probably been, I don't even remember. I haven't shot them in a long time, I know that.
Do they have like an indoor range in Delphi?
No, not that I know of. Honestly, I don't even know where. I haven't looked. There used to be one in Kokomo. That's the only thing I know.
Yeah, and you live in town, so you can't go out your back door and shoot it.
No, I probably could. It probably wouldn't be a good idea, but
I live out in the country, so I know my closest neighbor's like 2 miles away, so I shoot mine out there. I got like a ditch. I don't have an indoor range, but I have like a ditch I can shoot and stuff like that. So, like I said, these are the items that we took. These are the items that we're testing. Some tests take longer than others, as you know. So the lab wants me to ask a few questions just about to help us with the testing, and you'll understand when I ask you.
Okay.
So, for example, they took a lot of swabs. They're taking swabs off of everything. Okay. So what they want to know is, have you ever loaned anything out that we've taken? And again, I just told you what we took. I realized that, but mostly some of the major items that, have you ever loaned them out for a significant time? Because if, for example, my buddy's fuel pump went out in his truck, he said, hey, can I borrow your old truck? And I said, yeah. He said it's going to be 2 weeks and up being 5 or 6 months. That would be a significant time frame. That my buddy's DNA would be in that truck.
Okay.
Is there anything that you've loaned out for besides your family members? We don't care about your wife's
Not that I
DNA.
can think of.
You never loaned a truck out, or your sorry, it's a Ford Focus. Is that what it is?
I mean, if I do, I certainly don't remember. Most of.
Focus on Richard Allen's voice for a minute, okay? Richard Allen's voice, I'll be honest, kind of has the same pitch as mine. It's like a higher pitch, tone and pitch to it, okay? The guy on the bridge is deeper, definitely deeper, raspier, so on and so forth. There's no comparison as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to play Bridge Guy here shortly after this, and you'll hear it again. You see how little this guy is, too. He's a short dude, okay? A little bit of a beer belly there at that time. As you've seen him in now, it's nothing like that because of what they did to him. But, again, little dude, very little guy, very high-pitched tone to his voice. Doesn't sound anything like the recording and doesn't look anything like the figure that we see on the bridge, just so you know.
Most of my family has vehicles, so extra vehicles.
Yeah. The same thing like my son. He sometimes will come over and leave his coat, and I'll wear it for a couple months or something like that.
Okay.
Or my son-in-law, he'll spend money on guns. He's a gun freak. He likes to buy guns, and then he'll be like, "Hey, can I borrow $500?" And then he'll give me one of his guns as collateral, and then when he gets the money back, anything like that you know of? Yeah. So I'll let the lab know that. That's one of the big things. And then, like I said, some of the tests are already back. I do want to talk to you about one of the tests that we got the results back. The other thing is, any of these knives or the gun, did you have that the day that you recall having that with you on the day of the 13th when you were out there on the bridge? No. You don't remember if you did or you didn't?
I didn't. I just went out for a short walk that day.
Okay. Well, we'll get to the meat and potatoes of this, Rick. I appreciate you being cooperative with me. I want to talk about the results of your handgun. Okay.
Now watch this, guys. Pay attention and watch. Look at Alan's face. You can tell he looks, I know people say people fake things. This man looks genuinely separate from this, in my opinion. Completely separated. People can fake things. That's great. So on and so forth. The confusion look is absolutely real, in my opinion. Watch this.
Okay. So, handguns, as you know, probably, you may know more about them than I do. I don't know a lot, but they're very specific as far as the characteristics of the gun. So the firing pin is different from your firing pin. The extraction device is different from my extraction device. And they're basically, what the lab has told me is that they're like fingerprints. They're specific to that gun and that gun only. Okay. So we took your gun, your 40 cal SIG, and we sent it down there to the lab to have it match with an item that we located on February the 14th when we found the girls.
Okay.
And that item was a 40 caliber Winchester round. We found that at the scene.
Okay.
The extraction marks on that round match your gun.
Perfect.
So
this is okay.
Now, just hear me out. I'm just trying.
I am.
So this is the round. Okay. Those are the extraction marks. That's the best picture of them. There's actually 3 of them. That's the same round that we found. Okay. And like I said, the methodology that they use is scientific, and they were telling me, and this is the report. You can read it if you wish.
I don't need to read it.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to help you. You know, let me tell you something.
Okay.
You know, the prosecutor and the other investigators, they want to see you lock you up, throw away the key. I don't think you're
ridiculous.
Just listen to me for 2 minutes. Let me explain this to you. I'm on your side. I talked to you a little bit out there on the scene. I know you mentioned a couple times you don't want to be the fall guy for this. You also mentioned to me the other day when I was telling you, hey, I want to check the property out, make sure there's no damage. And you said, doesn't matter, it's over. You made comments like that to me that really concerned me.
Sure.
Right. It's concerning.
And what I mean by it's over is that you've already started something here that there's no backing out of. So you've done, the damage is done, I guess is what I'm saying. That's what I would have been referring to.
Okay, and I agree with that. We have started this. We've been working on this for a long time, and all the evidence is clearly indicating you're involved in this. And listen to me, Rick. I don't believe you should be the fall guy. But all the evidence, you say you're out there. We have witnesses out there. We have your vehicle. We have experts. We have experts that say that's you on the video and that's your voice on the video.
Okay.
Experts, not me. I'm not an expert.
I got you.
Okay.
That's absolute and pure bullshit. Nowhere near. If they're experts, they're horrible at what they do.
And now we have your round at the scene. Okay. Not on the bridge. You said you're on the bridge.
I don't even know how my bullet would have gotten out there if that's my bullet.
And I'm going to tell you guys here and now, I can say this with confidence. That's not his bullet. I don't know that that bullet wasn't planted. Okay. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but I don't know that it wasn't. I almost feel like that bullet was taken from his house when they did what they did. I'm just saying, okay? When they went in and served a warrant on his house to go through his things, this is, again, my opinion, folks, so don't take me as crazy. Because of everything I've seen in this case, I truly believe this. It's not his. It's not his bullet. It wasn't his bullet. That's why it didn't work until they fired it through the fucking gun. And I'm probably going to start getting upset with this because this case bothers me that bad, okay? I know you guys have seen me whack out over Idaho, but you ain't seen nothing yet. I'm so pissed off at this case right now. Every time I watch this interrogation, I want to go fight Jerry Holman right now. It's what it draws out of me because I know for a fact that they railed this guy. Wholeheartedly.
Well, did you hear him say fall guy?
Yes. Yes.
Like I don't know how far after that you are, but listen to that. Like, I can't believe those words came out of police.
Word for word. Yes. They are absolutely setting the stage for the frame job right here. Right here.
Like, I think that was a Freudian slip.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. And like he said, it's already, they took every word that he said and tried to use it against him. Truly. And when he said what he said, it doesn't matter what you do. It's done now. So on and so forth. Meaning, you're already here. You're doing what you're doing. It doesn't matter. That doesn't mean I did it. Okay. And they're trying to use everything he says and does against him. Every action, every movement, every word, every blink, every breath he takes. I might as well sing the whole song. Every move he makes, let's sing it. Okay? But everything he does, they're trying to use against him to make this stick to him. None of it does, but they make it happen, folks. It's sickening.
Wow.
It's bad. This is so bad. And you can see his face, the laugh, because he doesn't believe this. You don't believe this can happen to you until it happens to you, just like with Brian, just like with this. And he's laughing like, are you kidding me? This is a joke.
He's having that nervous laugh, like,
yeah.
Oh my gosh, like, are you serious? Like, seriously, like
right.
that kind of a laugh.
Yes. Just like when they said it matched your gun, he went, no, it didn't. No, it didn't. It's not my bullet. You're full of shit. Oh, but yeah. And Holman keeps pushing him and starts to become the asshole. I'm on your side, Rick. We're friends here. We talked. We're this, we're that. We're that. Shut the hell up and sit down. It's bullshit. They're playing him like a fiddle, folks. It's bad. Very bad. And he didn't get an attorney because he didn't think he needed one because he knows he's innocent. Facts are facts.
Yeah, wow.
At least without a doubt that this is very scientific. So let me show you a picture of this round, where it was found. That's the round right there. It hadn't been out there very long. That is Liberty's foot. It's within 6 inches of one of the dead girl's bodies.
There's no way.
There is.
I'm telling you, there's not.
How did that round get there, Rick?
I don't know how the round got there. What I'm telling you is, if that is truly what you're saying it is, it's not my round.
The scientific experts are saying, I got a report saying that round came from your gun.
Okay, but understand this.
You were on the bridge.
I told you I was on the bridge.
Listen, Right now, like I said, I got a prosecutor and investigators ready to lock you up. And if you don't give us a narrative, if you don't tell us your side of the story, there's two sides to every story. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you.
I get that.
The media is going to portray you as this
I know.
monster, and you don't want your wife.
And it's
your
already
daughter
going to
to
get there anyway. So
yeah. So this is your chance to tell us exactly what happened.
unlike some people, most people, I care what people think about me, and
then you do.
You've already set that ball rolling.
Yeah, but there's only one way to get out in front of it, and that's to tell the truth. What happened that day?
I can't tell you what happened that day.
You can tell us. There's no doubt in my mind that the evidence clearly indicates that you're involved in this. Are you the mastermind behind this? I don't know.
Mastermind, okay.
Did somebody else set this up? I don't know, Rick. I want to know. And only you know. The truth will set you free. That's it.
Yeah.
The truth will protect you from the
Well, that's what I would have thought.
Well, tell the truth. Tell me how this round got next to one of our girls, in between both girls.
I don't know.
You do know. And if you don't tell me, you're going down for this.
Okay.
I'm serious. This isn't a joking matter.
I'm not joking.
You're this
Do you
close.
realize what you've done to me? This is like you've talked to the people I work with. You've talked to my neighbors. You know, I've got anxiety. I got all kinds of stress and depression and one of the big things is you can not even think something about me, but if I think you think something about me, it bothers me. And that's already done because people out there already know that you think I did something.
I don't think.
And I didn't.
Okay. Rick, I don't think that. The evidence clearly indicates you're involved.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were in my seat and I had you saying you're out there, witnesses saying you're out there at the same time with the girls, and now after a search warrant of your house, we find a gun, your gun. You own that gun, right?
I do.
When did you buy it?
Oh my gosh. I don't even remember. I mean,
2001. I'll check for you. I know a lot of the answers to the questions I'm going to ask you, but I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to be honest. That's why I asked the question. So you bought it in 2001 in Peru.
Okay.
And I asked you if you ever loaned anything out. I gave you scenarios. No. So that's your gun. Either you had that gun or somebody had that gun. Because there's no way that round gets on that property where these two girls were killed without that gun being there. And you're there, your car's there, witnesses say
there is no way a round from my gun was anywhere near the girls, the bridge. It just didn't happen.
And listen, we're trying to help you. We're trying to help you prove.
No, you're trying to accuse me of murdering two little. Calm me down. You ask me a few questions. You ask me what I'm wearing, and I tell you what I think I was probably wearing that day, and then you try to say that I'm saying that's me in that picture, and it's not.
You don't have to say that.
I'm done.
Well, I have a warrant for your DNA. For your DNA first. What do you think I have a warrant for? You know I have a warrant. What?
I figure you're going to arrest me. You obviously think I've done it. The damage is done. Go ahead and do what you're going to do.
Okay. Well,
this doesn't just go away.
I know.
Exactly.
The only person I think can explain all this is you, and you're not explaining it to me.
I don't know what it is you want me to explain.
What were you doing on the bridge? How did your round get there? And why did you kill these two girls? And why were you involved in this? What was your involvement?
I had no involvement.
I don't think, listen, Rick, I don't think you're the one that killed them. I don't think you're the one that stuck the knife in them. Well, are you?
Are
you that guy?
Really?
Are you?
No. Anybody that knows me knows I could never, even if I wanted to do something like that. That's not who I am.
Then what happened?
I can't tell you. How do you expect me to tell you? You want me to make up a story and
No, the truth. The truth is simple. You don't have to make that up. You just go back and tell me the truth. You can't tell me that this event has not been weighing on you for years and years and years. You're out there.
I told you that. I don't know what you want me to do at this point. I did not murder two little.
I've been so nice.
Oh, let's see.
I've been so nice.
Oh, yeah, you're being nice. You're trying to.
It cuts out for their breaks and stuff, you guys. So my apologies that it keeps doing that.
Get me to confess to something I had nothing to
I'm
do
trying to
with.
get you to tell the truth. I'm not trying to trick you. I've drawn out what we have. Most of it.
You
I'm not
assume
saying
it's
all
the
of it.
truth, and it's not.
It has to be the truth. The scientists don't lie. The science doesn't lie.
That's awesome.
It's saying that round came from your gun.
I don't understand all that. All I'm telling you is there's a way that a round from my gun, the one that you took from my house.
I'm going to tell you, guys, this is hard to watch, but you guys need to see this to understand how bad this is. Okay, that's why we're watching it. I agree with 1-1. He's a police officer. Watching them do this to this man, they do. Listen, detectives will lie to get what they want. They're allowed to do it. They've done it before, and they're doing it here. They're taking full advantage of this guy's inexperience with the law, things like that, and him not clearly understanding what they're doing. But he does at the same time. And it is worse than this, guys. So I'm sorry ahead of time, trigger warning. It's going to upset us. It pisses me off to no end, but you got to see it to understand it. That's how bad it is.
House ended up next to a murder scene or anywhere else. I don't know where you got that bullet. If it came out of my gun.
Right there. That's the round.
Then it didn't come out of my gun.
That round was collected.
Then it didn't come out of my gun.
Rick, that round was collected on the 14th of February in 2017.
Okay.
It's been in evidence ever since.
Okay.
All right, and we've compared other weapons to that.
I understand what you're saying, but I can't explain it. I'm just telling you that if that was next to a murder site.
Doug's a liar too, Hardin. Doug is a liar too, just as much as Jerry is. They're all pieces of shit, I'm telling you. The people that were involved, except for the 3 officers, and there's a few others that knew the truth, these people they're trash, okay? This is what I consider corrupted, conspiring trash law enforcement. I'm sorry. And they're not all this way. I promise you that. They're not. There's some very good police officers out here. Very good. That I would put my life on the line with. This is not one of them.
Or anywhere near it, it didn't come out of my gun. And I don't know where you would have got one that did come out of my gun.
Right there. It was there. It was found.
Okay.
And I don't think you realize the severity of this. You realize the death penalty is on the table for this?
You know what? I don't really care about living at this point. I've dealt with not wanting to live for 7, 8 years now. It's been a long fucking battle. And with what you guys have done to me, kill me. I don't give a fuck. You'll make my wife rich. So
is that what she wants? Is that what your daughter wants?
They don't want any of this to even be happening.
Well, it is.
Exactly.
I can't turn this
exactly.
back. You were there. You're there.
Yep.
Experts say that's you on the video.
Okay.
The experts are saying you said down the hill to the girls. The experts are saying all this. That all the evidence indicates you were out there. The witnesses saw you. The witness saw you. You said you didn't see anybody else on the bridge, but there was a girl that walked up, a lady that walked up and saw you on the platform, right?
Okay.
You didn't see her. And then right after that, these 2 girls that end up dead minutes later walk by her and she looks back and sees them passing you. You're the last person to have contact with Abby and Libby. Your weapon, your gun out of your weapon is.
I've never contacted Abby and Libby. I've never even met them.
That day. Why? Who said
I didn't.
That's all I want to know is the truth. You're not willing.
I told you the truth. Do what you need to do.
Okay. Well, let me get I have the warrant here for your DNA, and then let me step out and see. And they'll come in and swab you with it.
That's fine.
Well, I'm trying to help you, but all right, I think they got the warrant, so hang on 1 second. right, Rick, this is a warrant right now we have for to collect your DNA. Vito's going to do it. Okay. I have to read it to you. It's to law enforcement, reference DNA standard, vehicle swab. You're hereby authorized and ordered in the name of the state of Indiana to take a DNA standard of Richard M. Allen by vehicle swab. So basically, I'll just swab the inside of your teeth. Okay. Compare that to any DNA that we have. Okay. You are further ordered to any means necessary to seize Richard Allen and to take a vehicle swab. You're being cooperative, so we don't have to worry about that. But if you aren't, we could get it any means necessary. To compare the evidence of the crime to the crime. You are furthermore ordered to seize such property or any part thereof found on such search, and that you bring the same or any part therefore with before me to be disposed of according to law. So basically, we take it, we can't dispose of until the judge says so. So we'll keep this. Okay?
Yes, sir. Do you have anything in your mouth?
No.
No. Go ahead and turn my way for me. Just turn your body.
Just turn my body?
Yeah. All right, open your mouth.
What's up, Tomboy? Oh, he had a little bit of depressive issues going on in his past, Richie. Again, that doesn't make you, depression. I have depression. I was diagnosed with chronic depression at one point in time, along with my anxiety. That's fine. Come on up. That doesn't make you a murderer, okay? And the man's angry, depressed, cornered again, and being framed. How do you react? Somebody tell me how you would react to that. And you're in this position. Nobody knows. What's up, ma'am?
Okay, did y'all see what that the dude in the white shirt just did?
The swab, yeah.
No, all the papers that Rick Allen just touched, he touched them with gloves on.
Well, say again, who? The
dude in the white shirt.
Forensic guy, yeah.
Yeah, he touched all those photos and all the paper that Rick Allen touched. He touched them and put them back in that folder with gloves on. He should have changed his gloves before putting that swab.
Oh, yeah. That's typically how they would do that. Normally, you're supposed to. Yes, good point.
And I really, truly believe when he took that swab out, he ran his hands across the bottom of that.
I mean, he could have. I mean, they never found Allen's DNA on
they
anything.
never found his DNA.
And so the whole thing they're doing here is it's relentless. It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, 100%. And you guys are hearing his voice. I want you to be clearly hearing his voice. And here's the thing, guys. They swore from the moment that they saw the bridge guy, he's the one that committed the crime. We don't know that. Just because he was there and the girls filmed him, why does that automatically make him the murderer? Somebody tell me that real quick.
Because he's the only one who admitted he was on the bridge.
He did. Okay. But there's nothing that proves that the guy walking on the bridge that was in that photograph committed the crime. Nothing. They drilled that into the public's head from day one, that this is the killer because he was on that bridge. How do we know that just wasn't somebody that passed by, that they filmed at some point with the camera? You know how kids are. They just take pictures of this weird looking guy. Well, anything. We don't know anything other than what they told us, that it's this guy that committed the crime.
Well, come on now. If Idaho can overlay voices and noises and stuff, you don't think these guys can either?
Of course, yes. That's very agreeable. Agreed. But there's nothing that showed Bridge Guy didn't have a knife in his hand. Bridge Guy didn't say, I'm going to kill you. Bridge Guy didn't. There's nothing there that says Bridge Guy is the killer, but They drilled it into everybody's head that this guy has to be the killer because the girls filmed him and he said, "Down the hill, guys." Now, what if we didn't hear the first part of that when they said, "How do we get to here from here to there?" And he was saying, "You got to go down the hill, guys."
Doug Carter sounds like Bridge Guy.
He does.
He does.
He truly does. Okay. There's so many other people we've heard already that looks and sounds like they could be Bridge Guy besides Richard Allen. Okay.
Well, it's just like Brian Koberger. The sheath didn't kill those people.
Nope. Same
Unless it's
situation.
a magic sheet that grows arms and legs and all sorts of stuff.
Right. And one's right. Bridge Guy could have nothing to do with any of this, but they made him part of this by doing what they did with him. Okay.
Media, social, or
And that's what they did. They used the media to make Bridge Guy and Richard Allen the murderer, period, because they don't have that info. Well, I think they do.
I think they knew who did it from day one.
Bingo. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, no, that's a good point, what you pointed out there, Tomboy. I see what you're saying about the guy with the forensic guy. Yeah. But it's very sad how this happened so far. And it gets worse. It does.
Most forensic guys, people, when they go in and take like swabs and stuff, they don't touch anything. And this dude sat down, touched the file folder, touched the files, touched the photo, all that stuff. Why would you do that?
No idea.
Other side. Well, ball's in your court, Rick.
You just took my DNA.
So what you were telling me out there, it's over, huh?
The damage is done. I don't know.
I'm sorry that you think this is funny. You keep laughing. Maybe it's just a nervous
So
laugh.
the receipt
I'm
that
trying to help
the
you.
paper that he just crinkled up was the receipt of him taking his DNA. Why did he crinkle it up?
That's a good question. No idea. Hey, James. That's a good question.
Yes. Why is all this evidence clearly indicating that you're involved?
I can't tell you that. And what you're talking to me about is a bullet that was found by the murder scene next to...
It's more than just that. You have to listen to me for just 2 minutes straight. Just forget about everything else. Okay? The girls have a video of you. Experts are saying without a doubt that is you on the bridge. That is your...
He's lying. He's lying to him right there.
voice.
Who
How
the
they
hell
do it, I
said
don't
that?
know
Because
that.
even on the stand, not one person said it was him. Not one.
No, he's absolutely lying to him to get him to cop to this. And this is what they do. They have done. You know, the ones that aren't doing their job the right way, they will push and push and push and push and push for hours until people break down. They break, and they're like, I can't deal with it anymore. Fine. Whatever you say, here it is. They have them sign a confession. Just same thing they did in the, oh, Jesus Christ. I can't even think of it. The three guys in the Central Park 5, same thing they did there. Same thing, in my opinion, that they've done in many, many cases. And people don't understand what they're doing. Okay. Truly, I believe, yes. The moment they started with this, he should have said, stop, call an attorney now. I agree with that. But a lot of people, the way that our brains work is if you don't think the West Memphis Street, thank you, Freckled. If you don't think you did something, why would you think you need an attorney? A lot of people don't think that way. You know what I'm saying? If I'm innocent of something, I know I'm innocent of it. I don't need no attorney. Okay. Don't ask me.
I kind of agree. Even though you know that you did nothing from, past cases and everything, everybody knows how some cops are. And
Of
you'd be
course.
like, nope,
Yes.
nope,
We know that. Yes.
I'm not speaking to you.
I'm sorry.
That's what I would be like. I'm not speaking to you.
Yeah.
My
You're right.
attorney.
Well, see, and that's the thing, Tom, but we know that because of what we do. None of us would ever do this. None of us would do this because we're educated on this kind of stuff. We know this. There's some people that don't follow this kind of stuff. They've never thought about this kind of stuff. They don't get in trouble. They don't do this. They don't do that. They don't look into things like this. They don't know. Their brains don't say, hey, whoa, do you realize what they're doing to you? Stop and call an attorney. They don't do this. They don't. And it's sad to me because when you don't, this is what happens. The attorney, if he had stopped this and then said, okay, listen, I'll cooperate, because he did the whole way. He was very cooperative through this entire thing, as you guys can tell, okay, until after the fact. And that's when he started telling him to fuck off and everything else, which I would have too. The point is, yes, that book, you guys, I've looked into this book. Framed by John Grisham. You need to look into this, you guys. I'm telling you, it's real as all hell. About as real as you can get. Okay? I'm telling you.
The two sketches, I swear, are the Holder boys, the dad and the son.
I agree. Brad and his son. I agree with that, yes. I mean, that the male sketch with the golf hat on, if that's not Brad Holder, then I'm a woman. I'll tell you right now. And I know I'm not. So there's that. And it definitely looks like Logan, who dated one of the victims.
And there was, rumor that she was pregnant.
That rumor, yeah. But again, I feel like if that was the case, just like with Idaho, when they tried to say that with Kaylee, there would have been another charge added to this situation, but there wasn't.
No, I'm not saying that she was. I'm just saying there was rumor that she might have been, and I'm wondering if that's where the son kind of panicked a little bit.
Could be. Very well could be. Yes. And I'm going to tell you now, this is one more crime, just like Idaho, that was not committed by one person. There's no way that one person did this, in my opinion. There's too much that went on with this. Too much movement. Too many things that happened with this. The dressing and undressing and things like that and blah, 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 blah. Too much of this stuff went down. In fact, the Indiana State Police said that they believe there was more than multiple perpetrators with this, okay? They said it more than once. But it was ignored. Completely ignored. Gotta wonder why. So there is that too. And we're almost done with this. And we're going to move into some of these other alternate perpetrators, suspects, whatever you want to call them, that truly should be the ones sitting behind bars right now, in my opinion.
You're saying we have 5 witnesses that see you out there.
Again, he's lying. They're doing everything they can do to make this man break. And this guy, Jerry Holman, is one of the biggest liars I've ever seen in my life as far as law enforcement goes. It's bad. It's so bad.
Brandy.
Oh, hey, Brandy. I just saw you, hon. Good to see you.
With the girls.
Don't see that.
Right? Why don't you see that? I'm not lying to you.
Because it didn't happen.
It did happen.
There could have been somebody that seen me that I didn't see. What I'm telling you is they didn't see me anywhere near the girls or anybody else because I wasn't around anybody that day. So I'm done answering. Like, I know you're trying to trick me into saying
No, I'm
that.
not tricking you.
Like, I don't care
how
how stressed out I get. I'm not going to fucking admit to something that I had nothing to do with.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm not trying to trick you.
I didn't kill.
Listen, I have a full hand of cards here. I'm not laying all my cards on the table.
Okay.
I'm telling you bits and pieces, hoping that you will realize that without a doubt,
Good point, Michelle. Good point.
we have you out there at the time of the merger. We have, it clearly indicates that you're involved in this, clearly.
It does not. There is nothing that you could have that's going to indicate me because I wasn't out there.
And you don't think that you're around like 6 inches away?
I know that a round from my gun did not end up at a murder scene.
You're wrong.
Okay.
And the proof is right here.
I don't believe it. I mean,
well, you're going to.
I'm not.
You said you didn't want to be the fall guy. You're being the fall guy because you won't give us your side of the story.
Here it is
I
again.
don't care.
You should care.
You're not going to prove I did something I didn't do.
You're exactly right. We're not. We're going to prove what you did. Your involvement in this.
Involvement. What was my involvement?
You tell me. You were there.
And I told you I had nothing to do with it. I told you I never even seen it.
I wasn't there. I'm not on video. 4 witnesses didn't see me. 4 or 5 witnesses didn't see me out there, and I can.
Me either.
And my round wasn't out of my gun. Wasn't 6 inches away from a dead girl's foot.
Mine either.
I'm telling you, you're living in this world.
Okay.
And I don't know why. I'm showing you some of the evidence that we have. And I'm giving you the opportunity to give your narrative, because if you don't, they're going to make it up. And you know, the media, not even media is mild compared to social media.
Oh, and he just let out their whole case right there.
I'm sorry?
He just said their whole case right there.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't tell us your story, they're going to make up a narrative.
Which is what they did. That's what they did. He just told on himself right there. Yes.
I just keep thinking, how many interviews like this have we seen where we're like, they're lying, or like fake tears, or you can tell, when you think someone's telling the truth or not. And Richard Allen is acting the way I think someone would act if you had nothing to do with it and didn't know what they were talking about.
I agree. We've seen too much of it, Kim. That's the thing.
Yeah.
We can read these people to some extreme, okay?
Uh-huh.
I've never one time thought that Richard was lying about anything. Never. Not. I watched this probably 300 times just to see if I could see that. Nope. I get the same feeling every time, the same vibe. In fact, the vibes never changed. I want to run into that room and grab Holman by his throat, throw him to the ground and stomp on his head, because I know what he's doing. And it's beyond illegal. I'm sorry for the violent tendencies, folks, but I have so much passion for some of these cases. It brings that to the surface when you know that somebody is trying to destroy somebody's life for no reason other than the fact that you suck as an investigator. That's not my fault. That's not his fault. That's nobody's fault but your own that you suck at what you do. Sorry. That's why it brings that feeling that I get to the surface. No offense to you, 1-1, because you're a great cop. I'm just telling you right now, there's good ones out there, guys. They wouldn't do these things. But
I feel like in these cases, there's someone. I don't think everybody is corrupt in these police forces.
No.
But I feel like all it takes is 1 or 2 that are messing with stuff in order to flub the case enough to cover up what really happened. I don't think all the police want to cover up what really happened. And they might not even be aware of the people who are doing it.
They don't call their own out. Okay. Understand that, folks.
True. That too.
They don't call their own out unless they see it.
And if someone on the inside is making it harder for them to put 2 and 2 together, then it seems like they're grasping at straws to find somebody to hold accountable. I don't know.
What you're right, 100%. And yeah, what 1-1 said is absolute fact, folks. Where'd it go? I just had it up there a minute ago. Please, knowing what we've learned in the years we've been covering true crime, don't ever let them do this to you. Don't ever let them do this to you. And that's coming from a law enforcement officer telling you, do not let us do this to you, period. Okay.
Yeah.
You have a right as an American citizen, as a human being, to protect yourself. No matter what they tell you, no matter what they do to you, you have that right. And do not allow them to trounce on that, okay? Because if you allow it, they will do it. That's all I'm saying. And again, don't get me wrong. They are not all like this man. There's some very, very, very good law enforcement officers. Very good. Okay.
Yeah. And if
And
it's the person in charge that's corrupt, look out.
yeah, then you need to make sure you have an attorney that can find a way to work this out for you. That's all I can say.
Let me say something real quick before I gotta go, play free Uber driver.
Sure thing.
The bullet. I think somebody may have found the bullet. I don't know.
Do you think it was even there?
I think they came across his paper in, that hidden locker or filing cabinet thing that lady did.
Oh, yeah, the stack of buried shit, right?
And I think they realized that he owned a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And they went and searched it, found some bullets, blah, blah, blah. And I think they put a bullet in his gun and extracted it and say, oh, here's the one we found.
Could have been. They weren't there when they went into their house.
No,
okay.
They left. They made them go stand outside.
That's right. That is absolutely right. Can you hear us, BS? I can see your mouth moving, but we can't hear your voice.
Is it better now?
You're fine, Kim. I just can't hear her.
It was spinning like it was refreshing.
Yeah, you're good now.
My picture was doing it, and I called BS was doing it.
Yes.
I don't even know if he would have asked for an attorney if they still wouldn't have kept on him.
Right, because like I said,
that's the kind of
when you feel strong enough,
Jerry is
that you know you didn't do something. That's kind of a catch-22 because some people feel like if they ask for an attorney, that makes them look guilty. Okay, so I've seen that happen too. I don't know. That could have been the mentality to some extreme. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are.
Okay. You're never guilty. If you ask for an attorney, that is your right as
Tomboy,
a constitutional sovereign citizen.
Yeah, absolutely it is.
It doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything.
That's right.
That means that you're a smart person that does not want to be let's just say, what do you want to call it?
Railroaded.
Yeah, let's just call it railroaded by the
good way to put it. That's what it is.
Law enforcement or FBI or feds or ops or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You have a right as a citizen in this country, as a sovereign citizen, and you should invoke that right. I don't know why this man spoke so much. He probably shouldn't have, but he did because I believe he was innocent.
I agree with you. Absolutely.
Yeah, he thought, I'm going to go in and I'm going to answer your questions. That's
I
what
have
he
nothing to
thought.
hide. So here I am. Here we go.
He wanted to help out. And that's the sad thing.
That is the saddest part of it.
He was trying to do a good thing to help out in a situation and ended up losing his entire life over it.
Yep. And then he lost 100 pounds and he's in jail in a 8x6, I think. So, and he didn't do any of this. I know he didn't.
I think there's some part
body language.
I think there's some part of the population that's just, they're naive. They're just, simple people that have their daily routine and they just, they don't have lawyers. They're not suing people. They just don't really believe in that type of system. I want to live a good life, keep my head down. I'm not bothering anybody. And that's probably what he was like.
Yeah.
I fully agree with that.
Is that a wrong thing? Is that bad?
It's not supposed to be.
No, I think there's a lot of people like
that's
that.
a bad thing. Is that a crime?
I disagree with that statement, Psycho. No, and I mean all due respect
I
to you,
want
but
somebody to prove me that Brian Koberger made that crime. I want someone to prove me that this man right sitting in front of my screen proved me that he did a crime.
right. As I was saying, Psycho says, I guarantee every cop has done corrupt stuff, even if it's something small. I don't believe in that. I don't. I'm gonna tell you right now something, guys. I'll tell you a truth about something. It's embarrassing to some extent, but it's true. I've stated before that I come from a law enforcement family. My biological father, who died when I was 9, was a police officer. My uncle, his brother, was a police officer. My grandfather, their father, was a police chief, a police officer. My father was involved in and corrupted bullshit as a police officer. My uncle was not. Their father, the chief, was involved. He was taking payoffs from the mafia, okay, to keep his mouth shut because they lived in a mob town, per se. All of this was learned from my grandparents and my aunts and uncles and stuff like this. My uncle's the only one that stayed on the straight and narrow because money makes everybody do dumb shit. I'll just tell you right now. My biological father took money for different things. You know, he died when I was young, but still he did things. There's a gentleman from the area I live in that went to prison because of that situation, okay?
Let me tell you something. I got beat by my ex that just died. And every time I called the sheriff department, I would go to jail.
That happens a lot. That happens a lot around here too. Because of who people know and who they don't know.
Exactly.
And so it happens, guys. There's good ones, there's bad ones. And I'm okay with that. Knowing that my family was involved on both sides of it. Am I ashamed of the bad side? Of course I am. But you stay away from that. You learn from that. That's what my uncle said. He goes, just because my brother and my father did what they did doesn't mean I'm going to.
You're to dedicate your
and
life.
He still, hold on. Let me finish talking, please.
Right.
Hold on, please. Just because you see it in front of your face, they could have offered him different things too, but he said no. I became a police officer to protect and serve the public. I believe in that, and that's why he stayed the way he did. Period. So it happens all the way around. Money talks, guys. Especially in the area that I came from, where this was happening at Youngstown, Ohio area, was big time bad with the mob and all that kind of stuff back then. It was very easy for somebody to hand you $1,000 and say, hey, look over there for a minute while I go do this. It was no big deal. Bribes in the 70s were huge, folks. Huge. Everybody was doing it, believe it or not, except for a handful that weren't. So I'm just saying, this thing happens. It happens a lot. Unfortunately, too much. Okay, but they're not all bad. Please know that. And please don't. I see so many people that because of the cases we've covered, they refuse to believe that there are good cops out there. I'm not saying you guys, but I see people that believe that. So yes, very bad. Sorry, go ahead, BS, with what you were saying now.
Oh, no. I'm just saying I had my hand with a lot of bad cops, but I've had a couple good cops too. I have no dog in this fight.
Right. No, and that's I agree with you. And Psycho, no.
Law enforcement.
With what your statement is, you see 20 stacks laying on a table at a drug bust, you're not going to take one.
I'm just saying, I know an app. When I see one, I can smell them coming off the elevator. Do you understand me?
Sure. So what I was saying again is that if that's that statement, Psycho, my father may have been that person. My grandfather may have been that person, but my uncle's not. So there's good ones and bad ones, and some will, some won't. Not everybody's the same way, though, bud. Or ma'am. I don't know if you're male or female. I'm sorry, but not everybody's the same way. Some people take it serious. Me, if I would have became what I wanted to become, I would have been the one that would have said, no, I'm going to do what I'm doing. I'm like my uncle, unfortunately. Thank God I wasn't like my father. And you can be corrupt at any job you do. Know that. There's corrupt doctors, nurses.
Yes.
I mean, anything you do. Just saying.
Even if
so
you're a dentist. Or a
on we go.
surgeon.
Yeah, you can be corrupt in anything you do. You still there, Kim? It was offered $3,000 to let a friend go, was caught with a knife. Right. It happens all the time, one. You know it. You see it. And that's the thing. That's part of it, too. If you see it, if you're in law enforcement, and I guarantee you, if you're in law enforcement and you see it happening, part of the problem is letting it be. ignoring it. And a lot of these guys, they won't turn on each other, okay? Because it's a brotherhood. Just like with the fire department, first responders, you protect each other. But to what extreme do you allow that to be? You got to say no. You got to let it. You got to fix that.
Say
That's
something
got to
when
be
you
fixed.
see something.
Yeah,
If you know
and that's the
something,
fact,
say it. Don't
especially
hide.
nowadays.
Don't be a coward.
Absolutely. So again, on we go. Are we going to say something, Kim? Sorry.
No, I heard you say, "Are you here?" So I just jumped right back. But yeah, thanks for sharing that about your family and proving that point about.
Yeah, I don't talk about it a
people
lot.
in every-
I have before, but I don't talk about it a lot because it's embarrassing, you guys. It's embarrassing. You know, my grandmother told me, my mother told me, my aunts, my uncle himself told me. You know, it's true. It's a true fact. It happens all over the place. I know a sheriff from here that was in my parents' and my grandparents' house all the time. That was very corrupt. I'll say his name. Probably Kim will probably jump out of her chair, and she probably knows who he is. James Traficant. He was a sheriff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He was a sheriff here. He was corrupt as all hell and worked for the mob, and then turned around and flipped on them when they didn't want him anymore. That'll tell you right there.
Yeah.
The type of people. Okay. He was in my home many, many times, talking about things that I'm not supposed to hear. Of course, I was sent away, but that'll tell you it happens regularly. So anyway, moving on, if it is crazy. And then that same man ended up being found dead under a tractor on his farm that supposedly flipped over on him. So you think about it for a minute, guys. Think about it. Hey, Murky. Anyway, moving on, guys. Sorry for gabbing so much through this.
Already going to do that. You've already talked.
When you get arrested for this,
it doesn't even matter because I actually care about what people think.
Yeah, you do.
I said I do. I actually care about what people think. That's why.
So do I. That's
you've
why
already done the damage. How am I supposed to? Never mind.
No, please talk to me.
I just
clear this up.
Already done the damage.
I just don't know how I'm supposed to act like this never happened.
You can't. You can't.
I'm not saying the murder. I'm saying
that's exactly what you're saying. Your conscience is trying to tell you this is the day.
Oh,
this is the time. This is the time to get out in front of this, Rick. You made a mistake. You got in the middle of this. You got in the middle of this. You cannot explain all the evidence away. And you're saying, "Oh, that's not me. I'm just telling you what we have. Some of what we have.
Okay.
And we're still working on other things.
Okay.
But
I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do.
I don't want you to say.
End of story.
And I appreciate that. What did you do? What is your involvement? Who else? You know, I have 100 different questions, but if you're not willing to tell the truth, it's a waste of your time and mine. And you're going down for something that you have maybe some involvement in. Maybe this is all you.
Where's this guy that's saying that I helped him?
You tell me. I'm not saying that. Did I say today that
You're saying that I was involved? Well, if I didn't do it, but I'm involved, what are you saying? If you got somebody saying I helped them do it, they're fucking crazy.
Okay. I never said that. Did I? I just said you're involved. What is your involvement? Is that a theory that some people may have that
I don't know.
I just want you to tell me all the truth. I just want you to be just completely honest with me.
If you're going to arrest me, arrest me. I'm not talking anymore. This is ridiculous.
I just thought maybe you would appreciate my effort to help you. I mean, apparently you don't, because after today.
He's not trying to help him by any means whatsoever, you guys. There's no doubt at all. Understand that.
I can't help you.
I understand that.
You do understand that.
I don't need your help.
You need help. You don't think any of this is important?
I think that nothing that you have is going to show me anywhere near the murder of 2 little girls. That's what I'm telling you.
I'm telling you we do have that.
You don't. It's not possible.
It is possible.
Whatever.
Well, I apologize.
I've already been dealing with bullshit, having to worry about what you've said to my neighbors, what you've said to the people I work with. That's more than I want to deal with. I'm not going to sit here and do this.
Okay. All right, sit tight. A search warrant for your house, find your gun. What the scientists are telling me is this extraction mark is like a fingerprint. It's unique to the gun. I told you that earlier. Do you understand that? It's not unique to that.
Grace, he worked at the CBS in Delphi. I think it was a pharmacy tech. I think that's what he was considered. But that's what he did. And the funny thing is the posters. I've said this 100 times. He wasn't a pharmacist. I think he was like one of the like what Mama Bear does, like a pharmacy technician where they help the pharmacist. I think that's what he did. But these posters, these photographs, these pictures we saw, they were up all over Delphi for years, guys. 5 years plus. All over. There's even one in the bar on the wall that Alan hung out in and played pool in all the time. Do you realize that not one person ever looked at him funny? Ever? Does that make any sense to anybody? Including the local police who were in and out of the pharmacy, the bars, the restaurants, the grocery stores, the everywhere, the police, the local police. Not one time did anybody ever look at Richard Allen in 5 years and say, oh my God, holy shit, it's him. Did they ever? No. That should tell you that this was a game. There was an election coming. There had been 5 years worth of time passed by. These families deserve an answer. I agree with that. And they wanted to make this, they wanted closure. They were tired of sitting on this, being told how bad they were as a police force, you know, all of that kind of stuff. We need an answer. So they made one up. And here it is right here.
And a super small town. Like
Right.
3,000 people. Like when you're saying that picture's up, that photo's up.
Yes.
It's
town's
not
tiny.
like you're talking about sifting through tens of thousands of people.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. You would have noticed. You'd have noticed this guy. Okay. Either one of these people in these photographs or these drawings, you'd have noticed it and said, Jesus Christ, that's the guy that killed those girls.
Yeah.
Not one time. Nobody in 5 years. They even looked twice at this guy. Okay.
Especially working at a pharmacy. Like, how many pharmacies do you think they have in that town?
I don't think.
And everybody's going to go to the pharmacy at some point.
Like I said, guys, there's a photograph that we found of a bar. The bar that Richard hung out in, played pool in. I have a video of him doing it. You can see the picture in the background on the wall. Do you know this man? He looked at it 100 times a day, probably 100 times a day. He's looked at that photograph in 5 years. Don't you think if he did this, he'd have taken it down?
Yeah.
Or something in that sense, covered it up somehow because he'd been nervous that he did. I mean, come on, guys. This is all commonsensical bullshit. These people played him so bad. So bad.
So sad.
There's Mama Bear.
And I forgot about the election coming up. You're right. That was a big deal.
There was an election, yes.
Was it for the sheriff?
I do believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was the sheriff's
Yeah.
election. And what better way to make yourself the local hero than to solve a 5-year-old murder case?
Yeah.
And can I just mention that if you're a sheriff, you can also be a coroner or a medical examiner.
Yeah, you can do, well,
You
just
do
like
that at
in,
the same time.
you can
The
do
coroner, not the medical examiner. You have
coroner,
to be
yeah.
a doctor.
the medical examiner, you have to be a doctor. That's
Well,
correct.
I know that the little town of Moscow, they have certain laws. It goes by state, and you could be a sheriff and be whoever you want, basically.
You can be a coroner and be
Judges we have.
a babysitter and a chef and just like
I
Matt
don't
my butt
understand
was.
it. I think you should have your PhD to be able to be a medical examiner or a coroner, but they seem to be able to get away with it through some loopholes in the system where if you're a sheriff, you could be a coroner.
Mm-hmm. You can be many things and be a
You
coroner.
know what
That's
the coroner does?
yeah. They look at a body and tell people they're dead.
And they sign the statement, right?
That's all they do.
You died by homicide. You
It's
died by
basically like being a
you died by accidental death.
what do they call
Right,
those people that do the a notary public? It's basically the same type thing. It's just somebody that's an official person to be able to sign paperwork.
Yeah,
That's all
it's
it
like
is.
the official witness. Yeah,
That's it. Yeah, it's a professional witness. There you go.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, Jack did. That's a good point too, Mama J. 100% right. So, hey, Hemi, what's up, buddy? On we go, guys. I want to get to some other stuff before the day's over.
Okay.
And yes, there's a big difference between the ME and the coroner, guys. No doubt. You have to be a doctor to be a medical examiner. Period.
You would think, right? Yeah.
Type of gun, it's unique to that specific gun, just like your fingerprint. If I have a fingerprint, my fingerprint, your fingerprint, and I got a fingerprint at the scene, we match that fingerprint, it's significant to one person. No fingerprints are alike.
And what I'm telling you is there is no way that a bullet from my gun ended up at a murder scene.
And we've been working on this for over 5.5 years. We get a search warrant for your house, find your gun, because we were told when we found that round that it had 3 extraction marks on it. And without a doubt, they would be able to match that extraction mark to the gun, not type of gun.
That's a lie. That's a lie. And it was proven in court that they couldn't do that either, just so you know.
The gun. We've taken multiple guns down there, and they have not matched to those extraction marks. Your gun does, 100% without a doubt. It's in this certificate of analysis. The scientists say that the marks on that gun match your gun.
And I'm telling you, it didn't happen. I didn't shoot anybody. I've never even pointed a gun at anybody.
I'm not saying you shot anybody. I'm saying a fully intact round from your gun and
I'm telling you, that's not possible.
It is.
It's not.
How's it not?
Because I wasn't there.
You were there. You said you were there.
I told you I was on the trail. I didn't tell you I was at a murder site.
This round is telling me you were there. You didn't.
I don't care what it's telling
you. You didn't lend your gun to anybody. I asked you that. Did you?
I'm done answering questions. Just arrest me. I'm done.
I'm trying to help you, Rick.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm not going to sit here and tell you something that's not true so you can feel better about this.
I already feel good about this.
Okay.
I feel good about what the experts are telling me.
Okay.
I feel good about the scientific evidence. I feel good about the witness statements. I feel good about everything. What I don't feel good about is you being a fall guy for anybody or everybody or anybody involved in this, if that's possible. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you did do this all by yourself. And that's exactly, I know you keep snickering at that, but that's exactly what's going to be portrayed of you. You're this evil monster that was just hunting for 2 teenage girls so you could just go down there and terrorize them and kill them. And that's not true. Is it?
I told you.
You and I both know that that's not true. You and I both know what happened. The evidence clearly is indicating. Now there's some missing pieces. I'm going to find those missing pieces.
Okay.
And it would be easier if you helped me find those missing pieces.
Oh my God. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I did something I didn't do.
I don't want you to. I told you that.
That's exactly what you want me to do. What else would you want me to do but tell you I did it? And I'm not going to, because I didn't. I've never been around those 2 girls in my life.
You were on the trail that day.
I was on the trail that day, and I told you that.
And they walked right by you, according to witnesses.
No, they didn't. I never even seen them. Like, I think I'm going to see somebody if they walk past me. Am I not? I'm not saying somebody didn't see me that I didn't see. All I'm telling you is I never seen those 2 girls.
And why didn't you report this day one?
Report what?
That you were out there and you saw these 2 girls, you were in the area.
The very day that they came out and said that they wanted anybody who might have been out there to come in, that's what I did. I went down to the police station. I said, hey, I was out at the trail that day.
Did you want to?
Well, I obviously did, or I wouldn't have.
Did your wife encourage you to? Because she's talking to us. She's talking to us right now. And
I'm sure she is. And she's going to tell you there's no way in hell that I'd ever do this. So we're all good.
It's not what was going on, Rick.
Then I don't know what is.
I just wish you'd be honest. That's all I do.
Oh my God.
They also lie to him and make him believe that Kathy, his wife, is in the next room, like rolling on him, saying bad things, negative things. They make him believe that. You can tell. And that's not what she's doing. Just so you guys know.
I have been honest with you, and you obviously don't believe me.
I don't, because if this evidence.
And yeah, Grace, you're right. That's one thing he's doing, guys. And I'm proud of him for doing that. It didn't help him, but I'm proud he did that. He's calling them out on their bullshit. He's calling them liars. He's saying, you're full of shit. This is not true. You're lying, blah, blah, blah. He sees it for what it is, folks. It doesn't matter, though, because of the power that they have, sadly.
One there, I would.
Okay.
You don't believe this evidence is?
I don't.
We're not here.
There's no way possible.
We didn't.
There is no way possible that a round from my gun ended up at a murder scene. It's not possible. So something's obviously wrong.
Something is wrong.
Exactly.
We both know what's wrong.
I didn't do it. And I'm not going to sit here all day trying to convince you.
I thought about that too, Fizzy. That's a good point. She said, see, this is why I wanted to see Brian's interview. I wonder how similar it is. I guarantee you it's probably the same. I guarantee you it's probably very close to the same. Brian just, isn't going to play into that either because he has legal background. He knows what the hell he's supposed to do or not do. He tried to say, as much as Richard just tried to do it, because they don't want you to shut down. They want you to keep talking until they can break you to get you to confess to something. That way they have a solid case. Thank God that didn't happen. You know what I mean? So, yeah, very true, Fizzy.
That I didn't do it. You obviously think that I did.
I'm not going to sit here all day and convince you that I think that you did do it, Rick. I'm just laying down some of the evidence that we have.
Okay.
And we're going to get more.
I don't think so.
We're only giving you the opportunity to get out in front of this. This is your opportunity. Like I said earlier, the truth is easy.
I've got nothing to get out in front of. I'm not going to tell you I did something I didn't do.
Okay.
Okay.
And I don't want you to tell me something that you didn't do.
Then stop asking me to.
I'm not. I'm just asking you to tell the truth about this day. I asked you to go back and rehash it and you wouldn't. Why?
I told you, because I'm not going to, you guys are like trying to trick me into doing something.
I'm not trying to trick you.
I told you what happened. You've already got it. There's no need for me to tell you again.
Story.
Whatever. There aren't any. I don't know how I can make this any clearer. I'm not going to tell you that I had something to do with this.
Okay. And I don't know how I can make this any clearer. We have evidence indicating that you're clearly involved in this. And that's sad that you won't help.
Okay.
Because if that was your daughter out there, you would want some people to help.
You're damn right I would.
You're right. But you don't, so. Still waiting because it sounds like your wife's talking and she's being honest, so. She basically said, you can't believe you lied to her, so you're lying to us too, but.
You hear what he just said? She basically said, his wife, Kathy, that she can't believe he lied to her, so on and so forth. They're trying to play her against him and him against her to get them to, to get their way out of this. It never was said. Never was said. These guys are such pukes that they've done this.
Believe that that's allowed.
I know it shouldn't be. It should be illegal. I agree with you.
I mean, what's coercion? That's what that is.
That's coercion, Kim. 100% that's coercion.
Yeah, you can't say cops are allowed to lie and then say, but they can't coerce people. Like,
exactly.
What are you doing if you lie to them?
This is what they did to him, you guys. I'm telling you, I wasn't there, so I can't say it's a fact. But I can envision what went on at Westville when he called his wife and quote unquote admitted to this, okay?
Oh.
And she's telling him, no, you didn't, Rick. No, you didn't. Stop saying that. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I promise you that he probably had 2 of these idiotic fucking guards standing next to him, threatening his family, saying, keep saying no, Rick. Keep saying no. Next time you call, they're not going to be there. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. And they're the ones wearing the Odin patches and the tattoos and this and that. That's why this man did this, in my opinion, why he said he did it. And if he'd have never said that on that phone call, I bet you he'd be sitting at home right now because they had nothing else. Nothing else. It's sickening to me. Makes me absolute fucking sick that you're going to ruin somebody's life because you can't do your job. Period. The people that committed this crime, in my opinion, were in their faces. They were in their jails. And they let them go. It's sickening. That's how pathetic this area is. How bad law enforcement is in this area. It's sickening to me. I would be scared to live there. God forbid you live there and something really does happen. They're not going to protect you.
It's creepy there.
It is. I've been told that by more than one person. You've been there. Lana's been there. A lot of people have said it's very weird there. Very weird.
You were scared.
I get it. I get it. It's like Moscow. Same thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yep. And we went to, just real quick, we
sorry.
went to the restaurant that's right across the street from the courthouse to have lunch.
Right.
They had video cameras inside the restaurant, like pointing at the tables.
Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
I was like, don't talk, because there's
don't say a word, right? Like, you'll be the next one, 100%. That's insane. See,
the other thing I wanted to ask you, didn't his wife has supported him the whole entire time, hasn't she?
From day one, yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Yeah, she's never wavered.
They're about to bring her into this interrogation room. You can see it. You can see the connection they have. I feel so bad for Kathy. They really tried to drill it into her head that he did this. I think they started to get to her at some point, but she never faltered supporting him. She loves him and has always supported him. And you got to commend that because this was hard for all of them, not just him, but her.
Yeah, she lost her job. Yeah.
I mean, these people have, and that's what happens. That's what happens, guys. Just like Brian Koberger, his sisters, they both got fired from their jobs. Let go, the way it was claimed, because it was just too much of a conflict of interest for them to keep their jobs. Brian's parents have been harassed and threatened. I don't know, to the points where Marianne won't come out of the house now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, who should have to live that life? Even if he would have been the one that committed the crime, his wife and daughter didn't do it. You know, this is their area that the little girl grew up in, and so on and so forth. Why should they have to move? You know?
Yeah.
It's very saddening. Very saddening.
Brian did not do this.
On his side, no, I don't believe he did either. And
sorry.
neither did his
I
parents.
think he might have been a getaway driver. Sure.
Well, you know what? I thought that too.
I don't know.
At this point, I don't even think it was that, to be honest with you. But anything's possible.
But I cannot believe the mileage they. It's insane to me.
I don't know if 1-1 is still around. Oh, I see him. Okay. So someone made a comment about the read technique being done away with. And I looked into that. I did a show on it. And I don't think it's the technique itself. So that's why I wanted 1-1 to chime in if I'm wrong on that, because it is a process of a way to conduct an interview. And I believe, I don't think anywhere in the steps it says lie to the person you're questioning, things like that.
Right.
You're
Right.
supposed to question, listen to the answers. If you hear something that's like maybe contradictory to what, something you want to question further, then you question further.
You wait 2 minutes. Then you
There's
ask,
different
you wait.
steps of it, but I think the
Right.
issue is because it's just like in education, when you implement something, if people do it wrong, then the whole thing gets a bad rap.
Of course. Welcome, Awesome. Of course. Very good
That's
point.
just my take on it. So I don't know. Let me know in the comments what
That's
you
a good
think.
point. Awesome Vintage says, Dago, are body cams required when officers are searching via a search warrant? I mean, I think
Absolutely.
they should. I'm pretty sure they are. They should be, at least, because that's for their own protection as well as what they're doing.
Exactly. That's for their own protection.
Oh, don't apologize, Vintage. That's what it's about. Ask the questions, please. They put him on. They did. They put him when he went to prison. They put him on Haldol, which is something he didn't take. Okay, I think he admitted to them that he had depressive disorder or something like that.
Oh yeah.
So in turn, they use that as their reasoning for doing this. But he never actually, from my understanding, he never got a diagnosis from their doctor. Okay, he was not actually seeing a doctor. That's not normal. That's not legal, in my opinion. Where's 1-1 at? Where's it at? The read technique has been used since 1960s and should be completely outlawed.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
I stand corrected.
There you
I know
are.
there's another one called Peace.
I'm sorry.
There's another interview technique that has the acronym Peace.
Oh, yeah. I've
better.
heard about that before, yes. 1-1 also says that suspects may feel compelled to confess simply to escape the stress, like I was explaining earlier, the stress of the situation, and the false promises of judicial leniency in return for a confession that the police can make it seem safe. And that happens all the time, guys. We've seen that happen. Like if you okay, in the Central Park 5, for instance, they told 3 of the 5, if you tell us what you did, you can go home. Word for word. That's what they said. If you just tell us the truth, you can go home. These were little kids. Okay. So they use your mentality. They get a feel for your mentality. They use that against you. So once they said that, the kids were like, their mindset was like, Jesus Christ. Okay. I'll just tell them what they want and they'll let me leave.
Yep.
That didn't happen though. Once they said what they said, they made them sign a confession that they wrote out, and they were arrested and taken away for years, folks, period. So
They do that all the time.
Yep. Time after time after time. Absolute fact.
They did that with that Avery kid.
Oh, yeah. Stephen Avery, 100% they did.
Mm-hmm.
They probably did it with Brian in some aspect too, I would imagine, because Brian is very to the point, like very matter of fact, follows, the handbook per se, for lack of better terms. And they probably told her, if you tell us this, this, and this, then you'll be able to this, and this in some sense. And we'll never know because we won't see it. Just say it.
The only thing Brian probably had going for him is that he knew the law, like he knew that stuff. So.
Right. And they didn't even abide by that. When he told them he wanted to stop talking, they kept talking to him and he kept talking back, So 1-1 says confirmation bias.
Brian say a word.
1-1 said confirmation bias is a problem since guilt is presumed at the onset. This can cause interrogators to interpret a suspect's behaviors as deceptive when they're really just anxious. And that's a very, very important point, 1-1. Thank you. Thank you. I agree with that. Hey, Foxy, good to see you. All right, guys, onward.
You have this route in your little keepsake box. What kind of ammo did you have for your SIG?
I don't know.
Blazer?
I don't know.
I'm telling you.
At that time,
you had Winchester.
Okay.
The round we found was Winchester. The ammo you had in your gun and for your gun at the time was Blazer. But this was a Winchester. It says right there, Winchester.
Gee, that should have been something of importance right there.
Ask him if he had a Winchester?
No, he did have the same weapon. Okay, but here's the thing: is
But
that
did
weapon?
they ask them? Ask him personally. Did they ask him?
They
No.
did. That's why they found the
No,
weapon because of
no,
that.
they implied it.
In this interview, they did, yeah. But when they did the warrant, served the warrant, they found this, that, and everything else. The thing is the fact that Alan never used his gun. Okay, the ammunition that was in the gun was probably in the gun for the whole 5 years prior because he never used it. He said so. Therefore, in turn, it was different. Do you see what I'm saying? He had
That's why I'm
Blazer.
saying measure. Do
He
the
had
measurement. Do the
he had
measurement.
Blazer. Hold on
Do
a
the
second.
measurement.
Okay, 1 second again. He had Blazer ammunition in his gun. I believe that it was in his gun for all that time, but now they're saying it was Winchester, that he changed out the ammunition, but they have no proof of that. They're making another assumption based on what they want it to match up to. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
That's another one more thing I believe that they did purposely to screw this up. So
yes.
Same exact type of round.
We've been through this.
I know. I'm just giving you opportunity. And like I said, your wife's being
Please stop giving me opportunity.
She says ever since 2017, she's saying that you didn't want to go. You wouldn't let her go on the search party. She wanted to help.
Oh,
and she's saying that.
I think I know my wife.
Well, I'm just telling you.
My
You want me to
wife
bring
always
her in?
say some stupid shit.
You
like
want me
that.
to bring her in and tell you?
I
She's
don't
telling
care
the truth
what you
about
did.
what happened. You didn't tell her, but you've lied to her for years, is how she feels right now. Because, and your depression has gotten considerably worse since this incident, which is.
This has been going on for 7-8 years now.
But it's gotten worse since.
Well, it's gotten really bad.
I could see why. If I killed two girls, I would get.
Oh my God.
I would have depression too.
Well,
I would have mental issues too.
I'm sure you would.
Living with this.
I'm sure you would.
And that's why you are. Here's what I think, Rick. I don't know. Only you know. But here's my theory. You're out there. Maybe somebody set this up. Maybe they didn't. Maybe you're out there. Maybe we know you're out there. That's not a theory. That's a fact. We know you had a gun. Girls saw the gun in there. We know you have anger issues. Your wife told us before that you have some anger issues and you have depression and you have, those types of issues. And maybe these girls said something to you. I don't know. Maybe you said go down the hill, which we know. The experts say you said go down the hill. You get down there and they piss you off for whatever reason. You racked the gun. You didn't realize you racked that gun to scare them. And that round popped out. You didn't realize it. Because maybe do you carry that gun with a round chambered, or do you not have it chambered?
When I carry it, I would have a round chamber.
So you
but I
don't
don't carry it very often.
Well, you were carrying it that day because girls said. So if you have one chambered, and what I'm saying is if I have a round chamber, which I do, and I rack this gun right now around a fully intact round will pop out. Correct?
I assume.
Well, that's what's happened. And you didn't realize it.
Okay.
And that's why that round's there on the ground, Rick. And this is your opportunity. And you say that you don't want to this and
Can you
that.
please stop giving me opportunities? I'm not going to sit here and tell you I did something I didn't do.
Okay, tell me what
I'm
you
not
did.
going to tell you I'm involved with something.
Tell me
that I
what you
wasn't
did do then that day. Help me.
I didn't
Help me
murder
say.
2 little girls.
What did you do?
I went for a walk on the trail and I went home. And I told you the details of the best I can remember of what I did that day and what the walk was. I'm not going to. This is ridiculous. I'm not going to just keep repeating myself.
Okay.
So.
But I'm not going to keep bringing up more evidence either. I mean, I can
Okay.
only give you so much. What about Ron Logan? Do you know Ron Logan?
Mm-hmm.
You ever been on his property?
Mm-hmm.
Not
that I know of.
You don't hunt. You said you fish?
We mushroom.
Oh, there's a name that they should be talking about, but there you go. Ron Logan. Thank you, SRB.
Yeah, I fish.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out why that round from your gun would be out there. I'm giving you the,
I'm not.
I know you don't want me to give you opportunities, but I'm giving you the opportunity. But you never mushroom hunt on that side of that ditch? On 2000, where you weren't mushrooming, it was too early for mushrooms.
A little bit. It was just a seasonably warm day. So I went for a walk.
Okay. And nobody had your gun that you know of?
I'm not answering that. I've answered it 15 times.
I mean, obviously, you would tell me if somebody did, because then that would put them there and not you. Because right now, you are already out there by witnesses, and you and I both know that realistically, the evidence doesn't lie. So
It obviously does,
if you
that's
did
what it's
know,
saying.
I think I know you well enough, maybe I don't, that if you did know somebody borrowed your gun or had your gun, you would tell us.
Of course I would.
Okay. So it's realistic for me to believe that you were the only one to have your gun. Excuse me.
I've answered that 15 times.
Okay. And you said 15 times. That's true. So like I said, I'm trying to help you. If you don't want me to help you, I won't. I'll leave right now.
That's fine.
What I'd like for you to do is tell me again what happened, because you didn't tell me. I watched the interview. I'm just trying to figure out why your round from your gun was 6 inches from those girls.
And I'm telling you, that's not possible.
Do you believe in science? Do you believe in?
I believe in science. I don't understand all of it.
I don't either, but if a scientist, a certified analyst, is telling you that this round came from this gun, specifically this gun, not this type of gun.
I get all that. I know what you're saying. And what I'm telling you is that bullet did not come from my gun if it was found at that murder scene or on the bridge or where, like, it didn't come from my gun is what I'm trying to tell you.
And I'm trying to
So
if it did, and they're telling me it did. So now I'm trying to figure out who had your gun, and you're saying nobody did 15, 16 times, and who had a round from your gun. Did anybody have your ammo? I don't know. You explain to me. You try to explain to me why.
I'm not going to try to explain. I told you that.
You can't explain why your round is by this dead girl's foot.
Because it's not.
But it is. You believe in science. You believe in that analysis. You believe that our lab, that round's been in storage since the 14th of 2017.
I am telling you that any round involved in this whole thing did not come from my gun.
And I'm telling you, you're lying.
Okay.
Because I have evidence that it is.
You don't.
That's not evidence?
I'm telling you, never mind.
Please, tell me. I'm all ears. I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
I've got nothing to say.
Tell me.
I've got nothing to say. This is ridiculous.
So you're saying you didn't have the gun on the trail, so there's no way you racked it out there on the trail and somebody might have picked this round up?
What I'm telling you is I don't carry my gun. I carry my gun if we go fishing along the river, like night fishing. I carry my gun if we're going to go out and tromp through the
I mean, you can't deny that. It's a round from your gun. Did you rack it on the trail? And, you know,
I didn't have my gun that day.
Never racked it on the trail.
I didn't have my gun that day.
Ever. Any day. You ever remember racking your gun on that trail?
No, I don't.
You ever remember racking your gun while you're mushroom hunting out there in the years prior? Do you ever remember racking your gun when you're fishing? Did you ever go fishing there?
Not usually, no.
Okay. Where do you usually go fishing?
Down at the dam.
Oakdale?
No, in town, the little creek.
Oh,
Deer Creek.
Okay, Deer Creek. And you said earlier you don't shoot it a lot, so you weren't out there target practicing.
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm just trying to figure out how I got there. When you said you carry it when you're mushroom hunting and fishing, and obviously I know when mushrooms grow, and I know probably, I mean, you could go be fishing in February. Why do you carry it? Why would you carry your gun? I'm not a fisherman or a hunter, but why would you carry your gun if you're out mushroom hunting?
Just because you're going to be out in the boondocks, you just never know who you're going to run into. Personal protection.
Okay. Or snakes or something like that, I guess.
I probably wouldn't shoot a snake.
You wouldn't?
No.
No, you said your head.
No.
I hate snakes. All right.
I'm not saying I like them.
I guess I'm quicker than a snake. I can get away maybe. When you do carry it, do you carry like a...
Still trying to be his friend.
Hip, or do you carry it like one of those fancy holsters, or do you just put it in your pocket? Or
it's got a holster, side holster.
Like a paddle holster like this, just clips? Or does it go through the belt?
It goes through the belt.
Mine just slides on.
It goes through the belt or clips. I don't know. I'd have to look. Right off. I don't remember.
He has a right to carry it.
And you said when you do carry, you have one in the chamber. That's how I carry mine.
Generally, yeah.
No, he was out like mushroom hunting. My wife and I have done it a couple times where you go out looking for specific mushrooms that are edible. Not shrooms like the PCP type or LSD type. No, they're just regular mushrooms you cook and eat. That's all.
Right on. I'm just saying that you have a right to carry a gun in this country. You have a constitutional right.
Yeah, here in Ohio, we're allowed to open carry, and we also have the stand your ground law. So,
yeah, in Florida you do. Yeah.
Was wrong, Logan. Friends with Brad Holder's clan. I believe that there was a connection, Patty. I do, and we'll get into that too. This is probably going to take a couple days to go through everything I want to, but we're going to get to more of this here before we're going to be here for a little bit, guys. But that's so I can get everything in that I want you guys to see. That's all. Hey, Luce, I see you yelling at somebody. On we go.
All right. Let me see what the prosecutor has to say. I'm gonna call him real quick. Tell him what's going on, okay?
Okay.
What do you want me to tell him?
I want you to tell him whatever you want to tell him. I mean,
the truth? I'll tell him the truth because that's what I do.
That's your version of the truth.
That's absolutely not what he does at all. He's absolutely completely as far away from the truth as you can get.
Because it's obviously not.
I'm not making it up.
It's obviously not the truth.
You think I'm making up that we found this round? And
I don't know what you're doing. What I'm telling you is...
I'm not making this up. You and I both know. I'm not lying to you about anything. Everything I'm telling you is facts.
Okay.
I'm not trying to trick you into anything, Rick.
There you are.
I know you probably watched, you said you watched Dateline, all these fancy shows. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just giving you some of the evidence that we have against you.
And I'm telling you that that's not possible.
Well, I can't. I'm not making this up. I showed you. I can't make it. This is a legal document. Item 16.
Any other evidence that
was identified as being cycled in the firearm of item 314. Item 314 is your gun. Item 16 is the round that we found out there on the ditch bank next to Liberty's foot.
And
that round compared to your gun.
And I'm telling you that didn't happen. That
I'm
it's
telling
not
you it did.
possible.
I don't. So you think I've just typed this up? Do you think I'm?
You're saying it happened. I'm not denying you're saying that. What I'm telling you is there's no way my bullet was found near a murder scene. It didn't happen.
And I showed you a picture.
And I can tell you
of a round, a Winchester 40 caliber round, right?
I've got nothing to work. Any other evidence that you have is obviously not going to point at me. I mean,
it is.
Okay.
The expert witnesses, the witnesses, all of it.
I don't believe that.
But
go ahead and call the prosecutor.
I'm just stumped here on what you think I made this up.
What do you want me to tell you?
I want you to tell you how do you think I made this up? Do you think I just typed this up? This is an official document.
I never said you made it up.
I
never said you made it up.
I can't lie to you and say, hey, I have an official document right here saying that this exam was done on this round that we found at the scene. I can't make any of that up. That's what you're telling me.
Well, no. I've not once said that you're lying. I've not once said that you're making that up.
You're just saying
what I'm telling you is that there's no way that a bullet from my gun ended up anywhere near a murder scene. It just didn't happen.
And
that's all I can tell you. I can't tell you any more than that.
And all I can tell you is we found this round back in 2017.
Okay.
Collected it, have compared other guns to it. Other guns have not matched. We've had it for over 5.5 years. All right, we get information. You're on the trail. We want to talk to you and say, hey, what's going on? Who'd you see? What'd you do? You kind of cooperate, but then we say, hey, we're looking for this and that. Would you let us look? Nope. Get a search warrant. We did. We got a search warrant.
Sure.
And we found this gun in your house that you bought in 2001. That the extraction marks, which is the analogy I got from the lab.
Kim said she had to go do dinner real fast. She'll be right back though.
Is it's compared to a fingerprint. It's unlike anybody else's.
Okay.
So these extraction marks, if they got my SIG 40, if I had a SIG 40, I have a 45 and a 9, but if I had a 40, it wouldn't match to my gun. And we've had multiple 40 caliber guns down there testing on other people that cooperated with us.
Okay.
And it doesn't match to their gun. So that's why I'm telling you why we're here.
Sure.
The one reason why we're here today is because your gun matches to this round that was found out there. I can't make that up. I'm not lying to you, Rick. I can't. That's unethical. I can't go.
It's obviously what you think. What I'm telling you is
it's not what I think. It's what the evidence is telling me. If I just thought, I'm gonna make this story up and somebody was out there and jacked around out of their gun, I can't make that up without the evidence that indicates it. Did they say anything to you about this round and about your gun the day they talked to you a couple weeks ago?
No.
No, because we didn't know.
Okay.
And then we collected all the evidence that we thought would match to the evidence that we have and run the test on it. And the test says that
and what I'm telling you is, and I guess I
can't deny this.
What I'm telling you,
I know what you're telling me. You're telling me that your gun and that round was nowhere near. And I'm telling you that the evidence indicates it is. Right? We're on the same sheet?
That's what you're telling me, yes.
And that's what you're telling me?
No.
What are you telling me?
I'm telling you that...
There's no way in hell that my gun and rounds out there. Go ahead, say it. Sorry, I won't interrupt you.
I'm not saying anything.
Because you know it's a lie. I can't make this up. That's what I'm saying. You and I both know I can't make this up. I can't. This is a certified official document. I can't just type this shit up and say, oh, look at me. I'm lying to you, Rick. I'm trying to trick you into confessing to something you didn't do. That's bullshit. You and I both know I can't do that.
Okay.
So tell me.
You tell me. Tell me.
I think you're involved in this double homicide. That's what I'm telling you because of the facts that we have.
I get that you think that. And I'm telling you I wasn't.
Okay. And if that's all it was, your word against my word, I would be like, okay, Rick, we'll see you later. But I got all this evidence that we can present to a jury of your peers that's going to say, wow, Rick did this. He won't talk to us, though, so we don't know what he is. He's just some crazy monster that chases around teenage girls and wants to torture them and do whatever. That's what they're going to say. And now your wife and your daughter and your friends and your family have to live with that.
Exactly. They already have to. You've already done the damage.
I didn't do the damage.
You certainly did.
My
You
round
and
isn't-
everybody else.
A round from my gun isn't down there.
I can't explain to you something that I don't understand.
Okay. I wish you could. I wish somebody could.
I certainly wish I could.
Well, sit tight. I'm going to find out what your wife's been telling the other detective, and we'll go from there. Okay. I can bring her in here too. Let her tell you. Maybe she can convince you to tell the truth. Calming down a little bit. Me again. She wants to talk to you.
Okay.
She's calming down a little bit.
Okay.
We basically told her about the same evidence that we have that we told you about. And she's wants to talk to you. She's a little
She's
upset.
probably terrified.
She is. So she's drinking her water and calming down a little bit. Like I told her, you mentioned it earlier. You're worried about what people are going to think and all this. I get that. But I don't think you're a bad person. Neither does she.
What kind of good person kills two people?
People make bad decisions all the time. I don't know what happened. You know, for all I know, maybe they did something.
What makes two of us?
Well, you have some explaining to do, though. I don't think you can explain why, and other than you think I'm making it up. But good people make bad decisions all the time. Good people get backed into a corner all the time, and I don't know what they did. Maybe I have a hard time believing they did something to. I don't think anybody could do something to deserve to be killed over, but you know, if somebody gets angry and their medication isn't right or whatever, I'm on medication. If my medication isn't right, maybe I don't make the best decisions. You know, people that are drinking and doing drugs, not saying you do, but when people drink and do drugs or the medication's off, maybe they make bad decisions. Good people do it all the time, but good people get out in front of it and tell the truth.
Do
and try
they?
to help. Put an end to it. It's over. And she believes that she doesn't think we're making any of this up. She thinks you're a good person. I think you're a good person. I just think something went wrong. I don't know why or what happened, but only one person can tell me, and that's you.
I can't tell you something that I don't know. And I don't know how to make that any clearer.
You don't want to remember?
Oh my God, I didn't do anything. I didn't murder two little girls. I didn't help somebody murder two little girls. I wasn't involved in, what'd you say, scheming or whatever.
Exactly,
I
Lucy.
wasn't involved with these two girls in any way, shape, or form. Never even seen them before.
I think as long as they need to, Psycho.
Well, I'm gonna let her talk to you a little bit.
Okay.
You guys can try to sort this out. And let me know whatever I can do to help. If you need more water or anything.
Okay.
Need another smoke.
Hey, baby.
Yeah.
It's all right, babe. It's gonna be all right. They're trying to tell me that you actually believe that I did it. And I just can't believe that.
I'm trying to figure out where there's a bullet out there.
I know. Do you think I'm not? And that's what I told him. I can't explain something I don't understand. I tried to explain to him that there's no way that a bullet from my gun was at a murder scene because it didn't happen. I didn't even have my gun that day I went out.
What you guys need to understand too is that they had her in another room hammering her, okay? Driving it into her head that there's no way it's not Rich. There's no way it's not Rick. It's there. He did this. He did this. He did this. Showing her paperwork. Dude, blah, 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 blah. Playing the game, hoping that they'll put her in this room that she can get him to admit to it. That's exactly what they were doing, guys. It's a game they play. Again, trigger warning. This is hard to watch the two of them interact because it's sad. It broke my heart to watch it too, truly. So I'm just going to let you know up front. But again, it's something that you guys need to see. And then he gets arrested at this point too. So.
You know me. You know this isn't something I could do. And I know that you know that. You don't have to tell me that. I know. They really think I did this. And they want me to believe that I know you know I didn't do this. I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know what they're trying to do here, but I'm not going to say something that's not true, and I can't explain something that I don't understand. The only way for me to explain it is that I don't know, because I'm saying it's not possible. There's no way that a bullet from my gun ended up at a murder scene. I didn't murder anybody. I didn't help somebody murder anybody. You know, I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you. I know you know me. I know you know that I didn't do this, had anything to do with it. They talk about scheming or something.
Yeah, I don't. Don't know how did a bullet from your gun get out there?
I don't know.
Because they said it came from our gun.
I know that's what they believe me. That's what they're telling me.
But how did it get there?
I don't know.
They said there was one in your box above your dresser that matched it.
They showed me that picture too. I can't explain it. And I don't.
I can't either. They keep asking me and I don't know how to answer that.
You know,
Oh, I can. They put it there. In my opinion, they put it there. That's exactly what I think happened with that.
I understand. Me either. And that's what I'm trying to tell them. You want to keep asking me, and I just keep telling you I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain something that isn't possible. But I know, this is what I do know. I know that no bullet from my gun was connected with a murder in any way, shape, or form. And there's no way a bullet from my gun would have been near Abby and Libby's murder or anything else, because I never even seen those girls. Period. And I didn't even have my gun that day. So that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make that any clearer. I don't know how to make somebody understand. I get what he's saying. I don't have a way to explain it.
And they're like, there's a witness that said it was you out there.
Which was a lie. And no, Mama, there's no photos, no nothing. They had no way, no proof of that. Just their own word. Okay. That's why I believe they put it there. 100%. Yeah, yeah, he came in willingly.
Dear, I don't know
And I'm
what.
like, how did they know it was you? So they said they showed her.
Yeah, that's how it went too. I don't know if I explained that. Maybe I didn't, but Murky's right. The cops didn't find the bullet. They were called back to the scene and collected it days after, mind you. Okay, they left that scene sit like that for days, and then they came back. That's absolutely right. Yes. In fact, they left the sticks and everything from the scene itself that they found laying on the girls in the Odinistic rune shapes. They left them there. I mean, what the hell? They left them there. This is nuts, guys. It's nuts.
And I'm like, of course you were out there.
If they see me out there, they see me out there, dear. And I told
Were
them.
you on the bridge?
I told them I was on the bridge. I went out to the first trestle.
Oh, okay.
That first
I
thing.
don't remember you telling me that. You told me you were, so I told you you were on it, but I didn't.
It doesn't, hon, you're not in any trouble. You didn't do anything.
Because they were found on Ron Logan's property, Ashley.
I didn't do anything.
Tell him, right?
Huh?
I didn't know you were on it. I'm sorry.
Well, don't worry about it.
You told me you weren't.
Huh?
You told me you weren't, so I just was.
No, I told you that I walked.
Okay.
I love you, baby. I don't know what they're trying to do, but I know that that's not what I told you. And I love you. And they're not going to get away with this.
I don't believe they had a picture. I don't think they had a photograph of the bullet by Libby's foot, from my understanding. I don't remember that being that way, Mama. They found the bullet in the ground in between where the bodies had been laying. Like if one was here, one was here, the bullet would have been in the middle in the ground there, from my understanding.
This is exactly what I would never want for you. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to say I did something I didn't do.
No, I'm dead serious. They left that stuff lay at the scene and came back days later to collect that stuff. I believe, I can't remember exactly how many days, but yeah, they didn't take any of that stuff. They just left it lay there when they removed the bodies, so on and so forth. It's disgusting. The things they did there is just pathetic.
I'm not.
Yeah.
And I know you know me, and I know you know that I would never do this.
It was SRV. It was pushed down into the dirt in the ground and so on and so forth. Right. Like Murky just said, it was found point down in the ground like someone had stepped on it and pushed it into the ground. So there's that. Oh yeah, really.
All I can say, hon, is you know me. I know, and I know you know me, and I know you. And what they're doing to you right now, I'm not okay with this at all.
Yeah, okay. I knew it was a while, Redacted's right. It was like 4 weeks, a month, something like that, yeah. That they just left them lay out there. They left the crime scene exposed to the world like that too. And it's ridiculous, the things they did.
And they know it, but they're gonna do what they're gonna do. I'm just sorry you're having to hurt. I'm sorry I'm having to go through it. I mean, it's like I told them, the damage is already done. You've already talked to people I work with, you talked to neighbors of mine. and I care about what people think. You know I care about what people think.
You know.
That's the point, 1-1. They broke the integrity right then and there. It doesn't. It's gone. You know what I mean? And there's your answer. You answered yourself, bud. Complete idiots. You know what I mean? So sad but true.
Hell, I have enough trouble not trying to believe that people think. Half the time I just think they think what I'm thinking. You know what I'm talking about. I'm always worried about what Jory thinks or.
I know.
And they're trying to, you know, talk about my anxiety and depression and shit. And, you know, I've tried to explain to them it's been going on for 7-8 years. Hell, I've had it my whole life. They want me to tell them that I did it. And I'm not going to. I'm not going to admit to something that I didn't do. How stupid is that? I don't care what they do to me. I'm not going to admit to doing something I had nothing to do with. And I'm not going to try to explain something I can't explain because I don't know. You tell me because I don't know.
I full-heartedly, absolute 100% believe everything this man is saying. Well, welcome, Hemi. Good to see you, brother.
100%. And the thing about this is the only influence from, in my opinion, and I just sat there and looking at her is the only influence that she's got is what they told her.
That's it. And she doesn't know any different. She believes, just like everybody else, Hemi, we want to believe in our law enforcement system. We want to trust that they're there for the good and that we want to be able to trust in them. So she doesn't know any different. You know what I mean?
Right. So she's saying, she's sitting there thinking, well, they got you.
Yes.
And they just brought her in so they can have some sympathy with him so he can lower his guard down a little bit.
That's all it is. That's all. It's a game. Yes.
Get him to pop off something to her and say, well, wait a minute now. You didn't say that, but you told her that. So
yep. That's why they did this. They have her in there with him now. They put her in there on purpose. They're sitting on the other side of the wall watching this now, okay? Trying to see if they're going to get her, if it's going to work to get him to break. The man hasn't changed his tone or his tune not one time. The entire interview. You guys have seen it all. Not one time. She doesn't know what to think or believe. She trusts her husband. She loves her husband. And she wants to believe in her husband. But they're forcing her to believe something else or trying to. Because she's supposed to be able to trust in these people. You know, this is where this is bad to people. This is why this is wrong to do. But here again, this is what they're watching and waiting on. They're trying to see if they can get her. Because they were working on her the whole time they were talking to him. To make her believe this. So now they're going to go in. They're going to send her in hopes that she's going to say, Rick, just tell him you did it. Just tell him you did it. I love you. I believe in you, but just tell him you did it because they have this information, so on and so forth. And they think that that's going to what's going to happen. And then he's going to give a confession and it's over. You see what I'm saying? This is what they do. It's disgusting, but it's what they do. They pit people against each other that care about each other to get what they want. They lie. They deceive. They do all of this shit just to get what they want.
And they did the same thing to a bunch of other people too. Chris Watts being the most famous one, and he was guilty as all get out. But he had his dad come in there because that's something that he was feeling real comfortable about.
Right.
And
no, I didn't see. Gotcha. I didn't see it, Faye. I didn't know if that was true or not. That's why I said I didn't know that if they had that or if they didn't. So I don't know.
I just know that I never even carried the gun unless we were going mushroom hunting, tromping through the woods, or fishing along the river. That's the only time I even carried it for the most part. I never even would have. Hell, I haven't carried my gun in I don't even remember a time when I used to carry it. I mean, other than going fishing, like if we were going night fishing.
But how could the bullet get there, honey? I can't understand that.
I told you, I can't either, hon. There's two explanations. One is the bullet didn't come from my gun.
It did though, honey. They've got ballistics on it.
I get that. Then it didn't come from a murder scene. I don't know what else to say. I get that. I get what they're saying. What I'm telling you is, if that bullet came from my gun, there's no way it was found with their investigation for the murders. There's no way. I can't explain something I have no answer for. They want you to think that I done it. That's what this is all about. They want you to come in here and make me believe that you think I did it, and I know you don't. You know me too well. You know I'd never do something like this, or even be involved with something like this. So they're probably going to come and take you away from me and go at me again. So just tell them you want an attorney and they'll have to let you leave. Don't worry about me. I'm trying to, I don't know what they're doing.
I feel so bad for her too.
Yes, you do.
There is no way that evidence is going to show that I did
Right
this.
fucking here, Rick.
You got one piece of evidence
I got
that I
multiple
can't
pieces.
explain.
Multiple. I'm not showing you my whole fucking hand here.
I don't care. I'm telling you I'm done talking.
And now you're going to drag your fucking wife and your daughter through this because you're too fucking bullheaded to get out in front of this and admit that you made a mistake. And whatever the fuck happened out there, we'll never fuck.
Now you get to see the real Jerry Holman. This is the real cop, who he really is, okay? The way he's talking and acting now. He's showing off now. And playing the other side of the game. Or they must have cut it right to that, okay.
No, because you're too big of a fucking bullheaded. Go ahead.
So tell you I did something.
Tell me
that I didn't do.
The truth, Rick. I don't want to know.
I've told you the truth and you don't want to hear it.
The evidence tells me otherwise. The evidence clearly indicates you're involved in this.
No,
I
it
saw
doesn't.
It fucking does.
It's a tactic, Lucy. They think that because she's in there that he's gonna break and give them something if they push him like this. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke.
Doesn't. I'm telling you that there is no way that a bullet from my gun was used in these murders.
And I'm telling you that we had this fucking round on February the 14th, 2017. It's been secured in a fucking laboratory. And we've tested other guns
I understand
I'm
what you're
telling her.
saying.
I want her to hear this.
I
Rick.
understand what you're saying. What I'm telling you is I can't explain something I don't understand.
Oh, the scientists
That's not
explained it
possible.
for you. The lab analysis of analysts have explained that for you. They're saying that this round, without a doubt, came from your gun.
Then
And
you've
told me
taken it from somewhere else then. Because it's not possible.
I did not take it from somewhere else. It was logged in. It was taken as photograph. You think we fucking went and stole your fucking round and threw it down by a fucking dead girl's foot? This ain't fucking TV. This is realistic.
I understand.
We collected that fucking item on February the 14th. We didn't take it from anywhere else but that fucking scene. And we didn't take your gun from anywhere else. We took it from your fucking house.
I'm telling you, I can't explain something.
And I'm telling you, the fucking analysts explain it. You can't get past this.
Can you please let my wife out?
Absolutely. Come on, Kathy.
I love you, baby. Can I kiss her?
Yeah, kiss her. And do the right thing, Kathy. Tell him to do the right thing.
She knows I will.
Yeah, do the right thing. You're going to put your family through this for no reason.
I would just shut the fuck up, load her up, and move on. No sense in talking about it. You done argued with him. No argument. Stop the arguing. Just lower it up. Move on.
What?
Just know I'll have your badge.
You're gonna pay for what you've done to my wife.
What am I doing?
You want to
What?
fuck with me, but you leave my wife out of this. Fuck, leave
No,
me.
got in his face with that.
No, you're involved in this. You're fucking around there, Rick.
No, it's
I can
not.
see you're getting pissed off. I
I
understand.
am pissed off. Did you not see my wife?
Did you not see these fucking two girls dead? No, that's what happened. You got fucking pissed off at them. You fucking dragged them down a fucking hill, and you fucking killed them. Don't fucking tell me you didn't.
I didn't kill anyone.
Bullshit. Fucking upset for a reason, not because of
Because
us.
you're trying to
Because of
kill
you.
somebody.
You're trying to tell me that I'm not making this fucking round shit up, Rick. It is what it is.
I'm done talking. Arrest me.
Happy to.
There's the real
Be
Jerry
fucking
Holman.
happy to, 'cause I tried to fucking help you and you wouldn't fucking do it.
Oh, you're helping me.
I'm guilty and I know it, and I'm gonna fucking prove it.
Okay.
And I'm not paying for any of this shit. You're paying. This is on you. This ain't on me. It's fucking on you, Rick. You had your fucking opportunity.
That's a great copy, ain't he?
Really? That's not how it's supposed to be done, sir.
Please hold.
No, not even close. Not even close, you guys. Not even close. You saw the show that Holman put on that whole time until the very end because he wasn't getting his way. So guess what? Mr. Jerry threw a temper tantrum, stomped his little finger and hammered his hand. Rick's not afraid of them. That's the other problem. He might be little, but he wasn't afraid of them. And that's what that was a fucking temper tantrum. It was a joke because you're a pathetic excuse for a detective. You can't do your job. So you know what? I'll make this happen. I'll make this happen. That's what he was trying to do. And anybody, guys, if you watch any interrogation videos, at some point, they can usually break somebody that's guilty to some aspect, okay? Not one time did Richard Allen change his story, his tone, his nothing other than getting angry because they brought his wife in. That's it. That's it, okay? Now I'm going to play just a little bit of this, and I'm going to show you guys who Ron Logan is, and it's some other stuff here, but this is a little bit of the prison confession that he was coerced into, in my opinion, after being put on Haldol and being tortured and all the things that they did to him. All the things. And I can't wait, you guys. I'm telling you, when this appeal goes through, I can't wait to watch Alan laugh in their faces for the stupidity, the ignorance, the pathetic, lazy bullshit, and ignorant police work that they did on this. And I hope he owns the city of Delphi and moves the fuck out as far away as he can. That's what I think. I hope that happens.
That is one pissed off motherfucker right there. In that picture, that is one pissed off motherfucker right there.
I would be. I'm pissed off, and it's not even me that's going through it. It's insane.
He went from pissing him off to you basically just like made it real personal to him. It's amazing that he didn't get up off that chair and slap shit out of him once his wife left.
100%. I probably would have done it with my wife there, to be honest with you, especially putting her in the middle of it.
I'd be like this. If you want to arrest me, motherfucker, arrest me now, bitch.
I would have said the same thing. I wouldn't have said a damn word to him. Not one word.
Ooh, they even got my daggone temperature gauge up. Shit.
Oh, yeah. My blood pressure's been up through this whole thing. If you can't notice, my face is red because it's bullshit. It's highly, highly illegal what they do, and they get away with it, and they have gotten away with it with this man. And I don't even know him. He don't mean a hill of beans to me because I don't know him. But he's another human being, just like you and myself and everybody else in here, and they don't deserve this when they did nothing wrong. That's the problem.
I just like taking still photos of people in how their natural like way of being themselves. And this guy here is that's not a picture of a psychopath. That's a picture of a guy that's pissed.
Sure is. Sure. Absolutely. And one's right. Where's it at? Problem is that people don't know the laws, and then because of that, they very easily do get taken advantage of. And then the police has they don't have to take accountability for it because we were just doing our job. Yeah, of course. No, Fizzy. There was no. They were stabbed and they were knife wounds. There was no shooting whatsoever done. None at all.
Hello, this is a free call from
Ricky.
an inmate at the Indiana Department of Corrections, Westville Correctional Facility.
Hey, are you there?
Hey, yeah.
Hey, okay.
I'm sorry, hon. I'm trying to keep this together.
Oh, hon.
I don't want to upset you anymore. All I want to do is be able to help you. Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
So, I'm not saying anything, but if it gets to a point that it's too much, you just need to call the investigators and tell them to come and get me and bring me to you, and I'll tell them whatever they want me to tell them, because whatever it is they want me to say, I'll just say it.
No.
So I want to be able to make this stand for you and for everybody else that's hurting because of this. I love you too much. And every time I talk to you, I feel like it's going to be the last time I get to talk to you.
I know. I wish I could hug you.
I can't explain what's been going on.
No.
I don't want you to worry about me.
Yeah.
I'm a man and I'll take care of myself, but I'm worried about you. And that's all I do is worry about you. So, and you let everybody else know how much I love them, won't you?
You need to hang in there, honey, okay?
Huh?
You need to just hang in there, because they're going to get you an attorney soon, okay?
Will you just let everybody know how much I love them?
Of course I will. They already know, hon.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Nobody loves me anymore.
Stop.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
That's not true.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Not true. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Welcome, Turpentines and Moonshine. It's great to have you jumping in the sauce with us. We appreciate you very much, and welcome to the sauce.
Sorry.
Okay.
I know what you told me. I know what you told me, and I believe you.
Yes.
I just, knowing I'm never going to see you again, or at least it feels that way. I'm just saying, if it gets too hard, just tell them to come and get me and bring me to see you, and I'll tell them whatever they want me to say.
No. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. I don't need you to try and be strong for me. Okay?
Can you imagine, you guys, what this does to a person psychologically? And then in the end, if and when it comes out, the truth, okay, there'll be nothing for this man until he files a lawsuit, of course, but they won't even apologize. They may say, oh, we're sorry, but what does that do? What does that do? Does that bring back the broken psyche that this has done to this man and his wife and their daughter, and the torture that they go through in society because of this? No, it don't. And they don't give two fucks what they've done to this person. because it's all in the greater good that they claim it to be of them lying. No, you didn't. This is not justice for Abby and Libby or their families, folks. This is a joke. It's disgusting. And I played the trigger warning because it is triggering, but I'm playing this because you guys got to see and hear this. You have to get the same anger that I have to see how bad this is, to know why we have to stand against this kind of shit. Okay? That's all I'm saying. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I can put it on faster. Of course I can do that.
You need to be weak. You need to be held. You take care of yourself, okay? Okay? I know. But you need to get the help you need. I can't hug you. I can't tell you anything that's going to make you feel better. So please make sure if you need Mom or Greg or anybody that you're going to them, don't wait. Did you go back to work?
No,
Okay.
they don't want me there.
They don't?
They're afraid for me.
Oh, okay.
That's okay. They're afraid for me. I'm afraid for themselves. So let's do the best
I
we can.
understand.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, baby.
You have 1 minute.
They had him in solitary confinement for 13 months, folks. 13 months. The law allows 30 days. 13 months.
Remaining.
I'm sorry, baby. Just one more thing. I fucked up for you. I just love you so much, babe.
I love you too, honey.
Okay, I'm not gonna keep calling.
No,
I wish I could see you, babe. You don't know what I'd get to see you just one more time. Because I don't know what I'm gonna say. But you just know that if anything happens, I'll see you in the next lifetime. I swear I will, okay? Okay.
If anything happens, he knew that they were what was going to start happening to him.
He took care of the family for me. I love you all.
I love you too, sweetheart.
Okay. Bye-bye. It's good to hear your voice.
I love you too, sweetie.
Okay. It's going to cut us off here.
Okay, I love you. Okay.
I love you.
I love you, honey.
I love you. I'll hold on.
Thank you for using GTL. This is a prepaid debit call from
Ricky.
Hey.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah.
How are
Good
you?
to hear from you.
Yeah. Been trying to get a hold of Kathy all morning, but this stupid phone system doesn't seem to be working right about half the time.
It cut us off. Friday didn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure it did. I got a hold of her once today, and then it cut us off before I had a chance to really talk to her, and I haven't been able to get her back since. So.
Okay.
I was just curious to see if it would let me through to you. So.
They had a lot of real bad storms. I wrecked the van.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to skip through some of this standard conversation, although it's important to hear. I just want you to hear where we get to the confession stuff, okay? Welcome back, Kim. That was quick.
Hi. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to hurry up and jump down.
That's okay. That's okay. Let Carlos know we appreciate you being here with us. Hopefully he's okay with that.
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right, let me get through some of this to where that is, because some of this is heartbreaking, guys. It's very hard. Very, very hard to hear. And you can start to hear that his tone starts to change. Okay. And it starts to be very downtrodden. Very, it's just, you can just hear it. And then he goes, go ahead.
Someone said he sounded speedy on the first one, but I can imagine there's like so much in your head you want to say, and you're on a limited phone call and nervous and scared, and probably came out that way.
Very much so, yes. All right, let me get, I've been asking for personal business. All right.
Hi, Hemisphere.
Hello.
No.
Minute remaining.
We're not going to discuss this, okay?
I'm all right, I guess.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. It's good to hear your voice.
So did Kathy tell you that I did it?
We're not going to discuss this, okay? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. We love you. You know that, don't you?
Regardless?
Yes.
And do you know if Kathy's okay?
Kathy's doing okay. We've been holding each other up.
I'm just worried that you guys aren't going to love me because of the fact that I said that I did it.
Ricky, I just know you're not in a good place right now. And I'm praying for you, and we will always love you. No matter what. But just saying it doesn't mean you did it.
Well, it does when I did.
Rick, don't talk like this. I think they're just messing with you.
No, Mom, they're not. I love you, though.
What are you doing? I love you too, hon. I just know you don't have it in you to do something like that.
Mom. I wouldn't sit here and tell you I did it if I didn't.
Well, if they're messing with your meds and all that, yeah, you would. But we're not going to discuss the case anymore.
So if I did do it, then you guys don't love me anymore?
I will always love you no matter what.
Okay.
And that you can count on that.
Okay.
There's nothing that would make me ever stop loving you.
It's good to know.
Okay, so I don't want people confused. This is where he's talking to his mother. So I must have skipped over him when I scrubbed it. I must have skipped over him talking to Kathy and saying that to her. Because he called her first and then he talked to his mother. So hold on, guys. I'm sorry.
I hope you're always going to love me. I just got to know that everybody's still going to love me. Honey?
Well, then you're dreaming stuff again.
Yeah, I bounced up. Sorry, guys. Hold on.
I've been asking for personal visitation, and that's not going through. And
I know.
then it's taken me, feels like it's taken me forever.
You have 1 minute remaining.
It's okay. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to be at peace with things.
Honey.
And I had a dream that I needed to let you go, and I didn't know how to let you go. And
Well, then you're dreaming stuff again. Okay? Well, you doing okay, hon?
oh, I might be now.
Okay. Well, I'm supposed to be meeting Brad here at the gas station to sign something, so I didn't know what that was about, but are they going to move you?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think maybe I'm losing my mind, but I'm not sure.
Oh, no. No. So they allowed you to call, or have you been able to and just couldn't?
Oh, great. This is the part where it gets weird.
Yeah. I'm right here.
Yeah, here it is. Here we go. And if you listen to the tone of his voice, like I said, it's dropped from the first couple calls. Okay, we're at May 10th of 23, so on and so forth. And remember this: he's been dosed with Haldol, strong amounts of it. That he's something he wasn't taking. They changed any medications that he was on to just this. Okay, he's been kept in solitary confinement nonstop. He's been tortured by inmates and guards. Threatened. They've threatened him that his family is going to be killed, blah, blah, blah. Things like all sorts of these things, okay? So remember all that and then listen to him when he says what he says.
Are you okay?
Yeah? Yeah, what's going on, hon?
I don't know. I just think maybe I've lost my mind.
Oh, no, honey. We've all lost our minds at this point.
So so I can trust Brad and Andy then?
Yes, you can, sweetheart. Yes. Let's not talk about anything that we don't need to, but no, there are lawyers, honey. There are lawyers.
Well, I need to tell you something anyway.
Okay. Are you sure you want to talk to me over the phone?
I think I have to.
Okay.
I need you to know that I did this.
What? No. No, you didn't, dear. There's no way. There's no way, dear.
Love me.
Dear, there's no way. Okay.
I hope you still love me.
I always will love you, honey, but no, you have not done anything. And I think you are not well. So you don't need to be saying you did something you didn't do.
Well, hon, this is the first time I've been able to talk to you, and I've been trying forever.
Were you just not allowed to call me, or?
I don't know what's going on, hon.
Okay.
I'm definitely going to lose my mind now, though.
Don't. I'm supposed to be meeting Brad here for some reason, so. I don't know anything about that.
I've been asking for personal visitation, and that's not going through. And
I know.
then it's taken me. Feels like it's taken me forever.
You have 1 minute remaining.
It's okay. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to be at peace with things.
Honey.
And I had a dream that I needed to let you go, and I didn't know how to let you go, and
Well, then you're dreaming stuff again. Okay? That's all it is. You don't be talking about anything on the phone negative like that. Okay?
but I have to let you know that I did it, hon.
Dear, no, you didn't. There's no way. There's no way.
Thank you for using GTL.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, it's me.
Yeah.
I need to know if you still love me, baby.
Yes, dear.
Okay. And everybody else will as well? Honey?
Yes.
Because I may have to spend the rest of my life here. Or...
If you guys listen, there's things he's saying, at least for me, there's things that he's saying that led on to tell that that he's being forced into saying this, okay? That there's somebody, there's one point he says there's somebody here. But at this point, and I know, guys, it's hard to hear this, but he's saying, like, I need to let you know that I did this. Like, I have to tell you this.
Yep, I think I have to.
Right.
And then he says, I'm going to lose my mind after. And now I'm going to lose my mind. Like, now that I've said it,
yes,
I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah, listen to how he's saying it is what I'm saying. My wife, I had her listen. We went over this last summer, or maybe I think it was maybe the winter before. We spent hours on this. My wife has 2 degrees in psychology, and she was like, I'm telling you, before I said a word to her, she's like, I'm telling you that there's somebody telling him what to say, in her opinion, okay? In some form. And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to tell her something without telling her something while he's saying this, you guys. That's what my wife believes this was. I know, guys. I know. I know you're angry. I'm angry. It's angering. It's very disheartening and very angering.
And they were probably withholding obviously the visitation, phone calls.
Every bit of it. Yes.
Until he's agreeing to admit it.
Yep. They withheld so much from him. They threatened him. They threatened that every time he spoke to his attorneys, the first thing he would say is, my family okay? Is my wife all right? Is my daughter okay? There were things being said to him that I can only imagine.
Yep.
That had him living in fear, folks. And this is why I know this is very hard, you guys. I'm sorry. We need to hear this. We need to know this to understand what they have done to this man and what the extents and the limits that they will go to accomplish these ignorant, disgusting things they do.
I've been trying forever.
Were you just not allowed to call me, or?
I don't know what's going on, hon.
Like I said, listen to everything he says, word for word, folks. I'm telling you, you'll get it.
Okay.
I'm definitely going to lose my mind now, though.
Well, don't. I'm supposed to be meeting Brad here for some reason, so. I don't know what's happening.
I've been asking for personal visitation, and that's not going through. And
I know.
then it's taken me. Feels like it's taken me forever.
You have 1 minute remaining.
It's okay. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to be at peace with things.
Honey.
And I had a dream that I needed to let you go, and I didn't know how to let you go. And
Well, then you're dreaming stuff again. Okay? That's all it is. You don't be talking about anything on the phone negative like that. Okay?
but I have to let you know that I did it, hon.
Dear, no, you didn't. There's no.
But I have to let you know that I did it, hun. Now, anybody else, guys, Kim, I'm sure you can attribute to this, Hemi as well. If you're telling somebody you did something, wife, friend, cousin, neighbor, me and you, okay? Hey, Kim, listen, I did this. I did what they accused me of. I'm just telling you that. Not, I have to let you know that I did this. I think I have to let you know I did that. This doesn't sound like somebody confessing to something, in my opinion. There's different wording here that I would not.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's something he's saying.
The emotion would be different.
Oh, God, yes.
You know, like how hard it is to have to come forward with something that you want to tell a loved one, you know, if it's embarrassing or if it's, you know, whatever. I mean, we've all done it, you know, and you got to find a way to like get the words out or whatever, you know. It doesn't sound like this.
Not even close. Not even close. I've watched too many interrogations to know that.
There will be some form of emotion of crying behind it because it reveals a lot of regret.
Of course.
A lot of emotions will come out of that. This right here, there's no emotion in this.
Unless you're a sociopath, and Richard Allen by no means is a sociopath, folks. By no means.
Can you think back like to a deep, dark secret that you carried for years, and you never want to talk about it? You just until one day it just comes up, and you have to face it, and you've been dreading it. And then when you get that point where you take a loved one or somebody that's very close to you and say, "Hey, come here, I got to tell you something."
Yes, Ken, I knew that.
This is going to break my heart, but I have to tell you this. That's genuine. That's
sure, absolutely,
you know,
absolutely.
This right here, I think I had to tell you I did it.
Right.
There would be no balls bone about that shit.
No, and I think he knows. Like they were together for a long time. Like they know each other, okay. And I think he knows that how he's saying this to her, she knows what it means, because you'll hear her say, she's even came out and said, I know he didn't do this. She spoke out after things and so on and so forth. So, yeah.
I mean, everybody has their guilty crutch or guilty pleasure in their lives that they just don't want, that they keep hidden. They don't like for it to come out. And I think everybody has that. It doesn't matter if it's how big or small.
Sure.
But when something of this magnitude comes at you in your life,
right, and bingo,
you're faced with the reality of, okay, I know I didn't do this. Didn't he sit there and said, they do whatever the fuck they want to do. They put me in jail if they want to.
Right. And like Faye just said, for some reason, he has, capital has, to say that right now. Somebody's listening to make sure that he says it for her safety, most likely. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to get out there, big Faye. That is what I'm trying to make known to you guys to catch.
That's crazy.
Willie Will's in the house. What's up, Malaka? There's my brother. Good to see you, bro. Sorry, guys. I get excited.
It was too robotic and too like flat toned and
yeah.
No emotion.
Yeah. Willie knows this case too. He covered this with us along with us too. So, but yeah, listen to the other words too. And at some point, it was a slip up. They didn't cut it out. Okay. He says, I can't remember which one it is, but he says somebody's here. That was all I had to hear when I heard that finally.
Mm-hmm.
Way. Thank you for using GTL.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey, it's me.
Yeah.
I need to know if you still love me, baby.
Yes, dear.
Okay. And everybody else will as well? Honey?
Yes.
Because I may have to spend the rest of my life here, or...
Stop talking about it, please. That's not true. Okay? Okay?
I don't understand. I just got to know that everybody's still going to love me.
I love you.
Because I may only be able to see you one last time.
Does this sound to you guys like somebody that truly committed a crime? Or does this sound like somebody that's been broken by the system and doesn't have a choice at this point? That's how I take it, is all I'm saying.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, thank you. It's not true.
It's true, honey.
No, it's not.
It's true, honey.
No, it's not. You're not well, sir.
I'm well.
No. No, you're not.
Yes, I am, honey.
Yeah, he's well. You hear the monotone in his voice? I'm fine. I'm good. This is true. My mind envisioned two guys standing side beside him, like I've said before, staring at him like this.
Yep.
Like, you know what you got to say. Make sure you make her believe you. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. Hey, Aquarian.
And it's after the first phone call with her, like she knows now what's going to happen every single phone call, and it's just tormenting her.
100%. 100%. That's why the man is so broken. And listen, if this man were to be released, the things that were done to him, if he were to snap in prison or even outside of prison, I wouldn't blame him psychologically. Think about it. What they did to him, what they did to his family, what they did to his wife, his little girl who lost her daddy at a young age for no reason. No reason. This man was minding his own fucking business, living his life, going to work, taking care of his family, playing pool every now and then, being a normal everyday guy. And then this.
Yeah. And he was just doing his civic duty, showing up when they said, hey, if you were at the park, please come let us know. And that's what he was doing. Now, what message does that send to the public? Don't help out because you'll be framed or could be framed.
That's what it's telling us. I'm not wrong, guys. It's telling us. It's telling all of us, fuck them. They're on their own. Excuse my language, everybody. This case makes me so mad. I'm sorry, but it does. But it's back. Mind your, I don't want your, that's not my business. You know what I mean? It's not our business. That's what they're doing to people. People want
stay away. Stay away. Don't get involved.
Right. People want to be stand-up citizens and help each other, folks. We all do. And here's what happens. It's sickening to me. It makes me so mad. You have no clue.
I just hope that you'll still love me, because I may only, if I get the electric chair or if I get the death penalty.
No, honey, that's not gonna happen. No.
If it does, will you be there for me?
It's not gonna happen here.
You know what, Holly? I've always wondered that. I've always wondered if the people that committed this, it's obvious that they know other people, okay? It makes me wonder if there were people that were worried. Did he see something? Did he see the people that were really responsible for this? Could he talk about this? Could he? But he never did. You know what I mean? But it's always something I did wonder, Holly. That's a good point to bring up.
See what?
Nothing. This isn't right. They messed you up so bad.
It's okay, honey. I did it. I did it, dear.
Stop.
I cannot stop. I've got somebody here listening to me right now, dear.
No, I did it.
Bingo. Here we go. Listen again.
I did it, dear.
Stop.
I cannot stop. I've got somebody here listening to me right now, dear.
I did it. She said, stop. He says, I cannot stop. I have somebody listening to me right here, right now. That's it right there. And if that is not enough to throw those confessions out, you tell me what is. That's insane to me that they allowed that and didn't say another word about it.
I bet he got in big trouble for that too.
I'm sure he did. I'm sure he was punished. I'm sure they threatened him. He has to make her understand why he's doing what he's doing. That's why he said, I can't stop. That, to me, right there, we've all heard it now, folks. The whole world has heard it. That should be enough to toss those confessions. And
I wonder if the jury heard that.
Oh, I can almost promise you they did not, Miss Kim.
Yeah.
There it was, right there.
This isn't right. They messed you up so bad.
It's okay, honey. I did it. I did it, dear.
Stop.
And what's killing me, guys, is you can hear the tone of his voice. He's so, like, he's actually fighting against it.
He is.
You hear it in his voice. It's okay. I did it.
I did it. It's
okay.
okay.
I did it. Please stop. I can't. There's somebody here watching me right now. That's it right there. It's all there, guys. And anybody that listens to that, that's what threw my wife on this. She was like, oh my God, are you serious? And they believed in this? She said on a psychological aspect, that is not realistic at all, Joe. I 100% agree with her.
Yep.
I cannot stop. I've got somebody here listening to me right now, dear.
No, I did it.
I don't.
And as soon as he said that, Kathy said, I know. She knows. Okay. Listen, you hear her say it, I know. And then
I cannot stop. I've got somebody here listening to me right now, dear.
No,
I know.
I don't.
Oh, you did it, dear.
I've got somebody here listening to me right now, dear.
No, I did it.
I don't.
Oh, you did it, dear.
I killed that, dear.
No, you didn't. Stop. Stop saying that. No, you didn't.
I knew I was supposed to let you go. I was trying to let you go.
Stop. Yeah, we're going to be back together.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I hope you're always going to love me. No matter what. Will you always love me, baby?
Who's with you? Who's with you? Who's with you? Who's with you? You need to stop talking. If there's no your lawyers out there, you need to stop talking. Who's with you?
And she's asking him, "Who's with you? Who's with you? Who's with you?" She. This is so sad and unbelievably angering to me.
Who's with you?
Thank you for using GT. Hi.
Here.
Hello?
Hello? Hi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, how you doing?
Oh, I'm all right, I guess.
This is mom now, right?
It's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, this is now his mother, who he was forced to do the same thing with her. They needed as many people to hear him say this as they could get, because it's the only thing they had, you guys. It is the only thing they had. And I promise you on everything I own, if he would have never done this, he'd be home right now, I think, because they had nothing else against him that was strong enough to convict him. Have a good night, Moonlit.
So did Kathy tell you that I did it?
We're not going to discuss this, okay? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah. We love you. You know that, don't you?
Regardless?
Yes.
And do you know if Kathy's okay?
Kathy's doing okay. We've been holding each other up.
I'm just worried that you guys aren't going to love me because of the fact that I said that I did it.
Ricky, I just know you're not in a good place right now. And I'm praying for you, and we will always love you. No matter what. But just saying it doesn't mean you did it.
Well, it does when I did.
Rick, don't talk like this. I think they're just messing with you.
No, Mom, they're not. I love you, though.
What are you doing? I love you too, hon. I just know you don't have it in you to do something like that.
Mom. He's okay?
And there again is another thing that he said, guys, that I caught that. Actually, it was my wife that caught that one, where he says, because I said I did it. Not because if he was truly saying it, he would have said, because I did it. No, because I said I did it. You see what I'm saying? I didn't catch that. She did. And that does make you hear it differently, at least in my opinion.
Kathy's doing okay. We've been holding each other up.
Exactly, my boy.
I'm just worried that you guys aren't going to love me because of the fact that I said that I did it.
Ricky, I just know you're not in a good place right now. And I'm praying for you, and we will always love you. No matter what. But just saying it doesn't mean you did it.
Well, it does when I did.
See, that question, Speedy, that's a good point. What would have happened if he would have screamed in the phone? They want me to say I did it, but I didn't. They're going to kill me and torture me. They threatened his family. They hit his soft spot, which is every one of our soft spots. They threatened his wife and his daughter and his mother, I believe, okay? In turn, that's exactly what I believe why he wouldn't do something like that, Speedy. Because I know I wouldn't. If I was told, I'm sorry to say this, but if I was told this, something like that, I'd probably follow right along with suit too, because we love our families. We protect our families. That's what it's all about. And everybody knows that that's how you hit somebody. You go after what they love the most.
Rick, don't talk like this. I think they're just messing with you.
No, Mom, they're not. I love you, though.
What are you doing? I love you too, hon. I just know you don't have it in you to do something like that.
Mom. I wouldn't sit here and tell you I did it if I didn't.
Well, if they're messing with your meds and all that, yeah, you would.
I love his mom.
But we're not going to
I'm
discuss
not playing.
Janice, yeah, she's actually really sweet. I feel
That
bad.
goes to say that mama knows best.
Yeah, right. I mean, mothers know their children no matter what. You know what I mean? That's a fact. Even I think that was even stated about oh God, I can't remember what interview I saw, but it was like come on, Dago, get it together. It was an interview where what the hell was his name? They interviewed his mother, they talked, and his father. They talked to, and she said, I knew who my son was at a very young age, but I never wanted to accept it. So you can hear it in her voice, though. Like, it's so heartbreaking, guys. It's very hard. But yeah, they were threatening his family. They were threatening all sorts of things with this guy. They drugged him. They made him mistrust things to the point where he stopped eating. They were threatening to poison his food and piss in his food and things like that. I mean, that's why the man quit eating. I would too. I mean, it's just sickening. This is sickening that this is allowed to happen. Okay. In a country that we're supposed to, this is the best country in the world, according to us. We're free, but are we truly free, folks? Because when you have this happening, that's not freedom to me. We're kept prisoners within ourselves, in my opinion, within our own lives. Okay. Because if this can happen to him and Brian and all the other people that this has happened to, it can happen to anybody. And that's why all of us take a stand against this, because we know that it can happen and we have to disallow for that in some way. In what way do we know how to do stuff like that? This is it. You know what I mean? Sorry, I keep interrupting.
So if I did do it, then you guys don't love me anymore?
I will always love you no matter what.
Okay.
And that you can count on that.
Okay.
There's nothing that would make me ever stop loving you.
It's good to know.
Are they letting you call again?
Well, right now I am.
Have you gotten any of my letters?
I'm not really getting mail anymore. Again.
Yeah, they stopped his mail. They only allowed him to call if he would agree to, from my understanding, if he would agree to admit to what he did. Just all of this stuff. You know what I mean? That was the only way he could have any communication. They disallowed his visiting. They stopped his mail for a period of time, quite a few times, I believe. They even disallowed some of his visits with his attorneys, if I can remember, which is not legal, but they did it. They found reasons and ways to get around his attorneys visiting him. And even when they did have his attorneys there, they were keeping him in, Labrado showed it. Like, it's like a cage. It almost looks like those things that they would serve your trays on at the hospital. Okay. And they would set him in this cage, chained like this, and then put him 6 to 8 feet away from the attorney, or I think it was 8 to 10 foot away from the attorneys. And he could only see through this little thing. He wasn't able to sign any documents. He wasn't able to do anything. He couldn't see things. And that's how they did it. And not to mention, this is highly illegal. They were filming his interactions with his attorneys. Again, how is this allowed? That's illegal. That's attorney-client privacy. They completely and totally broke every rule you can, and disallowed his human rights, folks. Whether he committed a crime or not, people have rights, human rights. They took everything away from him that they could. Everything.
I write to you every day.
Great. There's something else to share with my therapist.
Oh, they're letting you talk to her again?
And they always have been letting me talk to her.
Oh, just once a month or on a regular basis?
No, she's coming and seeing me every day.
And there's a story behind the therapist, mind you. The therapist that he was seeing was a true crime buff, like watched all the stuff on here. Okay, that shouldn't be allowed either. It wasn't his therapist. It was somebody that they gave to him that would watch all this. Does anybody else think that that's not normal? It's ridiculous. And whatever, she worked for them. Okay, so whatever she said, you got to think came from them. She worked right alongside them with whatever they were doing and agreed to all of it. It's insane. I've never seen anything like this. Dr. Walla, yeah. Yeah, right there. She was in Wawa, or however you say it. Yes, Meg. She was in true crime chats that were talking about the case, guys. Is that like, does that sound illegal to anybody else? Or at the very least, very unprofessional? I do know for a fact that she was caught. Oh God, who was it that people came to me and told me? Gray Hughes. Of course, you know he's a guilter, but she was in his chats before, agreeing with a lot of stuff he was saying. And I believe there was a couple others too. I think she may have popped into Drunk Turkey once or twice. Was it Walla or Wawa? I think it was Dr. Walla, yeah. And yes, there it is right there. Mostly gray. See? How is that allowed?
That's what I was going to say. She wasn't just watching. She was actively participating and making comments on Richard Allen.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Facebook groups she was part of that were against Richard Allen, and nobody said a word. Judge Gall, if she was a real judge, should have shut all of that shit down, booted her, had her license pulled, all of that. Nobody said anything. Nobody even blinked, you guys.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear.
All right. Well,
little did she know.
Right. And that's what I think this doctor was telling him. It's okay, Rick. You could admit you did it, Doc. It's okay. We understand, Rick. People do these things, Rick. It's okay, Rick. We know you did it. You know you did it. You need to come clean with your family, Rick, because you love them, and tell them you did it. Think about it, guys. Think about it.
And you have to remember, talking about the other theory of the, like you say, the hedonism part of this. The women might not be in the club, but they are married to mothers of the people who are in that cult.
They're very much part of it. Yes.
Yes. And there are people very close, women to this case, that probably have that connection.
Amen. Yes. Very good. Good point. Very good point. Huge point.
So let's see if this may clarify some things. They can limit, delay, or temporarily restrict, but they cannot outright deny you access to your lawyer without very specific, legally valid reason.
No, of course not. No, they did everything they could. But
the restrictions has to be narrow, documented, and justified.
Yeah. Yep. That's true. That is very true.
So
you are right.
I just thought I'd throw that out there because you was talking about that a while ago.
Oh no, you're right.
You're right. To deny him access to his lawyer.
Yes.
They can't do that.
And what they did everything. They got as close to that as they could. So yeah. Redacted's right. I heard this story. Of course, I didn't see it happen, but I heard this story that she had even fabricated one of his confessions while talking in cahoots with Gray Hughes, who, again, we know who he is, the piece of shit that he is. So, just want to point out that people close to the case do this type of shit in many high-profile cases. Of course, yes. Like Idaho as well. Yes. Absolutely, Lucy's absolutely right, guys. This type of shit went down in the OJ case too. This type of stuff went down in oh my God, JonBenet Ramsey situation. If you look into these cases, guys, you'll see that there's people that are on the outsides of these cases that have little bits and pieces to do with these things. It's insane. Gray Hughes, in my opinion, he needs to be looked into for some of the stuff he's done in these cases that I would consider to be illegal. I'll just put it that way, for his interactions and invasion of certain things. I'll just put it that way. Right. And that's the whole problem. That's why the Department of Justice is a big issue with me not looking into these cases. So that's why we're going that direction.
They are
Okay, hon, I love you.
Go ahead.
They are very on the edge of breaking our constitutional rights to be a human being.
Of course, they do. They do that. They take it right to that edge, Hemi, and then they stop and back up. Like, okay, I got just enough out there.
Yeah, tell everybody else I love them.
Okay. Bye, hon.
Bye. Okay.
Hello? Hello?
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Need to get you some coffee.
Yeah.
Get your coffee or snacks or whatever you need, babe.
Oh, I hate spending that money when I don't even know where it came from.
It doesn't matter. It's in there. I wouldn't worry about it. Somebody's thinking of you, so I wouldn't question it. Oh, Lord. What a mess. Good grief. Just when I think I've got everything, I don't understand my thought process on clothing. I really don't. Stupid. Stupid. Trying to get better about that. Oh, Lord. Here we go.
All right, so we heard that is the most important part of the confession stuff. I don't want to run it all. Very important stuff, guys. Okay, that is in a sense why this happened. The jury heard that. They heard only what Gall would allow, which I believe is less than 20% of the evidence. They didn't hear the important stuff. They didn't hear about Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields, Brad Holder, any of that stuff, guys. They didn't look into that stuff. They didn't show the depths of that stuff to the jury. It should have been. They showed them all that they needed to see. The jury members from that case even said they didn't really truly see enough. Most of the people, Diane Draper that comes in here has a friend that was part of that jury. She knows somebody that said that they felt bad for the families not having closure, and that's why a lot of them went in the direction they did. You can't do that. That should be, if somebody, I don't even know how to explain what I'm trying to say here. If that's true, that person should be held accountable, because that's not what a jury's supposed to do.
I don't like that the judges get to pick and choose what gets heard in a courtroom.
Nope.
Let everything in and let the lawyers do their jobs.
That's exactly what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. Like, where did that come from? Like, I can't even, I'm sure that at once upon a time, there was probably a very good reason for it, but I guess they want to limit it so they don't have a 10-year-long trial. But I mean, they're at this point, they're just picking and choosing.
100%.
It's becoming one-sided.
100%. Yes, ma'am. Now, real quick, I'm just going to show you a little bit of a couple things here. Do you see that tattoo?
Yeah.
This is a guard at Westville.
Mm-hmm.
That's not legal at all. Okay. That's a fact.
And he did it very defiantly, because that was after they had him take the patch off, right?
In Odin We Trust was one of the patches on their uniforms. And he said, no, and he didn't say a word until it was pointed out. The warden didn't say nothing until the attorney said, what the fuck? You can't do this. Okay. And the intimidation factor and all that stuff. And here's the thing, you guys. Alan is the one that brought forth the Odinism thing and said, this was done by Odinists. This was not me. And it came out. Okay. And then this happens. And when the man was told, you remove this or you don't have a job, probably reluctantly, this idiot goes and gets that tattooed on his face. Are you kidding me? These people are just insane, you guys. Insane. And now, okay, here's the cell. Hold on a minute here. Does this look like this is where he was kept for 13 months.
Wow.
It's like being locked in a closet with a toilet, folks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I don't even know that the man had they're supposed to get a bed mat. It's like supposed to be a mattress. It's more like a piece of cardboard with cloth on it. But they're supposed to get a bed mat that goes on here. That's it, though. Can you imagine being locked in here for 13 months? There's no window, mind you. That's a door. That's the door to the cell. That's it. No window, no nothing. A closet with a door on it. That was where he was for a year and a month. Can you imagine what that would do to your psyche? It's horrific to me. I'm sorry, but
disgusting.
Absolutely horrific. Hold on a minute. I also had thank you to redacting for this as well.
You know, I know that there's organizations out there that fight for like prison reform and like rights and things like that. Where were they when someone was being held for 13 months?
Thank you.
Nobody did anything.
Not at all. Not at all.
Like, how were his own attorneys not able to?
Right. Exactly. Like Lucy said, Odin came by way of an FBI report. And where is that agent now? Thank you.
Is she talking about the one that was on that path of
Yes.
thinking that's why? Yeah.
I believe. Yeah.
Where is that agent now?
Deceased, I believe.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. Greg Ferenczi is dead.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that name. Okay, Ferenczi is FBI. Oh, my God.
I have that's right, because it's been a long time since I've had that stuff going. I'm sure they'll tell me if I'm wrong. But that's what happened. Greg Ferenczi was shot outside of his building. Okay? Leaving work by a CO, folks, a prison guard. Think about that for a minute. Elvis Fields is the one that asked, because he's a complete idiot. Elvis Fields asked somebody, what would happen? I think he was asking a law enforcement officer, what would happen if we'll just say somebody were to spit on the victims?
Would my DNA be there if I spit?
Yeah. So what? Why didn't that person get handcuffed immediately?
Yep.
Then we have Brad Holder, who on his Facebook page, which I was going to show it to you, but it's gone again, had the same exact things mimicking how the girls were found with the sticks and everything.
Yeah.
But no, that's not suspicious. That's not a suspect. Are you serious? The prosecutor in this gentleman, we're in the same organization together. The prosecutor. Nope. Let me show you this real fast. Out the shower at Westville.
Jeez.
Criminal or not, we have human rights. Okay. Period. We're not animals. Even people that I believe committed crimes, somebody such as oh, I hate saying his name, Stephen Stearns. They have human rights, folks. They have to be abided by. That I wouldn't put my worst enemy in something like that, okay? That's disgusting. That promotes disease.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a shit. They don't care. The ceiling's about to cave in on these guys, and they're just supposed to stand there and take showers. They won't allow them to clean it. They want nothing. It's sickening. Absolutely sickening. There is no humanity when it comes to that. Okay. Hey, Gilly, good to see you. So anyway, these are just little things that I want to point out to you guys that has been allowed to happen, that has been allowed to be, you know, what it is. Nobody said a damn word about it. So anyway, moving on again. 1 second. I'm sorry. Hold on. I have too many tabs open at one time. Sorry about that.
So you want to know what the repercussions are?
As far
if
as what?
somebody was to prevent you from having counsel in prison?
Oh yeah, I know what that is. Go ahead though.
Anybody else want to know?
If they're to prevent you.
Basically, it's no. Bottom line, they can't do that because if a President Brock's attorney access without valid reason, it becomes a Sixth Amendment violation, grounds for appeal, grounds for civil rights litigation, and grounds for sanctions against the facility.
Now, here's the biggest problem with all of that, though, Hemi and everybody else. When all this was going on, guess what? Richard Allen was not a convicted criminal. He was still innocent till proven guilty and was treated this way. Was sent to prison, was not convicted. Never had a chance to plead his case at that point and was going through all of this. That should have thrown this out, but it didn't. Okay? It didn't. It's really, really scary. These people have control over our lives and can do these things to us, but we have to defend ourselves with nothing. Not when it comes to that. I'll give you guys this here real quick.
Man accused of shooting and killing a police officer in Terre Haute. News. The man accused of shooting and killing a police officer in Terre Haute, now today officially charged with murder.
Detective Greg Ferenczi was ambushed yesterday outside the federal building in Terre Haute. Detective Ferenczi served with that Terre Haute Police Department for 30 years. He had also been assigned to an FBI task force for 11 years. He leaves behind 2 adult children.
In response, police departments all across the state tweeting out their condolences today, many saying their thoughts and prayers are going to their fallen brother. Police wanting to show their support were going to be able to do so at the Terre Haute Police Department. Detective Ferenczi's car will be displayed on the east side of the building there because that scene has now been cleared, no longer part of the investigation.
And we're still waiting for the details on a vigil and funeral arrangements. We'll pass those along to you when we learn them. Rich Nye has been in Vigo County all day working to learn more about the man charged in Detective Ferenczi's death.
And he joins us now live with what he's learned. Hey there, Rich.
Scott and Anne-Marie, we don't know why yet, but according to court records, 44-year-old Shane Maheen, a man who ran for mayor of Terre Haute, came here to the FBI office Wednesday afternoon in Terre Haute looking for trouble. Now he's charged with the murder of a federal agent. And I want to tell you that the picture we're about to show you of Meehan, pardon me, is from a 2013 arrest in Marion County. The federal criminal complaint says 44-year-old Shane Meehan came to the FBI office about 2:15 Wednesday afternoon. He threw a Molotov cocktail at the FBI building. Detective Greg Ferenczi walked out of the building, and Meehan allegedly shot him. Ferenczi returned fire, but died from his injuries.
To have somebody come, as you say, to our front door and commit this kind of act is a step beyond, and affects us all immensely. Like I said, it's a small office, a tight-knit group of people, so it's definitely a difficult situation.
Another FBI agent ran out to join the gunfight. Meehan was injured, but he was able to flee and drove himself to Terre Haute Regional Hospital in a gold Ford F-150 pickup truck. He underwent surgery and is in custody at the hospital. In the truck, investigators say they found a .45 semi-automatic handgun and 3 more Molotov cocktails. The FBI also raided Meehan's home in Terre Haute and gathered evidence. This is the same Shane Meehan who ran for mayor of Terre Haute in 2019. Detective Ferenczi served in the Terre Haute Police Department for 30 years, and for the last decade was also a task force agent with the FBI.
He was an amazing person, whether it was about a meth lab or human trafficking. He would do everything possible to find everything about that particular.
I'm going to tell you right now, if you look into Shane Meehan, there's connections with other organizations that will not surprise you. I'll just put it that way. Okay.
If he ran for mayor? Oh my God.
He
Yep.
did.
Yes, he did.
He absolutely did.
Welcome, Redacted.
Hey, Bagel, thanks for having me.
Of
Hi,
course.
Redacted.
And this, I
Hey,
believe,
Sam, how are you?
I believe that Ferenczi had facts that proved a certain thing. Okay. And in that aspect, that is, I believe, exactly why they did what they did to him. This is my opinion. I have no way to prove this. Okay. I'm just saying, I believe that that's what happened, was that Ferenczi was going to come forward with something, and it was going to show, it was going to be proof, absolute proof. Okay. And at that point, he was taken out.
Well, I got a lot of good stuff that popped up for Richard Allen. So
that's okay, Hemi. What'd you say?
I want to say something real quick if I can.
Please do. Please do.
What a lot of people, what a lot of people don't know about Richard Allen is when he was arrested that night, Kathy went home and got him a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
And he was sent off to, I forgot what county it was. I want to say Cook County, but I know it's not that. Anyways, he was sent off White County. He was sent off to White County in the middle of the night and hid under an alias.
Yep.
And his lawyer couldn't find him. His lawyer went to go talk to him and say, it's over, all interviews are done, and they said, he said, where's Richard Allen? And nobody knew who they were talking about.
Nope.
And the date for his arrest was actually the 26th. And the affidavit says the 27th.
Yeah, they hid it all.
His rights were already violated. His Sixth Amendment right, it was already violated.
Yes, ma'am.
They never cared. And then they put him in Westville.
That's right. Yeah, she's absolutely
He had
right.
the safekeeping hearing with a lawyer. He didn't even know he had a lawyer. And they still had that safekeeping hearing. And he had the right to say, I don't want the safekeeping, because it was for his safety, allegedly.
Yep.
It was for his safety. And he had the right to say, no, I'd rather just be at the mercy of whatever. But he never got that opportunity. So his rights.
Yeah, they stomped on his rights from day one. You are absolutely correct, Redacted. Are you there? She's still there?
I'm still here.
There you are. Okay. Yo, you're absolutely right. And I appreciate
I'm still here.
I appreciate you putting that out there too. I forgot about that. That's absolute truth. They did this all at night. They hid everything. What about that sounds legal to anybody? Because it don't sound like it's definitely not, guys. It's definitely not. They were doing everything they could do to hide all this, to make this happen their way. I'll just put it that way. Now this just another real quick thing to add.
And the guilters knew. The
Oh,
guilters knew he was confessing.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead, Redacted.
I'm sorry. I must have a delay.
I think there's a delay, dear.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. It's just like, yeah. The guilters knew he was confessing. They were telling us he was confessing, and we were like, shut up. You guys don't know Jack. No. Nick was telling the original leaker. Someone said Mitch Westerman. It wasn't Mitch Westerman. It was Nick. Nick was leaking. Oh, in Murder Sheet, they had Keegan Klein's transcript from his interview that they said they accidentally stumbled upon in the court access. The original, no. Oh God, this case pisses me off so bad. I'm sorry. I get excited. But yeah, no. It's such a violation of rights.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. And I've never seen anything. I had never seen anything like this ever. Okay. And then we have Idaho, of course, which is running alongside this, but I think it was worse with what they've done to Alan than what they've done to Brian. Honest to God, I do. It's so bad. It's there's parallels, guys. There's a whole lot of parallels. I'll be honest with you. Hold on a minute. Let me grab this link for this petition again. Here we go. But I'm grateful you brought that up because I completely forgot about that, Redacted. But that's important, guys. All of these little things are important to know. Real quick, though, along with the Ferenczi situation, 3 years after announcing that they were going to pursue the death penalty against that idiot that shot and killed Greg Ferenczi, federal prosecutors are reversing course. U.S. Attorney Thomas Wheeler filed a notice of intent to seek the death penalty against Shane Meehan in the U.S. District Court in Terre Haute on Tuesday. Meehan is accused of killing detective and federal task force agent Greg Ferenczi outside FBI field office in Terre Haute in 2021. Now they will not seek death penalty for him. Why would you change that? You killed a federal officer. Why would you take the death penalty off the table for something like that? Anybody tell me a good reason, because there ain't one, okay? It's completely folly to pursue the death penalty in this case, Meehan's attorney Monica Foster said in an interview Wednesday. This man suffers from terrible mental health problems. But he was going to run for mayor. Or he did run for mayor, I'm sorry. Which have now been documented by the government's own experts. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
What does that mean? You still knew what right from wrong. Okay. It was good
That's
enough.
the difference right there. You have to know the difference between right and wrong.
Mm-hmm. So again, that's just one real quick little thing I wanted you guys to see and think about for a minute. Okay. It's insane. It is insane. Okay.
He didn't have to plead guilty to get the death penalty taken off the table.
Oh no, he didn't have to take a plea at all. Surprise, surprise. Let's see. Now we're gonna bring this to a close here pretty quick, but we're coming back tomorrow to do the rest of it because there's so much more. I'm gonna show you guys this video here first, and we'll discuss this a little bit more, and then that'll probably be it for today. This is enough, believe me, at this point. Okay, hold on a minute here. Let me find it. I have like 14 different versions of this. And here we go. And please let me know if you guys can hear or see or if there's any problems with this.
Okay.
Now, this is the full video, at least the rest of what they gave us after conviction. We didn't see this until afterwards. All we saw was the 40 some odd second clip of a video beforehand forever. Okay.
See, this is the path that we go down. There's no path going there, so we have to go down here. Hi.
I do think that person had to have had a gun to control the two of them.
You would think there has to be some way to control them, yeah. If he's the one. We begin with ice. Because once again, that's all we heard. Guys, down the hill. We don't know what else was said. We don't know what else the interaction can what else was involved in the interaction, I should say.
And they're hesitating. They know he's behind them because I thought Abby said, "Is he still there?" I didn't hear that time, but I thought she whispered that maybe as she's running by or something.
I think so. Yeah. I think we analyzed that at one point and heard something like that. Yes.
But seems like a point where they could have. I don't know what that area looks like at that side. Like I know it's pretty steep.
The problem,
but they stopped and stayed in that spot. Like they could have went. My opinion though is I think there were people on that side waiting for them.
That's what I think too. I think
that sandwiched. They were just nowhere to go.
They were trapped, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Redacted. What were you going to say? Are you there?
We've had a lot of people listen to that audio, similar to like how Outcast does.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I do. I think there's definitely a delay, but that's we hear you.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We had a lot of people listen real close and try to isolate the audio, similar to like Outcast does. And they had somebody said that they can hear like a motor of like a ATV or something. Down, it sounds like down on that access road there. And also one of the things is we've got some of the exhibits from the trial, some of Libby's phone extraction, and she was messaging and in some pretty shifty applications. One of them was called like Monkey. They were like party lines where you could like, get with multiple people and talk. She was talking to some people that she wasn't sure who they were. And there's suspicious things going on with the phone. There's like another victim's phone listed in the evidence. And then also Abby messaged Logan that she was at the bridge. And Logan was her boyfriend at the time. That was Brad's son.
That's Brad's son. Yes.
And he said he didn't go there. But there's some problems with that. There's a lot of problems with everybody's story. Yeah, and so people knew. A lot of people knew that they were going to be there. They were trying to also message other boys that they were there. So, like, the fact that maybe the strange guy approached them and whisked them away may not have been the case. It could have been friends or who they thought were friends.
Yes, ma'am. That's absolutely correct. I do agree.
When she was talking about four-wheelers and the motor sound, I can just tell you, driving or walking around the trail and driving around the area, like driving around the whole park, there are so many entrances. There are so many dirt paths all around that place where you can get in there.
Yep. Yes, ma'am. This is Brad Holder. For those of you that aren't familiar, this, if you see this, what'd you say, dear?
Why does he have the same beard?
Yeah.
That beard style.
He's gross.
Yeah, he's a pig. Okay. This is the guy that had these things posted on his Facebook before he took it down. He's got some things. He took a lot of the stuff off of his Facebook that he had on there because of it. Like that, for instance, right there. I don't know what that means, you guys, but I have a feeling it has something to do with some of his other stuff.
And was that a tattoo on his arm? Was it a symbol tattoo on his arm?
Yeah.
Well,
One of them.
I know what the lightning bolts mean. It's not very good.
Right, and he's got tattoos on his body that have meaning behind them as well. What do you want to show me there, Robert? Or no? Was I wrong?
She has her own recliner. She got it for Christmas.
Well, how adorable.
Aww.
That's cute. She's so cute, Robert.
Yeah, she's watching some cartoon on YouTube right now.
She's living the life. Living the life. Adorable. She's a beautiful one.
It should be 11 and 2 months.
That's awesome. That is awesome. It won't come up on here. Yeah, so this is the guy. There were photographs of him wearing a hat that look, I swear to God, the sketch we see with the guy with the golf hat on, you guys, that's who it looks like to me. It is exactly who it looks like to me. I tried to find his other Facebook page. He probably deleted it and started it up again. Hold on a minute. There was something else here that I was trying to show you a better photograph of. There it is. This here. If anybody knows exactly what this means, share away. I don't know exactly what it means, but it does have a meaning behind it. I can promise you that. I know that lightning bolts mean certain things, and then the whole design itself has a separate meaning. There's different meanings behind each thing in different organizations. This is part of his heathenism thing, I guess you call it. In him, okay, this guy here and the prosecutor that prosecuted the case, redacted is correct. They're both in the Masons together. I had photographs of them together at a Masons meeting in an award ceremony together. So if that's not a conflict of interest, or maybe could explain why this man was never looked into. Just saying. Hold on 1 minute here. Can you hear me? Redacted or no?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I know. I feel like there's a bad connection or something, but
probably.
I'm grateful that you're here to share.
I was getting earlier, but things kept getting going, and I thought it was on my end, so that's why I dropped out to try to fix my connection. And
sure.
I'm still having the same problems.
It's going around. Here's a real quick look at a picture. How about this, guys? Look at that. That looks somewhat familiar to you? Thank you, SRB. See the hat that he's wearing? He likes these hats. But he's got glasses on now because he's aged, because it's been long. But, oh, Molly, if you have them, share them with me, hon, because I can't seem to find them, the other ones. But, yeah, this guy is something else. Tell me that doesn't resemble even slightly, the sketch that we saw.
It does.
That's all I'm going to say, guys. When I first saw it, there's a better photograph. When I saw it, no, that's not it there. Hold on. I'll have to find the other one. When I first saw it, though, I about fell out of my chair. I'm like, are you kidding me? You can't get any closer than that. So, hang on here. Oh, my God. I know we had all this stuff saved and archived. I was digging today and last night, and I couldn't find it, Molly. Let me check, see if she dropped. I'm only going to show you guys a couple more things, and then we'll get moving. Oh, thank you, Redacted, for dropping that, too. 1 minute here. 1 minute. No respect for women either. Damn it. Nope. All right, let me check one more place. Bear with me, and I appreciate your guys' patience. Thank you guys for hanging out through this. I knew it was going to be longer, but I wanted to get a lot of that interview and the Richard Allen stuff in as much as I could get in today. Hopefully, I think I'm going to be joining Lee over there tonight, so I'm going to have to shut this down here soon anyway. Give me 1 minute. Is this it here? Aha. Wait a minute. Yeah, we definitely have some other stuff to get into tomorrow on this. There's a lot more.
I'm super grateful that you're covering this because a lot of people don't want to touch this case.
Oh, yeah, I have no... It needs it bad, very bad. I appreciate all the stuff that you have put in here too, Redacted, just so you know. I really appreciate the help with it.
Absolutely. Anytime.
We got to work together. Otherwise, it's never going to do anything. Nothing.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. This is another quick little piece that Redacted shared. Very interesting. And now that Lee has jumped on board with this, I feel like it's going to help too. I hope. I'm grateful that he's interested in it too.
It's gonna be all right. And what they're doing to you right now, I'm not okay with this at all. And they know it, but they're gonna do what they're gonna do. I'm just sorry you're having to hurt. I'm sorry I'm having to go through it. I mean, how? It's like I told them, the damage is already done. You probably talk to people I work with, you talk to neighbors of mine, and I care about what people think. You know I care about what people think. Oh, I have no trouble not trying to believe that people think. Half the time I just think they think what I'm thinking.
Thank you, SRB.
They want me to tell them that I did it, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to admit to something that I didn't do. How stupid is that? I don't care what they do to me. I'm not going to admit to doing something I had nothing to do with. And I'm not going to try to explain something I can't explain, because I don't know. You tell me, because I don't know.
Yes, you do.
There is no way that evidence is going to show that I did
Right
this.
fucking here, Rick.
You got one piece of evidence that I can't explain.
Multiple. I'm not showing you my whole fucking hand here.
I don't care. I'm showing you I'm done talking.
And now you're gonna drag your fucking wife and your daughter through this because you're too fucking bullheaded to get out in front of this and admit that you made a mistake. And whatever the fuck happened out there, we'll never fucking know because you're too big of a fucking bullheaded. Go ahead.
So tell you I did something.
Tell me
that
the
I
truth.
didn't do.
The truth, Rick. I don't want to
told you the truth and you don't want to hear it.
The evidence tells me otherwise. The evidence clearly indicates you're involved in this.
No, it doesn't.
It fucking does.
It doesn't. I'm telling you that there is no way that a bullet from my gun was used in these murders.
And I'm telling you that we had this fucking round on February 14, 2017. It's been secured in a fucking laboratory. And we tested other guns.
I understand what you're saying.
I want her to hear this.
I understand what you're saying. What I'm telling you is I can't explain something I don't understand.
Well, the scientists explain it for you. The lab analysts have explained that for you. They're saying that this round, without a doubt, came from your gun.
Then you told me to take it from somewhere else then. Because it's not possible.
I did not take it from somewhere else. It was loaded in. It was taken as a photograph. You think we fucking switched the fucking round and threw it down by a fucking dead girl's foot? This ain't fucking TV. This is realistic.
I understand.
We collected that fucking item on February the 14th. We didn't take it from anywhere else for that fucking scene. And we didn't take your gun from anywhere else. We took it from your fucking house.
I'm telling you I can't explain something.
And I'm telling you the fucking analysts explain it. You can't get past this.
Can you please let my wife out?
Absolutely. Come on, Kathy.
I love you, baby. Can I kiss her?
Yeah, kiss her. I'm gonna do the right thing, Kathy. Tell her to do the right thing.
She knows I will.
Yeah, do the right thing. You're gonna put your family through this for no reason. What?
Now, obviously, we saw that earlier. Hold on a minute here. I'm gonna go ahead and
talk about trying to strong arm somebody.
Oh, big time. So, very, very interesting. Like I said, guys, we're going to delve into more of it tomorrow. There's pictures of even, in fact, the front photograph on that video we just watched shows a picture of Richard Allen. Both of his eyes are blacked out. He weighs obviously nothing. He's lost all that weight. Being beaten up, abused, all this, so on and so forth. And I told you guys, there's a letter. I have it. I have to dig it out. Thank you so much, Murky. I'm going to pull everything you guys send me and show it all over the next couple of days. But there's a letter from an inmate that I'm going to read you word for word, where this man writes a letter and tells everything that they're doing to him, what's going on. And again, like I said, what would this man gain from doing that other than negative attention from the COs, the prison, period? Nothing. There's nothing to gain. Nothing at all. And you guys haven't even seen anything. I have to get into the alternate suspects, in my opinion, some other things too that we're going to dive into tomorrow. I just wanted to kind of give you where we're at and the appeal, because that's where we're at now. There's so much of it, you guys, and it's insane. Thank you so much, Murky. I appreciate that. I will get into that stuff tomorrow as well. He should own Indiana. I agree with that 100%. There is no doubt in my mind that this man is 100%, I'll say 110% innocent of this crime, that he's been railroaded to the extent that you can't even imagine into this crime, being convicted of this crime. The man didn't even take a plea deal, folks. Realize that. And that's another thing they did, is they did not allow for us to watch the trial. They didn't allow for anything. So you guys are going to see all the stuff tomorrow, what the judge denied, what they did, all of it, every bit of it. It's so saddening. And I know what you saw today was hard to watch, but it needs to be seen. It has to be seen, in my opinion. Without it being seen by the world, nobody will understand the depth of disgusting, absolute ignorance that this case has unveiled. Okay, I get.
He was tried in the dark.
He was what?
He was, and he was sentenced in the dark. No media, nothing. It was total blackout. So
Yeah.
he was tried and sentenced in the dark.
Yes. Yes. Tomorrow we're going to talk about Ron. Go ahead, Redacted. I'm sorry.
Oh, people were sleeping on the street to get into trial because there were so many pro-guilters trying to take up as many seats as possible. And then media was even taking the public seating too because the acoustics were so bad that it was easier to sit where the public was supposed to be sitting to hear that they were trying to steal their spot. Andrew, we had people sitting outside day in and day out so Andrea Burkhart and Lawyer Lee could get in. So
Absolutely. It's horrific, guys. It is. Tomorrow we're going to hear about Ron Logan, Elvis Fields, Patrick Westfall, more about Brad Holder. We're also going to hear at some point, it might take more than 2 days, but I'm going to show you how, in my opinion, this is attached to the Flora 4. Again, another case I have a very deep passion for. I'm going to show you how this all is connected, okay, in that aspect as well. The other things that were done that shouldn't have been done that are highly illegal, and how I could prove that Richard Allen didn't do this, okay? How bad the prosecutor is as a person, the things that he has in his background, everything that they've done wrong, okay? We've seen so much today that if you guys don't see what it is at this point, just wait till tomorrow.
You know, it would be interesting, Dago. I'm going over it again and showing all the evidence of why he didn't do it. Yes, 1,000%. But also, why Richard Allen? Like, I want to keep that in mind. You're going through this because there has to be some reason he was chosen. What's his connection somewhere along the line? Like, was he just on the outskirts enough to be someone that they, were like, oh, hey, this guy's around, let's pin it on him. Something. There has to be something.
Absolutely.
I have a couple ideas about that.
That's a good point. And I think we should bring that up then, Kim. And if you're available, Redacted, I would love for you to join us again and share your ideas about that too. I think that's a great idea. Because just like with, the Idaho 4, we've always asked, why Brian? How Brian? Okay.
Right.
And even if somebody has been railroaded, framed, whatever you want to call it, there's got to be a connection.
Yeah. There's a reason.
Some reason. Yeah. Thank you. That this person was brought into the mix in this. And I think it's important to know those kinds of things. Very good point.
And also, I have a friend who's been covering the case, and she goes back and forth, like whether she thinks Richard Allen was involved or not. And one of the things that got her was those Ricky letters or Richie letters, whatever they're called, because doesn't he name Richard Allen in them as part of that group?
I believe that.
I don't know.
He thought Richard Allen because he didn't know why else. He even admitted it after a while, like there has to be some reason why he was chosen. And I honestly think it's just because he placed himself there. And my other suspicion is that Cody Patty lived down the street from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be something like that. Yeah.
I always had the assumption that it's because he kind of handed himself over to them wrapped with a bow, like here it is. Let's go with it. There's nothing else we have. This is the only person we can put there. Let's use it for what we can right now. And I agree that could be. There's got to be something else with it, though. You know what I mean? There's got to be.
You're making me want to dive back into this space, Dago.
Well, that's why I'm doing it, bud. That's exactly why it needs to be. We can't forget about this. You can't forget about this. This man cannot sit and rot in prison for something he had nothing to do with. He's human. He's a human being. He's got a daughter and a wife and a mother and family, guys. And he's a human being just like the rest of us. And I would do this for Robert, Redacted. I would do this for Kim, for Hemisphere. Anybody in here I would do this for, as well as you guys would do it for me. Okay? Because we are all we got, folks.
Yeah,
and now he has a grandbaby.
Yeah, he does. He has a grandchild now.
Aww.
Just sitting there watching him in that interrogation room, first thing I thought of it is the strong arm tactics, because he only had the one bullet that they found at the scene, and you can't automatically accuse somebody just because they found one bullet at the scene. And the way this detective was talking, he acted like they had a mountain's worth of evidence against Richard Allen when all they had was one bullet. Gee, doesn't that sound familiar?
It's absolutely like I said, the parallels. Yeah, the parallels. Oh, Bill and Nick should play golf together. I'll tell you that much. Oh my God, I get.
Is there an appeal in process right now for this case?
Yeah, yes, the appeal's been filed and it is in process as of right now. Thank God. And I'll be following it all the way to the end, no matter what the outcome is.
Yeah. What I'm reading here, it sounds like it's highly likely he might be set free.
I hope that at some point, finally, some justice will be served in this case, and Abby and Libby will get real justice. That we have actually been a voice for the voiceless, and some victims in a horrible situation are finally going to get real justice in a case that is well deserved.
I'm hoping that everybody that's involved in setting him up gets what they deserve too.
Well, that's the other end of it. Will that happen? I don't know. I pray to God that it does. That in the end, that the true perpetrators that committed the crime, as well as the criminal law enforcement and criminal prosecution team, get what they deserve. I think Judge Gall should be behind bars. I'll be honest with you, for some of what she's done. Truly,
it needs to take place. If you want him to clean up this mess, that's something like that is going to have to take place.
I agree.
And we're talking about some high rank officials going to have to be on the forefront of the karma, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Judges too.
Absolutely.
I guess in the Tyler Robinson case, Tyler Robinson's defense is trying to get the entire prosecution team thrown off the case because one of the prosecutors, one of their relatives, was there at the day of the shooting and witnessed everything. So now his defense attorneys is trying to get that entire prosecution team kicked from the case.
Exactly. I mean, if you're going to follow the law. Don't make your own. That's all I'm saying. So I think that's going to do it, guys. I got to go do some things out here and hopefully join Lee here in a little while. Kim, thank you so much. I hope you're able to join us tomorrow for being here. Hemi, thank you for joining us. Redacted, I'm beyond grateful for you and your info and all the stuff you're helping with this. You have no idea. Robert, I appreciate you joining us as well and putting your insight into it. You guys are amazing. And everybody in the chat, you guys know how amazing you are. I appreciate you all being here, supporting this, wanting to support this, and see where the truth is at within this case once again.
Yep. Thanks for doing this, Dago.
Oh, no, thank you. You guys are amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thanks.
And thanks for putting a fire under my butt to get back into this case.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely.
Bye, chat. See you later.
Take care. In the chat, guys, of course, as always, please don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and please don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, guys. And most importantly, please know your own worth, folks. It's so very important. Nothing but love for all of you. Thank you to my moderators, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, guys.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring until the next one. Until